Hello, friends and fans, and welcome to Day 6 of the NA/DPC, where we are getting into the middle of things. That's right, we've got enough series now to know exactly where everyone's standing, and things are starting to heat up. My name is Nomad. I'm going to be your host, and joining me on my panel, we have got T-Panda, and we have got Fear. Guys, how are we doing today? Fear, you're looking great as always.
You guys are looking better today. I'll give it to you.
I'm just being the normal me.
Still looking better today.
Ah, come on, man. I mean, we are...
You guys got layers, you know? I just gotta...
that's the most important thing, right? We've got a bit of everything. And North America has proven to be that as well. Tour 1 and Tour 2 now shaping up to be a tad bit different. And now, like you said, we're at the halfway mark pretty much.
Yeah, and today we're going to find out a lot of things, but of course, we need to look back on the days we've had so far. The last day of games we had was, of course, with TSM playing and Shopify playing as well, the two big teams in the region. We started things off with Bait versus TSM, and Bait, unfortunately, it didn't go too great for them, Phil.
No, it did not. And I was a little disappointed with Bait in this series because they looked like they had a lot of promise playing against Wildcard. And, was this going to be the Bait that everyone wants to see? But unfortunately, they were still struggling to pick their heroes correctly for the most part. And sometimes when they do have their heroes correctly, maybe they just get outplayed a little bit. And I have to look at Dendi for this series. He did not have a good series whatsoever. He played the Storm Cert in game 1. He kept getting coiled over and over again by Bryle. He had a very difficult laning stage. In the next game, I guess it'll come up in a little bit, but he played the Queen of Pain, and I made a comment about how he was dying for 22 minutes straight in that mid lane as the Queen of Pain. Couldn't really find his footing. Got solo killed in a matchup that he should have been winning. Just wasn't Dendi's best series.
Yeah, that game 2 already in the previous series versus Nouns, I think that was a bit of a downfall stage. They didn't score a single kill. They're a bit all over the place in the drafting versus TSM, but that also tells us 2 tours in a row they cannot match up to the top 3 seed teams.
No, and that's an unfortunate place to be in for them. They are definitely not looking like the Bait what we were hoping for this season. They started out on a decent footing, but yeah, this series kind of really laid the smack down upon them. But TSM just continuing to look crisp, continuing to look very, very good on these online events, and yeah, I don't know. Very quickly for TSM, I mean, they're going to be playing in another league coming up soon, which is going to be international with lots of different teams playing.
Sure.
Do you think that's going to be a great opportunity for them to get some more international experience and start to get rid of those nerves?
Oh yeah, I think that team needs as much time as humanly possible to help them play against teams that just aren't Rebellion, right? For the most part, this team TSM, they're not challenged outside of Nouns and Rebellion right now, but I think it's mainly just individually outclassing a lot of these players on a one-to-one basis, and I think that's not going to be the case when they get to the international scene. That's going to become more of is there teamwork there? Are there strategies on point? Or normally Bryle will just outplay someone so hard, and Tomato, even Kasane, right, in the laning stage, that the matchups sometimes won't even matter that much.
Yeah, that's a good point. The team has already meshed in the NA region, but does it still stand against the international teams on a good, broader level? I think they just need more games.
That is what we're going to be finding out. But our second series happening 2 days ago was Shopify Rebellion versus the side of Felt, which unsurprisingly was another 2-0. But Felt, they showed some colors here. They showed that they are learning. And in this game 1, at least, they really brought their best side to play versus Shopify.
Yeah, they were able to play a pretty reasonable game against Rebellion. I think Rebellion was struggling with their side lane cores, both Saberlight and Arteezy. They were a bit off the mark, you could say. And that allowed Feld to have these openings throughout this game, especially in the mid game, to actually punish them, find pickoffs, setting up some pretty good ganks, and trying to get something going forward. But every time it was full-on 5v5, it was still Rebellion a bit stronger, and things came into a crash landing super fast in game 1. They just gave away 7-8 kills as Rebellion was next to their base. So Feld still couldn't match up in a 5v5.
Yeah, and there was a couple of moments, when they were kind of skirting around each other where you thought, hey, maybe Felt can get the better of them, but it really did feel that way. Game number 2, though, not quite the same thing. I mean, Felt, they tried to throw a bit of a curveball with this Luna, but the hero didn't really work, but to be fair, none of the heroes really worked in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't. I mean, Abed, as usual, played an amazing game, but I think for this series in general, Fade just could not come online. He was playing Enigma in this game. He got a 17-minute Midas just with arcane boots. He looked like a support in this particular series. The Luna kept getting hunted. Abed wouldn't let him farm anywhere. And it was pretty much just they didn't have a chance in this game number 2. Number 1 looked okay. I thought Kidsey on his Ember Spirit looked really good, and they were really like playing a high tempo game. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, you know, Fade also couldn't find his footing on the Lycan in that particular game, and just kind of felt like they were missing their offlaner in this series, and that really hurt them.
Yep, and after those 2 games is how the scoreboard is looking after that. 5-Rat 4 Staff, unfortunately, still down in the very bottom position. A wildcard scene down there with them. Felt and Bait also suffering another loss 2 days to go, which is going to put them at 5 and 6. Dogchamp and Shopify down at 2 and 1, but Shopify's 1 loss was against TSM, which you can see at the very top with 3 and 0, followed closely by Nouns, who are currently sitting in that major position. But if they want to stay that way, then they're going to have to keep on winning. And their first series today is going to be coming up against Wildcard Gaming. That'll be the first series on the schedule. And Wildcard haven't really looked too sharp, so Nouns, you know, they're going to be bringing it their all to try and keep themselves in that top 2 position. Wildcard is tough for them. 5-Rat 4 Staff versus Shopify Rebellion is the other series we've got on the cards. Talk to me about your expectations for that one, T-Panda.
Well, about the latter series, Rebellion versus 5-Rat, well, we're technically looking at Rebellion on the rise, getting back to their normal level. I think the TSM series might have shook them up a little bit, but not too much. It was a 3-map series, still pretty close to close. Close game. But with 5-Rat, this team is 0 and 3. If they lose another series, it's 100% definite. They're not going to have the chance to tie up for the second place anymore. Major dreams are gone, and it might just lead straight into relegation. They're in a tough spot.
Yeah, I think we're being realistic. We're talking about 5-Rat staying out of relegation at this point because 3 losses already. It means things are getting tough for them, you know? So for that team, at least, I want to keep their expectations reasonable, even though their own expectations for themselves is a bit higher. But, you know, you have to be realistic, and they have to start taking wins to keep themselves out of relegation. But realistically, that's not going to happen. And Shopify need to win as well because
they do.
They can't afford to drop a series anymore.
I mean, today could be potentially the day of upsets. You know, 5-Rat has no wins yet. Wildcard has no wins either. I mean, it's not like they're playing an undefeated team. Rebellion does have a loss to their name, but now it's currently undefeated. So it seems like if you are looking at this series, there are their favorites, but, you know, hopefully we can get an upset.
Hopefully. And one more thing to mention about that last series as well is that we did speak to Arteezy 2 days ago, and he actually said that Speed was one of the players in this region which he's looking at the most in terms of like outstanding players who, you know, he's really looking forward to playing and has a lot of potential. So it's kind of cool that he now gets to match up against him, and Speed, you know, going to be coming at one. You know, he wants to prove him right. He wants to be like, hey Arteezy, you shouted me out. Let's go, let's dance. So that's going to be a fun one to watch them lane against each other. But let's look at our first series of the day. It is Nouns versus Wildcard. These 2 teams, as we mentioned, Nouns, they really, really need to keep winning if they want to stay in contention here. And these 2 teams, you know, they're a little bit familiar with each other as well. Lelis used to play with UR and MSS and Quincy Crew and Sonic. So how does that dynamic kind of work?
I mean, yeah, it's more than that as well. Like, you have, like, Sammy Boy, who also played with, like, Moo at one point, and Husky, and Gunner, right, in the former Zoomers days. So I think there's a lot of, like, history in this matchup, which I think, in a way, will favor Wildcard, because like they are for sure the underdogs in my eyes after seeing their first 2 series, but now they really know their opponents. And then something that Nouns has struggled with a little bit in the past is like beating some of these teams that they respect, like the Quincy Crews, right, and the Rebellions and the TSMs, and maybe there'll be a little bit of that lingering, oh, we're, you know, playing the Quincy boys, you know, maybe they won't play up to their full standard. There's a chance.
Yeah. Nouns in general, they've been racking up some pretty good numbers on the board, and I'm surprised that they've actually figured out themselves pretty early. They've only got like 13 heroes played so far with a 87% hero diversity, meaning that they don't really have a same hero played twice. They've figured themselves, like this kind of idea just works really well on our side, but I'm worried for their opponents here. Like they're still discovering themselves in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nouns, it's like I've seen 2 sides of them now. They've got the IO first phase and now the Undying first phase. If they need to show one more side, and then I'll be pretty convinced that this team has the strategies to go like all the way when they finally meet up against Rebellion or TSM. And even right now, I feel like they need to step up too.
I mean, that's a question I wanted to ask. Like, Nouns, you know, we've seen a lot from them this season, but we haven't seen them lose yet. We saw them lose last season, obviously, against TSM and Rebellion. What were the weaknesses they showed in that series?
I mean, I think versus TSM, they even think themselves they should have won that series. They played really fast, and I feel like that is a team that I don't think they respect TSM as well as they respect Rebellion, and it kind of shows in their play as well. And I think when you are confident against certain teams, you will play better. And I think Nouns is very notorious. If they feel confident, they look good. But if they feel like, oh, you know, not this again, we're going to play against Rebellion, it's going to be a hard game, they kind of don't play up to their standards here. So we'll have to see what they can bring to the table, but it's mainly just like something just goes tragically wrong for them and they just lose after a very competitive like early game.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Alrighty, let's have a look at the other team then. Of course, Wildcard Gaming. And this team, you know, it's not been the breakout we expected. I mean, how come the expectations have not been met, T-Panda? What's been going wrong for them?
Yeah, I will also correct myself with this stat. It was actually Wildcard who had 22 heroes and 87%
Right,
roll. Nouns was at 74. That makes more sense than what I just
was
said.
wondering,
but that means Wildcard, they do not have a comfort to fall on. All of their players have played at least 5 heroes. All of them have played 5 heroes, and some of them are not so much unique. I think we saw the Monkey King is the only, and the Disruptor, the 2 heroes. They're not in a spot where we've got a plan that works. We've got a draft that works mostly. You know, like you got these 2-3 heroes you can always fall back on. Like you see, Kasane goes on Lycan. You see Yamsen go for Lina as in 2 or 1. Like we're figuring out ourselves as we go, and it's like, but this is a really good hero in pubs. We've won this hero in scrims. Why aren't they working in officials? I think that's the problem Wildcard kind of has to overcome, is get a bit of that some kind of self-confidence in the draft that they're playing out, because it's not working right now.
I mean, I feel like Wildcard also kind of struggled a little bit last tour early on, and they kind of picked up a little bit. Like we saw, I'll keep bringing it up because I'll never forget, like the Sammy Boy Pugna, like going in there. Now he's going in and trying DP5. Like I feel like he's really experimenting and trying to make something work in the early like phases of the DPC. Then later on, they kind of like find themselves, and as him being the captain of the team, like makes a lot of sense. Later on, they're like, oh, so this is what's going on. So maybe Wildcard are just a little bit slow to adapt and figure out like what the meta is.
And who do you want to compare from the 2 teams then?
What do I want to compare though? I think the offlaners, right?
Offlaners are pretty interesting, especially when you look at the names. You know, Moo has already proven himself in the TI stage, and then you have this youngster against you. Like we talk about Lil Nick, he feels like the guy who just does whatever is required, right?
Yeah, I mean, Lil Nick has been around for a long time playing pubs in NA Dota. He started as a mid laner. I saw him move to carry. I saw him pos 4. Now has settled into the position 3 role. I mean, he's very versatile. He plays a ton of Dota, eager to learn and wants to win. And then you have Moo. He obviously wants to win too, but like he's been, you know, stuck with the same hero pool for a very long time now, trying to make that to work. He has his play
same
style.
Item builds.
Yes, play style is pretty defined, right?
Yeah.
And I think once you get to a later stage of your career, you kind of like know yourself better. So we've got someone that's kind of exploring what they want to do, trying new things versus the veteran.
And I think this kind of shows in the assists as well here, right? Like average 5.4 assists on Lil Nick. You know, clearly the more team-focused player. And then we know that Moo just likes to dominate his lane and sit in his lane and not let anyone come to his lane and build space for his team, you know, in a kind of more solitary way. So that's kind of interesting. Also kind of interesting how it looks like there could be a younger version. Lil Nick could be a young Moo.
And up until this point, Moo's played 4 heroes, Lil Nick 5. They've not shared a single same hero. They're completely different up till now. Could change today, where we see like Moo plays some of the heroes that Lil Nick might have been, like the Timbersaw, for example, the Furions that he sometimes likes to bring up. Right now, they're so different on the board that it is actually... Is it hard to read the draft they're going for? Is Lil Nick too obvious? Do you know what Moo already wants? He prioritizes his hero pretty high in the draft, but Lil Nick could be just willing to sacrifice his lane and still have a good time.
Yeah. I mean, I think if either of them, you know, Moo is the one you can read better. You know, you know what you're going to get with him. Fair, I wanted to ask you, you know, I think the best way to describe a wildcard so far would be disconnected. How do you build cohesion in a team this quickly? Because they have a short time frame.
I mean, you just need to get everyone to like buy into one idea of like what type of strategy you want to do as a team right now, because like it seems like they have a lot of different ideas. Like we did mention how they're bringing in like the old Quincy crew a little bit into the mix, and then you have like the Sammy Boy perspective, and then who was Alone was also on that roster too, and then I think Lil Nick's just chilling. But those 2 ideas are like coming together, and one of those sides have to buy in, and then they have to just do it. And first of all, they have to make sure their strategies are also good too, because like it's one thing's buying in, but the other thing is like you got to have some good drafting and understanding in the game.
And also something that we don't necessarily get to see all the time is literally the comms. How do they bring out the most powerful voice in the team to get them to unite under a single banner? Or is it just going to be discohesion with everyone bringing their own ideas? I know how this works. I don't need you to tell me. And does it go into disarray, or do they find that common ground?
Yeah, and talking about picks and stuff, we can have a look at the most picked graphic here to see exactly what these two teams share when it comes to drafting, because as you mentioned, there won't be a ton of overlap here, and that's absolutely showing, entirely different heroes between the two teams here. What do you think? Are we getting rid of that IO for Nouns here? Is that something Wildcard will want to face?
Maybe not. Like, what I would really like for Wildcard to try and focus on is, I really want Sammy Boy to just take away Husky's hero. Like, I want him just to play the IO. I want him to play Undying. He knows how to play these heroes. He really does. It just, sometimes he just doesn't want to, right? But I think strategically, if you take away Husky hero pool, you take a big part of like what Nouns wants to do. And I don't think that affects Wildcard very much because, Sammy Boy's all over the place. He's picking everything. He doesn't have like signature heroes in the Boss 5 role. So could be a good strategy.
Could be indeed. And you know what else is a good strategy? Watching Dota and earning tokens by doing it. And that's exactly what you can do with the esportsbet.io new watch to earn platform. That is right. You can earn 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is the equivalent of $3 per hour, just by watching your favorite teams playing across the Western EU and North American regions. All you need to do is log in, make an account, start watching, and you can start earning tokens to bet with today. So go and sign up at esportsbet.io and start earning your tokens right now. But also right now, we've got a draft. It's starting right here, right now. These guys are going fast, so let's get into it. Nouns versus Wildcards starting right here.
Can we, before we talk about the heroes, just bring up something about the side of Nouns? I'll let you go in a second.
Yes.
Nouns have gone first pick Radiant every single game, and it continues. This is the 5th game in a row, first pick and Radiant. They love that for some reason. They're very different to most of the teams.
I mean, it probably just fits their idea of the game. It's actually pretty crazy, like how many different teams you're on and like what different beliefs you can have, even if they're not right. Like you can just be like,
you're just not right.
I mean, they could objectively like be wrong in the long run, but like a team can kind of be in their own meta, be like, oh, we love Radiant for their own small reasons, even if like they go on the international stage and all of a sudden second pick or Dire's a lot better, right? So it really depends on like what you're feeling comfortable with. But moving on to that, I think we're getting the Sammy Boy Naga Pos 5, which I've never ever seen do well. But here we are yet again. It seems like
I was waiting for the tactical pause. I've never seen do well.
I mean, it's like he used to be a carry player, right? So I think he really enjoys the moments where he can bust out like a carry as a support, right? And then if he can make it work, it would be great. But I have my doubts against Undying because sure, you can technically it's good versus Undying throughout the game, but that's normally when you're a core and later on in the game and not necessarily in the lane. So we'll see what they have planned here. I hope it's a support Naga just because I don't think you can early pick a core Naga like this. It just doesn't seem feasible. And a Naga is Naga at the end of the day. Sure, it might have more impact if it's support early picked, but if you still can't play around the illusions because there's been some like, I mean, I wonder if they'll ban Ember here or not, but
I would consider that as well. I think if you go up against Nouns and Gunnar, who's been phenomenal on this Ember Spirit every single time he's on the hero, he's probably one of the best that we have in North America right now playing the Ember Spirit. It's a very good ban from the side of Wildcard, but if they do play this Naga as a support, could it be worth in a sense? Because you do have the root. The thing that Ember hates is getting rooted up. Because you're going to have to use a BKB charge, you're going to have to get either an illusion rune or have some other defensive capability like a team force staff to get you out of there. That also means you need to have a babysitter with you to get you out of there.
Yeah, but the root is kind of like, and then it slowly flies over. And last I checked, Gunnar's pretty quick with his fingers. So I think like him right now, 2 heroes, I think could be really good for Nouns. I'm a little surprised they pick up the Drow this early.
I was wondering that as well.
I mean, they did it before and they won with it. And like, I didn't really like it at the time either. So it's kind of like their flavor or their read of this hero is clearly different than mine. But maybe they just want to prioritize Gunnar a bit later in the hero pick. And you're playing versus Undying Drow lane. Like as an off laner, I don't know what to pick against that. There's nothing that just straight up wins that lane. And maybe that's their idea. It's like we get these 2 heroes right now. You know, you got Undying, you got a Drow Ranger, you've got everything. You can do Roche, you can push buildings, you've got late game. At some point, maybe you want to pick a strength hero because you're playing versus Drow. Maybe later on in the draft, Mu likes to play the Timber Saws, these other type of heroes as well. Maybe the option to play this Undying in the off lane is still there. So I'm just like building this idea through my head as I'm going right now. I can see it being pretty strong, actually.
Is it not possible that they could run the Naga Siren as a carry versus the Drow? Because I know Drow's not the best against illusion heroes, right?
I mean, it does bypass all the heavy amounts of armor that Naga has, but sure, you can. I mean, the idea that I think about this Drow is it's taken away the ideas of the Storms and the Pucks, these kind of glass cannon versus glass cannon idea. Drow usually beats those matchups pretty well and also disrupts those big playmakers. Naga takes some time to get online, and you build up into a lot of HP, you build up the hearts, and you have the potential ganking orchids and stuff, so you could make it work. And I think that's what Wildcard are thinking right now. Can we make this bait pick look good in this draft?
You have a timing as a Naga versus Drow, but in the late game, you have absolutely no chance. It's very hard when you're playing versus Shard, you're playing versus the Aghanims, like you pierce through all that armor as well.
It does get really hard.
Like later on, it gets impossible for the Naga, but you do have a small timing where you do get the heart, you do have your Orchid online that you can run at the Drow, maybe set up with a sleep. So either way, I don't think Nouns will be sad at all if this Naga does become a core.
Okay,
and I think that's why they were willing to pick it there as well.
Yeah, probably.
They're ready to deal with it, for sure.
You know what's interesting about Sammy Boy, and specifically in this matchup as well, not to throw him under the bus, but he does have the highest average deaths in
Man's
the
not
entire
afraid
DPC. he loves a good tactical feed, or
sounds like
feed.
hands up if you're surprised.
Yep.
But
what's
This
interesting?
is a free puck game, so go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Get that in there. I respect it. What's interesting is that he's playing against the average lowest death player in the DPC, who is Yamsun.
Yamsun, yeah.
So, the guy that likes to die versus...
167 something, right? Or is it
1.5, yeah.
1.5,
He's
yeah, so
lower
even
than
lower.
Tomato, yeah.
So Yamsun should have a really good game, is what I'm hearing.
In theory, yeah. He's just going to kill Sammy Boy non-stop.
I mean, Yamson has been looking better and better every game so far since the first tour. He was still like, all right, you got your carry player you can rely on, but I think now he's much more active. He has much more impact. He really gets the items that allows him to play with his team earlier on as well and have impact throughout the match, not just one particular part of it.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like when he played on Wildcard, Yamson at TI, the last chance qualifiers, he looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Then he joined Nouns for the first tour. It felt like he got worse, right? And I think that was just adjusting to the new team. And now coming into the second tour, he's looking a lot better already. And we're seeing Tiny Witch Doctor Undying. So we've got like 3 supports here, which means one of them's going to be a core.
So
interesting.
They've not played the Tiny so far, so this could be 2, this could be 4. I would kind of like the idea of having a mid-Tiny up to a sense, but please don't go off-lane Tiny. We've seen it once and it was horrible.
I mean, people
Please
have
no.
completely shifted away from the mid-Tiny.
They have.
Yeah.
However, the mid-Tiny is something that I know a lot of mid laners do enjoy playing versus the Pango. Pango is an agility hero, so he has high armor, but pretty low base HP. So Tiny, if you do have a good game, you can burst him quite easily in the combo.
Yep.
It just feels like Tiny's like mid-late game is like, sure, you go for the Aghanims play, and that's about it. That's like your only play. You don't scale super well onto this Tiny, so if you don't have a reliable way to lock him down, it could be difficult. This is Nouns playing, not bait, so we might not see the Witch Doctor mid.
I was going to say it.
But,
it's
worth mentioning, of course.
It's
all
worth
these heroes.
mentioning.
It's also worth mentioning maybe Mu can be playing this Undying offlane as well.
Yep.
Husky loves playing the Witch Doctor. You know, Laylis won't mind playing the Tiny. It's just flexible so far.
Out of the 72 games in all of the DPC regions, Tiny's been mid 13 times. So it is a very small ratio compared to the plus 4, but it's not completely out of the books, which I think. Unless they want to do something like, hey, we got a Gunner cosplaying Dendi going Witch Doctor mid, you know, like brown boots blink, let's go.
We can believe.
Love to see it.
Yeah, no. It's a wild card. They need to pick up something here. I mean, probably this Pango's mid, probably the 2 supports they've got, so they're looking at their offlane pick right
you
now.
definitely pick your offlaner in this position, unless you're having Naga on the offlane. This is like Jabs from Talon. He loved doing this a lot.
yeah.
And you can run it with the Mirana, so that is an option there. And I think that is something that they're actually going to do. So
Really?
I think just Gyro better not be carry, not versus Drow.
Sure, that's
it is
better not
Yawar. It is Yawar, though.
be. It better not be.
He loves it.
I will say, though, this Drow game is phenomenal. Like, you are playing against 3 agility heroes already.
Yep.
You are going to be doing so much damage. Like, Pango is a risky hero to pick against Drow as well, because you have high
Makes
armor,
sense.
low HP, as already mentioned. So when you're rolling around, Drow's a ranged hero with incredibly long range. You can snipe him down. You can kill the rocket pretty easily here too. So like, whatever Wildcard has cooking here, it's looking a little spicy.
Exactly, and Pango's not like fantastic to break the Drow aura either. Like if you manage to hit the first stun and you've got a bit of a choke point fight, yeah, it's good in that case. But if you're in the lane or anywhere else, you dodge the first roll up, Pango doesn't break your aura anymore, and you're taking big hits. So I totally agree on that. But the thing what I really like about this Drow lineup on the side of Nouns, look at the tempo. Look at the tempo that these heroes have. Witch Doctor, Tiny, Undying is full on brawl since minute 1. Like,
Yeah.
You want to get to your Naga timing? Have fun.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard can somewhat brawl as well. I mean, it's a little messy though. It's
not as great.
It's a little messy. Yeah, like the combos are just kind of meh. You know, like Song into Arrow is kind of like okay-ish, I guess.
Yeah.
Cooldown's like a reasonable
that's my point.
spell to slow
Yeah.
them down for Rolling Thunder, but nothing's like particularly grabbed my attention, and because the individual matchups are so bad, I think they need that. You know, I wanted to see that. If Wildcard are drafting for their own draft and drafting for themselves to put themselves in a really comfortable position, then I want to see them with 4 heroes which look really, really great together, and that's not what I'm seeing so far, but maybe they've got a read on this Naga hero which is different to ours, and maybe that's going to prove us wrong. I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, they do have last pick here, so they still get to decide what they want to do with this Naga. And it'll either be, okay, it's a fine game for carrying. Right now, it's not a terrible game to be a carry Naga right now. The Drow matchup isn't the best matchup, but you don't really care about Tiny, you don't care about Witch Doctor, and you definitely don't care about Undying.
Yeah.
So whatever they last pick here on Nouns, which I believe it could be anything. Like, they could have already have all 3 of their positions if they want them already. And I don't think there's anything that really sticks out to me as they must have. So I think a Moo hero is most likely here, though, because he doesn't get overall
likes
last
last
pick.
pick.
Yeah, he does like getting a latest pick as possible. And whatever he picks here, I imagine will kind of block pick the Naga as well. So we're going to have the last track mid, and which means... What are we getting for our offlaner?
I mean, this is a flex
What are we getting
slash
for offlaner?
depending on what wildcard picks, right? I mean, they picked this for a reason because you're not getting the full-on last pick in the draft. You pick a hero that works both in 2 and 3, and even 1. But you got
Yeah.
the Drow, so you don't have to, unless you want to put mid Drow, which is not very hot in the meta at least, but can work.
I mean,
But-
there's no way you give Moo less track over Gunner in like any situation, I think.
It makes sense. Then he probably plays the Undying or the Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny or Undying, I think, is Moo's specialty here. And
All right,
we're going to get a
everybody
Zeus, so it looks like it's going to
It's
just
going to be the Witch Doctor offlane. Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
This is something he's been
dank.
cooking up, you know? Like, he is someone that likes to experiment and try new things. I'm curious as what he's going to do. It is going to be a carry Naga.
Yep.
I don't know why, but I want to see a Radiant.
We saw the Witch Doctor in
It's very
Tour
Moo.
1 being experimented in the mid and the off lane a couple times.
Io, right?
Wait. You want to see a Radiance on the Witch Doctor?
I do.
God, what are you smoking, Fia?
That good stuff right now. Like, when Moo has an idea, he has a really cool idea. And I'm thinking some Greaves,
Okay.
Radiance, just walk in there with Shivas. What else can you do as a Witch
I've
Doctor?
done that before.
Yeah.
It's
Did
very
it feel
fun.
good?
Yeah.
And Moo isn't the blink initiator, right? We
Oh, it's
kept
not
that. We
good.
had that theme all over Tour 1, so nice to see the first Witch Doctor of the entire tour in all divisions being brought up.
Yeah.
They've been experimenting on this hero, so let's see how it works. I'm
All
curious.
Curious enough to believe in it?
Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't believe too much in the Witch Doctor. I'll let Moo prove me wrong here, but I really like. I already like the draft up till the Undying Drow Tiny. Like the starter was just too great. I like Nows more.
All right, Fia.
Ask me about draft only.
Draft only, Fia.
Wild card.
Wild card. All right. Well, no believers here in the Witch. I believe in the Witch Doctor. I think the Witch Doctor's going to own. I'm excited for it as well. Doesn't need an IO to be a successful offlane hero. That is what I believe. So let's find out what's going to happen in this first game here. It is Nouns versus Wildcard Gaming, and we've got MLP and newcomer Syndren's going to be joining us.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. It is indeed MLP Dota and Syndren. Syndren, I know it's your day 1 of NA for you. I promise you we don't always have +3 Witch Doctor in this region. What are you thinking? What are you thinking about this hero? What do you...
No, I always love creative stuff, and I think that's one of the cool things about a player like Moo is that he will run whatever. Like, and it's not just a player thing, right? It's also the team that they're willing to give in to his ideas and try stuff. I think it can be pretty decent. I think overall Noun's lineup just looks very solid to play Witch Doctor with because you have decent setups. You have a lot of random damage that synergizes well with Maledict, right? There's the Leshrac doing AoE damage, there's the Tiny Burst, there's Drow multi-shot. Any of these things combining will find kills. What I'm curious to see about Mu is how is he going to skill? Like, is Maledict even going to be a factor? Or is he just going to go 4-4-0, you know?
Yeah.
Because we've seen different versions of this being played when it is not played as a traditional support.
I hope we don't get to see Radiance. Radiance. Switch
Oh,
Doctor.
I want to see Radiance. Fear got me inspired on that. I was like, I mean, it's an edge case, okay? But you're playing against Naga. There's nobody else in your team that wants to buy Radiance. It's Mu.
Oh.
I mean, it could happen. It's unlikely, but I mean, you just buy Greaves here, surely, right?
I
think you do.
Appreciate your enthusiasm, Syndron. I love to see it. Let's see.
Yeah, just get the Greaves and be done with it, I suppose. It's also a very good pipe game. I don't think the panel really talked about that much, but you look over Wildcard Gaming's lineup, the damage distribution their heroes have is extremely magical centered, right? So getting a pipe on your Witch Doctor could be very valuable. You're against Zeus and a Gyro support and a Mirana support. Pango also tons of magic damage as an offlaner. So really, if you're trying to counter the enemy team's damage output, even against Naga, Riptide is magical too, right? So
Right.
I definitely think Greaves pipe on your Witch Doctor and you're probably just good to go and push high ground. Honestly, at that point, if you have an Aegis, Wildcard Gaming's damage is going to be quite lacking.
I mean, I can't wait to see what the item build is here from Mu. We'll get into it. Bounty Rune's, of course, going to spawn up. I'll see if they do go for a bit of an early fight. Husky does move in, and it seems like Gunnar is going to be able to take the bounty away. So it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the Bounty Runes. And I suppose I asked you a lot about the Witch Doctor, but what about the drafts? Because our panels seem to kind of be favoring Wildcard's draft in general. Like, do you agree with that sentiment, or do you kind of go the other way?
I personally, in this patch, I think I like the Nouns draft more because I think the overall tempo and the lineups that we see be successful a lot of the time don't need to weather the storm as much as I see Wildcard Gaming's lineup do. I also think Wildcard's heroes are more limited in the way that they can play in tandem, right? Like, it's very specific heroes that need to play together to find kills. It's a Mirana with no real arrow setup. It's a support Gyro with no real way of guaranteeing he can stay on top of his targets. You have a bit of an X factor in the Zeus ulti, which can definitely be helpful. But you look over to Nouns' side, Tiny can combine with basically any core to find kills. Witch Doctor can combine with any core to find kills. And you have a really good way to collapse on towers with Tombstone and Leshrac and get that pressure out before Zeus and Naga become big. So I do like them overall. And I mean, we also got to factor in, right, how have these teams been playing so far? And it's... I was curious about this season of NA, I'll be honest. I was like, oh, this wildcard roster on paper, this could be pretty good. Maybe, you know, it'll be a bit more interesting than the usual 3 teams, but so far, not really, right?
Yeah.
Wildcard have just been definitely, I think it's fair to say, disappointing. The first 2 series that they lost were against teams that, on paper, they should have had their number, right? And recovering in NA after you lose 2 series like that is extremely hard to get 2 slots.
Yeah, I mean, I embarrassed myself the whole week saying Wildcard was going to be amazing throughout this tour too, and yeah, like you said, very disappointing thus far. But maybe they turn it around here in this series against Nouns. Though, you know, Nouns arguably one of the better teams right now in the region. Like, they're 2-0 at the moment, looking fantastic. Yes, they still have the harder teams. You know, you've still got TSM and Shopify to go against later on, but for now, undefeated and happy days for them. Still, no kills happening across the map. First blood has not been drawn. This mid matchup alone having a very, very good time right now against Gunner's Leshrac. Gunner kind of struggling in terms of CS. Meanwhile, the side lanes, a bit of a mix-up, it seems, so far.
Yeah, I guess just in isolation, the way these lanes are supposed to go, I think Lesh against Zeus is kind of a wash most of the time. This top lane, I have no frame of reference for how Witch Doctor does against Naga, so I can't really tell you how this should go on paper, but I think another lane that should probably just be fine overall. They have decent AoE damage to deal with the Naga illusions with the Buddha Restoration as well as Avalanche and the Tree Grab. And bottom lane, as Fear pointed out, like, what lane truly beats Drow Undying, right?
Right.
You can see Lil Nick struggling right now. He's found his 6th CS right now, so not too terrible, but yeah, Yamson definitely coming out ahead.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do against this kind of duo as top lane. There was a bit of aggression breaking out here on Mu, just trying to go onto that Witch Doctor, but he's going to be just fine. And I suppose the Witch Doctor, pretty squishy kind of off-laner to have, but nevertheless, they are still unable to kill him. I am still very curious, though, as to the skill build of Mu, because he has not skilled up anything for that second point yet. So he's holding out for now, maybe waiting for the opportunity to see if they can find a kill here against the Naga. We'll have to wait and see, because again, this is uncharted territory here for this off-lane Witch Doctor.
Yeah, if you look at the math of Voodoo Restoration, this skill upgrades so hard from level 1 to 2. It's pretty crazy, actually, and you see him skilling it immediately. So it goes from 10 to 22 in healing and damage, so more than double at a mana cost increase of 50%. So it's a really big upgrade. He's going to be rushing the mana boots, which is not surprising. You just want to be able to sustain this restoration all the time. Hey, in reality, Yawar probably can't ever really kill this Witch Doctor when he has this level 2 restoration running and a Tiny protecting him. The question is, can they stop Naga from doing what she wants, right? Because so far, Yawar is getting really good farm on the Naga and has plenty of tangos to go still, so they haven't really threatened him at all.
No, that's kind of the thing. It's like they have not made the move whatsoever towards this man, and that's kind of why I'm wondering where this second skill point's going to go. Like, is it the cask? Is it the Melody? Well, for now, they're just going to hold out here. Lelis is going to end up rotating on the Tiny for a little bit, but going to find out Sammy has already picked up the bounty. But yeah, very passive across the map so far. 4.5 minutes in, 0 kills being made. Nobody really trying to make any big attempts here. So everyone just happy farming for now. As I say that, mid lane, Alone trying to get a little bit aggressive on Gunnar, but Gunnar going to turn around and try to get a bit of damage out onto Alone, but they do back off very, very safely.
Yeah, Lone is out of resources, though. I mean, I guess he does have a mango, so he can probably still float this lane a bit, but this is the kind of time where, as a mid laner, you love to get a free bottle refill. You're a full minute away from the next rune spawn. If you don't get the 6-minute rune in the river, and the enemy maybe goes and takes away your bounty, your laning presence becomes almost non-existent against level 6 Lash, who could look to pressure you and maybe run you down. I guess both heroes having boots will probably allow Heavenly Jump to create enough distance and get away. But nevertheless, Gunnar will, with a superior trade there, will be standing in a pretty good spot right now. Lots of mana to give. 400 against the 150 of Zeus, who now cracks level 6, so Thunder God's Wrath available.
Oh, but rotation here from Lelis.
Nice read from Alone.
Gonna pan out. He does read the movement and gives the tip immediately over to Lelis. Sammy had rotated as well, just in case, as Lelis is going to run right into him now as the gyro, but not going to amount to too much again. Just a bit of harassment being traded both ways.
Yeah, let's see the rune here. This is pretty important. If Zeus, okay, he gets his mana boot, so that will definitely help, and an arcane. Okay, well now everything I just talked about is kind of a waste of breath there, because now he's completely fine, and he's actually going to be looking to find a first blood here.
Yeah, looks like they've got Husky on the Undying, and surely there's no way out for the poor guy. He's going to try and decay and just run, but there's your Thunder God's Wrath coming in. Maybe a little bit unnecessary, Syndra.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, was he concerned that he was somehow going to nail that deny to the neutral camp? I don't know. Maybe there's a bit of value in using it with the arcane rune, but all the damage you do to the top lane is kind of negated by Witch Doctor just using Voodoo Restoration for 3 seconds. So, I don't know. He got the kill. Feels good anyway.
It's classic,
straight back to mid.
Classic Zeus player, right? Like, they just can't help themselves, these guys. They've always got to press that R button anytime someone's low enough. Makes me damn sick. But nevertheless, like you said, he gets the kill.
I wonder how you would program a bot, a really good Zeus bot, to understand when to ult and when not to ult with the team. I feel like that's such a case-by-case judgment thing that I feel like every bot will just do it. It's like, there's a kill! Just gonna get it.
Don't give them any ideas, Syndra. Don't give those guys any ideas. They'll do it. Top lane. Wild card, a few rotations upcoming. Alone seems to want to try and maybe hunt down Mu on the Witch Doctor. Does go for the 1-3-1 build here on the Witch Doctor as they do ensnare him up. And this is the thing, right? As the Witch Doctor, you are just going to melt. No chance of survival. I don't think Alone even spammed a spell there onto the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, that was pretty much the perfect timing because Lelis was off to the side warding at the Dire Outpost. So they found the perfect moment of opportunity. If Lelis is there, I don't know if they could have really protected him regardless against Alone, but there would have at least been a bit of hope. But yeah, clean so far from Wildcard. They get those 2 kills. They're once again progressing very well on 2 of their cores. Pango is not doing too hot, but that's to be expected. He'll get his level 6 soon enough. He'll get his mana boots, and then, this hero is a lot more about the levels than the items most of the time, so it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
All right, he's
Nick-
actually going to put it to use right away.
Yeah, level 6 pop. Yamsun gonna be hunted. Sammy gonna show up as well here with the homing missile. Yamsun still trying to juke out, but can't really do so. They will land the arrow, but he's somehow still alive. They just don't have the follow-up, but there you go. The Zeus comes in clutch. Sammy will take the kill. Sammy understands he's dead. Will give his life away to Lilith, but a very important kill for the side of Wildcard, as they still do get hunted here. Lil Nick being chased down by Gunnar.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Gunnar couldn't connect the stun there. Yeah, Lil Nick had no mana to give, but Alone did come in for a mana boots, so he would have been fine. Yeah, it's a good kill. Probably did not want to get it on the gyro there. Would have been nice for Lil Nick to get a little bit of extra gold there, but it's all right. They got a bit of rotation out of it as well, and at this point in time, MSS will be taking advantage of the overall hero movements as well to be a little greedier. This is what's nice sometimes when you play some of these position 4s like Mirana is if your teammates are accomplishing something without you and you get a little bit of a moment of opportunity to just, you know, stack a camp or move around, and you see here he's just going to arrow some of the enemy's farm as well. Just step-by-step playing efficiency on the map whenever there's downtime feels really good. So he's making the most of the situation. He might even find a courier kill here. Oh, that is not a good leap.
Whoopsie daisies.
Yep, he's just... it's out.
Bottom lane, there's a fight breaking out anyway. Husky, he's going to drop. Alone, able to pick him off. Sammy's still trying to fight against Lelis, and they should have the Tiny. Lelis eventually should go down, and Lil Nick will finish the job. Though Yamsun...
yeah, he's in trouble here, Alone.
Yeah, Tombstone doing so much damage. Alone cannot get away from it. That's kind of the thing. Like, someone's going to focus this Tombstone throughout the team fight. Nobody does so.
Yeah,
And
you want to take your pick? I don't know who I'm putting on that Tombstone. Mirana, who wasn't there, I guess. You have the Song of the Siren and mirror images to kill it with later, but obviously your war is not going to show up to that situation, so Husky feels really good about dropping that. Keep in mind, that was a level 1 Tombstone. It's going to get worse than that, obviously, but it is pretty common nowadays for Undyings to max decay early on, but I wonder if, because you're against Naga, if you just don't level up the Tombstone more than this and you focus on the other 2 spells, I still think it's good value to get it later, but well, we'll see.
Speaking of that Naga Siren, you are having a very nice time right now on the Naga. Top net worth on the board, just freely farming up. No real contest here in the Naya jungle, and kind of feels like, oh, hold that thought, because bottom lane, Yamsun.
It's a big one. Oh, there's that Zeus bot. There it is.
Alone, come on!
I think that was another completely unnecessary ult, but you know, you do get the assist, you get the experience, right? Because you get the last hit globally, and getting the levels on Zeus is probably pretty powerful here.
Yeah.
And if you are, I think if you're wildcard, you are looking to stack gold onto a hero, this is probably your pick, to be honest. I have more faith in Zeus carrying this game than Naga, because I think as far as core Naga games go, the hero is relatively counterpicked. Like, you have a Lesh mid, you have a Drow carry, like Fear talked about. This matchup is on a pretty narrow timing for the Naga from my perspective as well. You have like maybe 5 to 10 minutes where that is your matchup, and then anything before and after that's kind of tough. But the Zeus is pretty uncountered, right? There's nothing on Nouns that really catches him and kills him off except the Tiny Dagger. So if Alone is big and he can itemize probably very offensively this game, you could look at something like Ags and Kaya Sanj, maybe even an E-Blade if you want to go that path. It's this is a game that Zeus can truly carry. So
Wildcard, I mean, they're looking like a different team right now. I got to tell you, Syndrome, because I've casted every other single game of them in Tour 2 so far, and this is much more dominant than what I've been seeing. I'll tell you, as Husky, gonna get picked off here, Alone able to pick up a double damage rune, and that does drop the Tombstone, but that looks like it's just maybe going to be fed to the side of Wildcard as well.
Yep. Zeus will get that as well, so an extra 125. I mean, things are coming along really nicely for Alone. He's actually ahead of the curve here. You see him, he's quick buying up the shard. He's gonna be like, wait, I have too much gold. I can't get it yet.
Wow.
So I don't know if he's gonna deviate from this and try to finish the Sanj first, or if he's just gonna wait the 2.5 minutes right now, but it's kind of awkward to just sit on 2k gold for 2 minutes. That still might be the best, because you really want to get this when you can. Maybe just buy the Belt of Strength and then hold the rest of your gold. Curious what his choice is going to be.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him. We'll have a look. But yeah, Wildcard 2k ahead. Just
yeah, that's good.
I kind of wonder, like, at what point do you think Nouns' draft is meant to kind of spike? Because for now, it just feels like they haven't had a game.
This is a pretty natural timing, right? the Lesh Bloodstone is nice, but like you pointed out, the fact that the things haven't really come together for them this far maybe means that it will be tough. They're still going to go for it, though. They will make a smoke move, but their lineup is very limited in the way of catch. Like, Tiny's dagger is pretty much essential for this lineup to function in this kind of way against a lot of the dire heroes. Like, Zeus can just jump away, Pango can swashbuckle away, Mirana can leap away, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's plenty of mobility, and you don't have any, like, surprise catch until Tiny has the blink. So you're going to see here, I don't even know if this is going to work. It's not.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's that smoke out of the window. Maybe what you should do as Nouns is actually let Lelos farm. Like, get him that dagger so you can start making the moves instead of brute forcing moves like this. That it's easy to say from our perspective when we see both teams' movement, right? But that one obviously didn't work.
Definitely feels very, very desperate here from now, to say the least. As a wild card now, they know where they are. They're going to 3-man smoke up.
Oh, Mu has a locket? This item exists? Well, okay, if he buys Solar Crest next, he's literally just trying to boost win rates of items that nobody purchases. But it's I don't know if I like this actually. I thought he was gonna go Greaves with these arcane boots. I'm not sold on the locket.
I'm with you. It certainly feels a little bit questionable, especially considering the state of the game right now. As well, at the very least, Wildcard could not make the smoke rotation work out, so they won't find themselves a target. And yeah, like, Holy Locket, it's I mean, yeah, it's a weird one. I am very curious now myself. I did not notice that's the item build he went for.
I just think you look at the heroes you're playing against, right? What is powerful against this, I think, is burst heal. It's not the consistent heal over time. You're playing against Zeus, Pango, Gyro. I think the burst heal of a mech and the burst shield of a pipe is just more powerful than a locket in general. Also, he made the locket without disassembling, right? So he has locket and arcane boots.
Lelis?
It's just very expensive. He's gone.
Yeah, he's caught out. I do agree with you on that point. Like, he doesn't disassemble the arcane, so definitely a greedier way of building this. Like, it kind of almost implies maybe he's going to go back for the Guardian Greaves later on, but...
Yeah, then I just, again, I'm not following the order. I don't think there's sound logic to build it like that, unless, like, there will be some games where I think that build is better relatively to this one. I'm just not seeing it, man. This is just not how... going from the power levels of these teams and the drafts, this is not how I expected this game to be going right now whatsoever. So really good for Wildcard. This is Song.
Yeah, nice Song to set up. They got gun up, but they're going to try and retreat here, Wildcard. They don't seem to want the fight.
Yeah, they already lost the tower. They were too late. And fighting into this Bloodstone Lash, I actually like the call to just back out. They didn't have Pango roll. They will find at least one straggler here.
Oh, they're moving back in. Gunner, he got a nice start off, and now a double avalanche is going to be there. Alone is gone. And they found another. Lil Nick also going down as Husky hands the tip over. Well, I mean, was Husky baiting there? I guess maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just saying, I think that was a good disengage from Wildcard. They already lost the tower. They used the Song, but it was too late, and they just kind of called that play. But then they went back in, and I don't agree with this idea of going in when you've thrown your Song away, you don't have Rolling Thunder. Your heroes are pretty low on mana, and yeah, and bonus kill here. They're also going to find MSS, so okay. We were just talking up how Wildcard are exceeding expectations right now, but they kind of just dropped the ball there and lost half their lead in the blink of an eye. And what's so big about this is that Lelis is involved, right? He's involved in these kills. He's now going to get the mid-wave. And we'll be getting... I'm not going to call this a timely dagger. It's still not the greatest timing, but it's the most important item for the Radiant lineup. And most importantly, what you're seeing at the pit right now is the ultimate spoils of this, unless Wildcard can somehow get there in time. They can't steal it. There's no Song. Yeah, they're probably just gonna have to give this one up.
Yeah, it's a interesting scenario Wildcards put themselves in. Like, one lost team fight and suddenly Roshan's gone the way of Nouns. It's... considering the great start they had, like, they've just kind of thrown it back the way of Nouns now, and you've almost got to be kicking yourself if you're Wildcard.
Yeah, especially, that's one of the curses, or... it almost feels twice as bad when you have Naga and this happens, because it's like, you had every opportunity. You had the enemy team asleep. You already lost your tower. You had every choice to not go for this, and you did anyway. It just feels like twice as bad because you know, like sometimes you get caught off guard and, oh man, we messed up. You know, they found 2 kills out of smoke and you weren't really prepared, but you only have yourself to blame on this one, right? Like you had all the information available to you. You knew the enemy items, you knew their positioning, you knew your own cooldowns, and you still dropped the ball. So, yep, that's rough. And it does arguably put the game into Nounce's favor now, I would say, despite, you know, the goal differential is kind of meaningless at this point. It's irrelevant. The Aegis advantage overpowers that easily, and the flow of the game now is what Nounce's lineup is looking for, right? Tiny daggers online, Lesh has the Bloodstone and the Aegis, Drow has her Pike. You can probably just start walking from tower to tower here and look to put some serious pressure.
Update, by the way, Syndrome. Looking back at Moo, he is going for Guardian Greaves.
Good. Yeah. So, so I'm trying to wrap my head around this, right? Because I'm like, if you go Greaves Pipe, you don't want to buy Locket third, right? Then you want something bigger. So if you do have to, quote unquote, have to buy the Locket, I guess buying it before the mech is, I don't know, man. I'm kind of grasping at straws here.
Oh, hear me out, mate. I think I might have an idea.
Okay.
You buy Holy Locket, you amp the heal, right, by 30%, which then in turn amps the damage Voodoo Restoration's doing by
Does it?
30%. Yes, because it does the damage done to the heal value. 100% of the heal value. So I think maybe that's why
Oh,
Moo's doing
those
it.
two are not separate.
No.
It's actually just directly tied to the healing. I thought it was just two of the same number, you know?
We're
So, like,
learning together.
okay, but you're positive, because that changes my perspective entirely. I didn't know it works like that.
According to the tooltip.
Okay.
According to the English that's in the tooltip, it says
Yeah, I don't know if you can trust that one.
100%.
Okay. Yeah, so if that's the case, that's actually pretty interesting. Okay, I like it a lot more then. Yeah, I thought the base values of both were the same, but that healing amp only worked on the healing part. So yeah,
I mean,
learn something new. That's pretty cool. I love Locket. Holy shit, it's amazing on this hero.
I might have to demo it. Like it's hard to trust these tooltips in
In a moment,
2023.
we're gonna find out it doesn't work that way
Yeah.
anyway. Oh man.
We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, regardless, though, I guess that's the idea. Well, you know.
Yeah, that checks out though. If it definitely skews the math quite a bit, right? Especially when you're playing against a carry hero like Naga, then having extra 30% damage on this does matter quite a bit in team fights. And you are still getting the rest of the items like we talked about. You're going for the Greaves to be sustainable in the fight. Still curious if the Pipe is on the menu. He's not queuing up anything extra for now. Or if you want to be more ambitious, like, could you see something like maybe BKB here, honestly? Like you pop your heal, you BKB, you run in, you look for a cask opportunity, and then you can use your ult, and you know the enemy team has 0 interrupts. It could be a thing.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? This is uncharted territory for at least us here, Syndrin, and Moo's gonna...
I'm trying to see if it does the amount of damage you would expect to the creep wave, but it's kind of hard to.
Little Nick, he's gonna run away. I mean, I'm just purely going off the fact that it says 100% of heal value.
Right.
That's all I'm going on. So we'll see. I mean, it'd be nice if it actually showed the tick rate, like the numbers.
Yeah.
It doesn't, sadly.
Uh-oh. Well, Nick. Oh, that
He's
was
all right.
Close to getting that blink cancelled by a lightning storm.
I mean, Missile gonna land here on Gunner. Obviously, that shard's so annoying to have to play against, but you've got like unlimited heals coming out from Moo now, so who the hell cares? He'll be all right.
Yeah, this is something that there's like a couple of teams in, I want to say in the world right now. Oh, hang on.
Yeah,
Oh,
they've caught Sammy.
Okay. Well, he had the most deaths per game on average, was it?
I think he may have.
Yeah, so he's doing too well right now. I think if he wants to keep that stat, he's got to get in there. So that's good.
Little Nick,
Uh-oh.
trapped in the tree line, gonna try and roll out of there and should be okay. Yamson's gonna see him, but can't really chase him down. Nevertheless, I mean, they're here for the tier 2 top tower.
Yeah. As soon as you see that rolling thunder, you know the tower's yours, right? Like now they can't really fight now into an Aegis without that ult, so they will concede that. They're looking for a bit of a trade down bottom. Some good pushing coming out from Yawar, who's still been, you know, relatively quiet this game. He is playing Naga after all, so he's kind of just, you know, doing what he's supposed to. Interesting to see him grab the Mage Slayer and then go into Heart. Obviously, he wants the Mage Slayer to build his Bloodthorn later, but if you're not looking to fight anyway, I don't know if this is a little bit of an efficiency loss, right? Instead of getting other items in a different order. Because the Mage Slayer's for the Lesh, right? Obviously, he wants that extra value, but maybe they just haven't found the fights that they were maybe hoping to when he bought the item. Wow, they're just giving up the trade, huh? They're just letting him take more or less the full bot tier 2. They could just, if they had any information right now, they would definitely be sending a hero down bottom, but
Yeah.
Yeah, it's step by step. It looks like he's just going to be able to whittle this one down.
Yeah, now just leave it. They don't seem to mind too much. Maybe just concerned about who's behind him. But like you said, Yua's completely alone at the bot lane. And for wildcard, they'll say thank you very much for that.
Yep. Here it goes. Problem. Oh, actually, never mind. There's a glyph. I'll stall it out another wave, but nobody's looking interested. And now the backup is also closer by than it was before. Lil Nick will get away here.
He thought about it for a moment, but will back his way out. And there's going to be a 4-man smoker, so they're going to try and go for something.
Good timing with the Greaves. They want to put them to use right away for a fight, potentially.
Clear out the mid wave. Sammy.
Nice positioning here. He breaks the smoke. Oh, wait, hang on. He didn't know he broke the smoke, it looks like.
Moonlight Shadow is popped, but Rolling Thunder's there. Lil Nick, he's going to get in, and now UI. He does also show up as Gunner. Gunner's dropping very, very low, but does still have the Aegis up if necessary. So they haven't dropped anyone yet. Tombstone down, Lil Nick. He'll back his way up, but there's your song out from UI. But it's not going to amount to anything. It just seems like they're going to retreat.
Yeah, if they want to fight there, they have to pop the Manta and kill the Tombstone during that song, right? Otherwise, you kind of just, you have to give up that positioning. I think disengaging is solid. Lil Nick had used the pipe, he had used his ult. They didn't really have any advantage to chase through there. So it's fine to get out. At the end of the day, Nouns also end up not using their Aegis for anything. There's that offensive build from the Zeus with the E-Blade coming out.
See if he can actually blow anyone up, though. Like, apart from the supports, that is. Alone's just been very quiet.
So tanky.
Yeah.
And he is eyeing up the hood, so love to see it. I just think, at the very least, the hood. If you do go hood this game, you finish the pipe for your team, right, against these heroes. Because once again, I think BKB could have been a potential choice, but I'm happy to see all these items now. And once again, if you're right about the Voodoo Restoration damage, then I'm a huge fan of his item build. In this order, even.
He's very creative, this guy, isn't he, when it comes to item builds? Like, you never know what this guy's going to get up to.
You wouldn't think this guy played Timbersaw forever with what you see today. He's come a long way from having one of the smallest hero pools to ever get second place at TI to where he is now. Mu has definitely... I think it's fair to say he's probably the offlaner in NA with the biggest hero pool in the DPC, right? Because he's not afraid to play literally anything, seemingly.
He may be.
When I think of this guy, I think like offlane Gyro, offlane Faceless Void, Witch Doctor is now on his resume, you know? And then he obviously plays all the standard stuff, too.
Oh, Sammy, he's going to take the smoke here, but Lil Nick is going to move in with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, it's a good damage on Gunner.
Yeah, it certainly is. Gunner copping a fair bit of damage. Doesn't have the Bloodstone right now, so needs to heal up thanks to the Moo. Moo still keeping him alive. Gunner, he's going to walk out of there. All right, they still win the team fight. I'll tell you, man, the heals coming out from this Voodoo Restoration, it looks so stupid. Like, he can't die.
It's really deceptive when... Like, when heroes drop low as well, right? So you have the Greaves when they start dropping low. You have that burst heal. He didn't even use the locket there, so he could have had another burst heal coming in for Gunner as well if necessary.
Oh, you are?
All right. He will be fine.
Just fine indeed. Song TP out, rejoin his teammate. But again, Wildcard, like, my concern is they're not the ones being the aggressors anymore. Just, it feels like they're playing very reactively to what Nouns are doing. And I don't know, Cinder, like, do you agree with this kind of gameplay here from Wildcard?
I think they're... So this is the thing about Yawar's item build, right? I think their lineup is at the mercy of... I almost want to say Naga has to be playmaker, right? Because who is setting up who on Wildcard? There's no setup for the arrow except homing missile, but, you know, like, people are going to either break that or they're going to run away. The Pango and Zeus have a lot of AoE damage, but they don't have a way of enforcing the enemy team staying in it. And as we saw in that last fight, that might not even be enough, right? So what if Yawar had gone for a more offensive build than this? Then you run the risk of not being able to fight regardless because you can't overpower Lesh's and Drow's damage, so you might end up regretting that. It's kind of just a damn it if you, damn it if you don't situation, right?
Right.
Where if he would have gone for a fast Orchid after the Manta, he would have been able to set up plays for his team because then he can just ensnare Orchid and then they can arrow. And that could lead to something. That's what I would have liked to see, honestly. I think Orchid into Heart would have been better and then finish the Bloodthorn with the Slayer at that point. But now that he's taken this path, yeah, I mean, you're kind of just... You can't really make that many moves, to be honest, with their hero combo right now.
You really can't. They'll keep kind of suffering here, wildcard. Like, you saw an arrow land, but they just can't follow up. Like, Luce is standing right behind. Yeah, he's just tanking it.
He's literally just walking up there and just standing. Look! Like, this is a witch doctor, okay? Usually when this guy does this, he just dies, but...
It's crazy, man. It really doesn't make any sense. They are going to make the jump hit. Lelis taking a fair bit of damage, but is still okay as Lil Nick will chase him down. But here comes Moo. Look at this. Oh, they can't take him out. He just heals through it. And in we go. Great avalanche set up here from Lelis. Toss up on Sammy. They'll at least have a gyro, but now the cask bouncing around onto Lil Nick. Chase him down and just take him out. Put him out of his misery. Lil Nick's down. How demoralizing is that?
Yeah, it's really what it boils down to, right? Nouns have a good understanding in this game of what they can get away with. When you're running your offlane Witch Doctor up the high ground like that and just frontlining and taking an arrow to the face, and your teammates just chill, they weren't stressed. They weren't like, oh shit, they're gonna go on Moo and kill him. They wanted it, right? That would just set up Lesh for a great initiation. It would set up a tiny Avatos. So I think that's the biggest struggle for Wildcard right now, is finding a target. Oh, Lelis might have actually got there with that avalanche if you went for it. MSS, nice positioning.
He's all right.
Yeah, Lelis has a gem. So if he got any glimpse of vision there, that would have been a kill. But they both get out.
Roshan's up, though. That's the main concern I have for Wildcard. Like, if Nouns want to just set up,
I think they just take it now. If they see Naga at all, then I think your only hope of getting this Roche as Dire without Zeus ulti ready is a Song steal. That doesn't look like it's on the menu, though.
Well, Roshan's definitely gone. Wildcard not even trying to head that way, so that'll be the second Roshan of the game. Shan's up as well for Nouns. Now, happy days. 4K advantage. Wildcard, I mean, they've still got this gold sink of a Naga Siren at the moment, but it's just, the impact is just not there yet from Yawar. And I mean, obviously, you already talked about the item timings here from Yawar, maybe just not being the way it should have been, maybe the wrong order here, but the Wildcard just feel like they're lacking a game plan. And now it's almost like you're kind of waiting for Nouns to make a mistake, right? Like, it's going to kind of be an error from their side to pull the game back your way, but they've just... There's so much sustain. Like, you've got Greaves, Locket, Voodoo Restoration, Soul Rip. Like, nobody's dying. It's just impossible.
All right, hear me out. Here's what you do.
Right.
Gunnar just got the shard. You put the Witch Doctor in front and you stun him with Lesh.
Yeah.
And then he just stands there. And Naga can't go on him.
That'd be amazing.
He's literally just going to be tanking everything. I was wondering if they were going to give him the shard. Drow obviously bought her own. The Witch Doctor shard is pretty cool, right? But they still rate the Lesh stun higher, which I think is reasonable when you're playing against Naga core. Just having more and more problems for her to navigate fights is really valuable. Every stun is going to be an added difficulty. And if Nouns are planning high ground, then this shard is just going to be incredible, right? You just stun in the proximity of where your heroes are going to stand, and Naga will have such a hard time accessing anything. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they literally just go for it here. Like, is the pipe complete on Moo? Not quite. So 100 gold to go. So that would obviously be ideal, but as we've seen before, they might just have enough healing anyway.
Yeah. Doesn't really feel like they need it.
I do not like that ult.
Yeah, it was a bit
This ult needs to be a finisher. They're just gonna out heal it all. Now you just have less damage in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that was all about.
That's not good.
No. Well, nevertheless, Nouns do back off for a little bit, but that was just because the glyph was forced.
Yeah.
They'll move back in. No problem.
He didn't even bloodstone for this heal, right? Like, he's just, it's whatever.
Yeah.
They're full again. Moo has forgotten the hotkey to switch off his heal. He's just got infinite mana, it seems. It doesn't matter. Oh, good arrow.
Does land, but look at this. Just, all right, no problem. We'll just heal him up again. Go for a reset. There goes the tier 3 tower. Onto the bottom racks they go. Wildcard, how are you going to address this? Let's see what happens.
Let's just keep pulsing the heal with the soul ring running.
Song is up.
All right, they're gonna break the tomb, and then I mean you gotta Hail Mary this, right? But I don't think Lesh is your target. You can't kill him twice.
They're gonna leave him alone. They want Moo on the Witch Doctor,
Good,
but he's just fine to just heal up through it all. He does not care. There's so much heals incoming. He's 4 HP. He's just 4 HP right now. No, Nick's just gonna run.
All right, I don't throw around the word hopeless very much in 7K gold games, but it's like it feels like they used everything and no hero got below 60% health.
Yeah.
Even if they had a Zeus ult there, that wouldn't have mattered, to be fair. They just don't. They don't have solutions. And Naga can't... That's what just happens to this hero sometimes, man. You know, I feel like some teams, you really need to... You need to enable this hero if you play it as a core. This was a first phase pick for your team. You chose to put it as a core against Lesh and Drow, and you've had no return on investment. He has 400 CS. I'm guessing he has a hero damage of less than 5k, right?
Yeah.
Like he's just... Because he can't go on these heroes, and that just begs the question, why did you put this hero on core to begin with if you weren't going to use it as a core, right? I mean, the game's about to end, and he hasn't done anything. And it's not like you're just like, oh man, Yawar's just playing a terrible game. It's not really to his fault that his hero has a hard time here. It's a bit of a strategic disconnect for me that it just doesn't make sense to me what they were trying to do then.
Yeah. I'm with you on that, Synderen, as they are going to make a jump in again. Lil Nick going to try and at least go into this Undying, but here comes Moo once again to make sure he's healed up, and he's still just alive.
Oh, they got him.
They got him.
They got someone. I use buyback.
They were lacking Soul Rip, to be fair. He was perma-stunned up, so they get something. But now Alone's going to get caught out here. Gunnar, he's just right in. He could just go against the whole team, it feels like, but he is going to back off because the rest of his team is backed off. So Lil Nick.
I like this from Gunnar, though. I think he identifies that if he finds a Blink Hex on the Zeus and just kills him, that's like... At this point, probably 80% of the Dire team's damage, right, is that backline Zeus. So if Gunnar can solve that for his team, the game's over. Might be fine anyway. All right, he's going to go for it again.
Yeah, why not? He's found the Zeus, and with the backup, it's just too easy. No problem. Buyback is available if he wants to commit it, but he will not quite yet. He's holding out on the buyback. Toss back onto Gunnar. He's going to be surviving for now. As they do make the jump in again. Yawar in massive trouble. Alone's finally brought back, but it's too late. And Yawar's got no buyback. Sammy's getting tipped by Yamsun. Yamsun just giving it to him with the gyrocopter. There was a little bit of beef in 2-1, by the way, between these two teams, but I didn't think it still existed here between these two as, well, the Tier 4 tower is now under siege. Wildcard, they are not calling GG, but I don't see how you defend at this point.
Well, let's do some quick math here. If with 5 heroes you could get the enemy heroes to 70%, how much can you get them to with 3 heroes? 80? 85?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's like nothing happened, you know?
Nothing
They're
happened.
literally just pushed the whole base and they're all full health and mana. So, you know? There's something about watching healing strats. Like, I think it's actually quite enjoyable, you know? There's a couple of teams, that was what I was going to say earlier. There's a couple of teams that this comes to mind with. Nouns is one of them. In Europe, the team that I think plays the absolute best with this kind of strategy is Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
They've had this strategy that they had with like Io and Pugna and just keeping heroes alive seemingly forever. And they actually mixed in an offlane Witch Doctor once, if you remember. Ace played that once for them. This time Nouns make it work. Cool game. I think healing strats are just fun.
Yeah, they are certainly fun. You saw how much fun they were having on the cameras there for the side of Nouns. Everyone was smiling, everyone having a great time, and I think Wildcard might need to go back to the drawing board and figure something out, because that seemed very broken.
It's probably a bit demoralizing, right?
Yeah.
You feel like, man, we had Zeus with so much damage. Didn't matter.
Nevertheless, we're going to throw it back to our panel, see what they had to think about this game one.
Witch Doctor offlane gets it done as Nouns take game number 1. Fear, T-Panda, are you converts now to the offlane Witch Doctor? Are you joining me?
I was always a fan of it. I wanted to see the Radiance, so I was like,
I see.
Yeah, that's the one we were missing out
But you still went wildcard on drafts alone.
yes.
Yes,
I mean, I
draft-wise.
can I can talk about that too. I feel like a wild card could have made this draft work. I feel like you're seeing in a lot of fights here that happened around this mid lane. They just didn't need to happen. Like, you're fighting into this Witch Doctor, you're fighting into Leshrac, you're fighting into Undying. These heroes are not mobile. They cannot, like, punish you from split pushing. I feel like Little Nick as well, he felt like he had to take the back seat here, go just for, like, a hood on Pango into a blink, literally 0 damage.
Yeah,
and then outside of that, he chose to play Naga in this game as well. Had 0 impact whatsoever. I feel like they should have just kept split pushing for as long as they can, build more greedy. Pango needed to make some damage, Zeus had to make some damage, and they had to play this split push side lane game and not give him all these like fights. They just kept running into this Witch Doctor and be like, I'm going to tickle you a couple times because we don't really have any timings, nor do we have any burst damage, and it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, and also the discussion about like Drow still beating the Naga late game, but considering what this draft was built around on the side of Nouns, wouldn't it be still wiser to stretch this game as far as you can, build up the Scotties, the Vessels, the stuff like that, to kind of buff up your teammates, reduce that healing dealt? Because I want to bring you a number. This is very intriguing. Husky had the highest hero healing up to date in this tour, which was 20k. Guess how much Moo did on Witch Doctor? Fear? Give me a number.
50k.
50k. Give me a number, Nomad.
Holy babe. I'm going maybe like 25k.
Well, it's a new record, 41.3 thousand.
Wow.
Double the IO heal from a 39-minute game by Husky. Less that time, 34 minutes. Double the numbers, 41k. Absolutely nuts.
That is ridiculous. I mean, that's, wow. Okay, wow. I mean, he literally didn't turn it off. he was just walking around with that. I was almost getting annoyed. I was like, everyone's full health. Why do you still have it on? He's just like, nope. God gave me the ability to heal, so I'm going to heal.
Yep.
So,
you want to get stunned with it being off now, do you?
That's true. That's true. Can't get caught with your pants down if your pants are always up. That is Moo's way. And as you can see, Nan's taking a very kind of... It was very convincing in the end, you know. Alone looked like he was going to come through, but in the end, it was Nouns that take the victory, and it was Moo who will be our MVP for this game number 1 on the Witch Doctor, unsurprisingly, because I mean, you can't not. You can't not. And there you go. There's your stat there, here.
Beautiful gameplay.
I kind of thought that was just not going to stop, but the line's just going to fly off the screen. Yeah. Beautiful stuff. But I mean, any other shout outs to the sides of Nouns? Anyone else who did really well?
I think Husky played pretty well. He was always in like the right spot with the tombstone ready. I think his heal was also not to be underrated as well. I think he also had a 4 staff in this game. We saw Gunnar kept going to the high ground and getting forced back out with the soul rip as well. Add on top of that Moo with the auras and this, you know, not the burst heal that Undying has, but you know, the trickle heal. It all was pretty nice.
And I think like the Glimmer cape placements. Yeah, he didn't actually have a Force staff, but the Glimmer saves every time they shot an arrow or something. It just mitigated all the magical damage dealt, and then your heals are doing more than you're taking. So it speaks for itself. The draft worked.
Yeah. They definitely had a 4 staff too, so it must have been Layla's with it. Regardless, go ahead.
Indeed. I mean, it was Husky who was kind of starting the fights as well. That was the crazy part. Like, the big turning of this game was that 60-minute fight, the first one in the highlights, when they're fighting around the river. And Husky's literally just like running up the high ground, placing down a tombstone, just being like, hey, look at me, you know, I want to fight. And Wildcard really couldn't, like... They couldn't resist him. They couldn't. Like several times.
The temptation.
I know. It was kind of crazy how much Husky was able to get done just with his body. But Wildcard couldn't resist, and they got like double stunned by the Leshrac, and from that point onwards, it just never went the other way. Any bright sides for Wildcard? I mean, obviously the laning phase went decently.
Yeah, I mean, laning stage went well. I think a lot of things went well for them. It's just the only thing that didn't go well for them is the fact that they didn't really understand how to play this particular lineup. So I think going into the next game, they should really think about something that fits how they want to. They want to fight, clearly. Like, they wanted to fight with a lineup that shouldn't have been fighting. So maybe draft more for that type of stuff.
Also, one thing that I was a bit curious about was Lil Nick's item buildup. So he decided to go for the hood into the pipe. Could he have just gone Diffusal Blade, pump up a bit of extra, burn out the mana from the supports, and also have a high amount of damage output on the cores? That could have hindered the Leshrac's game a little bit too, and they're like, oh, we have sustained, we have no damage. So maybe item-wise, 1 or 2 clicks here and there, stretch out the game a bit further, could have been the key for Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, it would make complete sense because you've got a Leshrac and you've also got the Witch Doctor who, as I said, was just rocking around with heal on the whole time. Can't do that if with a couple of swashbuckles with a Diffusal Blade. You're going to run out of mana. Could have been one way of solving their issues, but nevertheless, Wildcard, they need to do a bit of soul searching. They need to find out what they want to do in life, maybe walk by a lake and look at their reflection in the water, but they don't have long to do it because game number 2 is just around the corner. We're going to throw it over to a short break and then we will be back. Hello and welcome back to Nouns versus Wildcard Gaming here at the NADPC, brought to you by PGL. As we're about to get into game number 2, but yeah, we did a little bit more digging during that break there, and Zeus and Witch Doctor had more in common than we might have thought, right?
Yep, it's kind of weird to think Zeus usually is the hero that does like insane amount of hero damage because he's a global damaging hero. He did 500 more damage than the Witch Doctor did healing in the entire game, kind of nullifying Zeus's impact.
Yep. Almost entirely, right?
Almost entirely.
Because we did see in like most of these fights, like Alone just dropping the ult, throwing spells. Didn't feel like it did much as the Witch Doctor just... And when they finally had enough damage, I think that's where Husky came in. That little bit of extra heal, the Bloodstone heal, they just didn't have enough damage. Story of like that game, for the most part.
Yeah, the Greaves as well, so helping out as well with that as well, with mana, which they desperately needed. So game number 2, got to come up with some new ideas here for Wildcard Gaming. Fighting is what we want to see, okay? Just like... jump in, stun them, beat them up, you know. Surely that seems like the easiest way to do it, right?
In a sense, yeah. I mean, as we go into the draft, I'd be curious. I mean, you don't necessarily ban the Witch Doctor, but did it go under their skin? And they do.
That's a question. Let's get the draft up and take a look at this game. It is, of course, the second draft here for Wildcard versus Nouns, and we're going to start things off with a Nature's Prophet and a Death Prophet ban down. So no prophets today, say Nouns.
They're thinking about what to ban here.
Yeah,
I
taking
don't
their
know.
time.
There's an IO, there's an Undying.
It's
There's
hard.
a Witch Doctor.
Yeah, the Leshrac, I think, could also make sense banning it out if they don't figure an answer to it.
I mean, I think they're going to IO or Undying. It seems
Yeah.
very clear at this point. If you leave it in the pool, that's what they're going to go for. So we'll see which one they get here.
And Nouns also first pick Radiant 6 games in a row now.
Yeah.
Keeping it up.
For
Streak
Wildcard,
building.
you know, I feel like they tried it. It didn't really work out. Maybe we don't first phase Naga anymore. I mean, he was playing carry Naga into Leshrac, into Drow.
Yeah.
It was not a good... And you saw you are.
Terrible
He had a
game.
great game overall, right? But like he had zero impact, absolutely zero impact in that game, other than a couple sleeps that they used to disengage. I feel like their draft was just very difficult, not impossible, but difficult to pull off. And they don't look like they're on that level right now to pull off something that difficult.
They spent 50 seconds on Undying ban.
Just to give them IO. But which means they're probably thinking about how they're going to counter it when they give it to them. So we'll see what they have cooking here.
Yeah. I mean, what are your favorite answers to the IO?
Team fight, big team fight. So like having something that makes them uncomfortable to like relocate into. I do mention A every once in a while, but the only way to pick A in my book right now is there has to be 2 sources of like heal. It has to be kind of like the last game, some Witch Doctor plus like Undying, and then maybe some Bloodstone Lash. Then it could really work, but I think just picking a lot of AoE team fight that can get on top of the IO, I think is really good as well.
Also, in general, heroes that have either
there you
one, escape mechanisms, which we do see actually on both of these two, and secondly, a hero that doesn't get punished from a relocate gank, technically. If you have like this squishy glass cannon type of hero get relocated on, that's your prime target all of the games. Like, oh, he's alone there, let's go, let's kill him, and we've got their win condition out of the window. So you brought up the Snapfire, you have the Cookie and the AoE, and you have Magnus, who's also great. Just if they jump on me, I can skewer away or I can turn around and play things around because this hero still packs a punch.
Well, as expected, there comes a Leshrac from Nouns. This is their favorite combo. They just don't lose with this combo at all. It's pretty nice.
That might be TSM, but I think that might be many teams who pick this combo, honestly, because I don't think Nouns have picked this yet. They were doing the IO plus Ember, if you remember, right?
Yeah, you're right, actually.
Yeah,
You're right,
it was mainly TSM that was running
TSM.
this one, right?
Yeah, that was the first Lesh on Gunner. Yeah.
But Gunner still is good on Lesh. You know, Husky likes his IO. Laylis might play it, but they have been playing it on Husky mainly. I think what their main plan is going to be, you know, Husky's role on the team looks very defined now. He's going to play like this healing type of hero, whatever it might be, Undying, IO. We haven't seen him play anything else, so we'll see what that third one will be, the backup contingency plan. But they're going to run it with Leshrac this time, which I think makes a lot more sense than doing it with the Ember, which they did earlier. So what do you have for responses? I do kind of like in a way that, in theory, the Magnus, you can skewer him away from the tether, right?
Yeah.
But then you could always just retether as well. But yeah, anyway, Magnus as a hero right now is something that I always have a hard time getting behind because like the last strategy they had as well, it's hard to execute. Magnus is
Very
not a
hard.
hero that is very easy to play. With the nerf to the shard, you don't have that guaranteed way to like just like skewer people in and play around that. Kind of have to play around like the RP at some point in the game, and that's always very difficult. Players are very good at not grouping up anymore, so we'll see if, I guess, Lil Nick will probably play it, I'm assuming.
I expect so, yeah. I think this is their offlane because this is very strong together.
Right.
You've got like the cookie skewer back combo there as potential. Also later in the game you have the RP with the kisses. So these two heroes synergize very nicely. I like it. It's not what I would have expected from the first phase here. And again, Wildcard just don't seem to care about their first phase. They just throw out Naga Sirens. They throw out Magnuses.
Yeah.
They're crazy. They're unhinged.
crazy.
They're wild.
I mean, in theory, you should be able to get 2-man RPs somewhat easily since you will be tethered, but that's not really how it works. Like, I play a decent amount of IO myself, and I watch all the good IOs. When you're playing versus big AoE combos, you wait to tether. You kind of just sit behind and you play more for the save than just being next to him, because you don't want to give him that big, 3-man RP into like this big wombo combo here. Instead, you're going to stay further back on the IO, and you're only going to come in when necessary. So we'll see if Husky has what it takes to play IO in a like a little more challenging environment.
Yeah. Also, what I like about a wildcard is the Disruptor. Kind of a hero I thought already in the first phase as an answer to the IO, but generally leading from that, just the ulti with the silence, very good, very efficient as well, and bringing that extra scaling through that Aghanims too, which does make it hard for Leshrac, who's very item dependent as well.
Yeah, this is definitely not a game where you want to relocate in. And like, I think IO's been around long enough, like this whole concept of, just pick a Bane or a Shaman, sit on the side lanes, and then you just relocate in and kill heroes. It's a dead concept. Like, people don't play this way anymore. You play IO to run around. You run around with your cores, make things happen, because if you do that relocate play, you're either glimpsing out the IO or the Leshrac immediately from fight, or they're TPing right into a static storm, and that also is pretty terrible. So
Yeah.
yeah, they're going to play more for like running around with a Lesh than relocate is more of like a defensive spell now.
Interesting. We'll see how that works out for them. Nouns, meanwhile, it's time for them to pick up something probably in their off lane here. They've got the third and fourth pick coming up, so they want to grab those two heroes in conjunction, and they are going straight back for it again. The Tiny and the Witch Doctor, most likely on the off lane, and this time it's going to have an IO. Well, it could have an IO with it. Is this a lane you want to run together? I mean, this was a pretty broken combo.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's the counter to this in the laning stage. What's the core you want?
Well, firstly, last game they ran the Tiny with it, right? Are they going to do that again, or?
Oh, I've met my criteria now. If you're willing to play AA here, it's a pretty good game for it. Like, Witch Doctor, Witch Doctor doesn't pressure you in the laning stage. He doesn't really care, so you'll get out of the lane. Sure, then you're like, oh, you have to play core on one of these heroes. Yeah, just put snap mid. I think that's fine.
Snap mid.
Get it done.
Snap off.
Then pick a carry with it that can make it work. But I don't want to see another game like last game where there's Witch Doctor and IO and Lesh are just standing there in the front and you just can't initiate ever. So I really need them to pick a lot of damage coming up here, like a lot of damage. And this is not going to be enough. And Morph is a hero that is very, very committal. Like, you waveform in, you got to get a kill right away. And they're going to have to, like, I mean, at some point when you have Scotty and BKB, it's way better than Naga last game in that regard, but it still doesn't meet the criteria of, like, stopping Nouns' timing.
It's like Morph just needs that +1 on top of a +1 in a sense to really get the best out of this hero. Currently, it's just sitting at a spot where you don't fully rely on the hero, right? He needs someone to kind of soak up the extra space to get the best sides out of it. We all need that bit of something to make ourselves look more beautiful. Morphling definitely needs that too. Very philosophical.
What makes you look more beautiful? I think that jacket does.
Oh, thank you.
Brings out your eyes.
I mean, Slark would make Nouns draft much more beautiful if
not
that doesn't
me.
get banned.
Slark could be an idea.
I mean, you're playing versus Mag Morph. It's pretty good. You got the IO. We'll see if Wildcard ban it. Ursa and Slark are what I'm going to. But if you really want to, maybe some Anti-Mage Radiance is on the table as well.
It's not a bad AM game.
Be a bit too dank for me, I think. The Witch Doctor I can handle. Witch Doctor AM, then I'm out.
What about
Then what if there's no Slark?
Morphling with Life Stealer because you have the Magnus? Or do you mean
Wait, on the same team?
Or do you mean Slark for Nouns?
Yeah, for
For Nouns, right?
Yeah, they have the first pick out of the gate here, so they got to pick their carry.
Yeah, I was just looking at a pair up for the Morphling. Like if you put Morph mid and have Life Stealer, but I think Nouns have to make the decision first anyway.
And we'll see what Wildcard ends up doing. I'm still not against the A, but with the Morph, little bit not so much with the A anymore. That doesn't sound like a great lane. Your only reliable stun at that point is like Glimpse and RP.
Yeah. Ember's still in the pool actually for Wildcard, but we'll get to that pick in a minute. Let's focus on Nouns here and see what Wildcard do ban out against it. But yeah, if they don't get the Slark, then any chance of them going for a Monkey King?
Monkey King. I mean, anything's possible.
Does that mean no?
No, I mean, I don't dislike it. It just it doesn't seem like it's gonna be like that game winning for them. Like they're really gonna put a lot of like emphasis on this Lesh and Io, which is good. In fact, they didn't ban the Slark, so
Okay.
if they go for something else, it'll be really more so like the Monkey King does allow you to win your laning stage, but at the same time, I feel like playing Monkey against Magnus is like a little bit of a bad carry. All right, that works too.
Jeez, that's so much heal coming out of this draft. Holy moly. Goodness gracious.
Is it time for the AA now?
I mean, this is where you pick AA. Like,
just put it mid. I don't
just
care.
put Magnus, Snap, Morph Cores, and AA.
They've gone too far with their healing.
They
Somebody
really
put
have.
an end to this.
I mean, we're looking at overhealing literally at this point.
Jesus.
Just go AA.
I don't think you have enough damage on Wildcard to really deal with this, so you have to deal with like the laning stage always matters, and yet again, I will say that Nouns, they don't have the best way to catch you if you're ratting. So if you can hold your high ground, kind of defend,
Get out on the map.
get out on the map, like if this game goes long enough, I have no doubt Morph will like just win this game. But he needs like 4 to 5 items to do that. It's gonna take a while, and I don't know if you have that much time with Wildcard because your heroes aren't the best at defending base. You do have Skewer, I do suppose, but
They're
it's
out of time.
unreliable.
Did they just get randomed?
No, they picked Kunkka. Very stable mid pick here.
Is there a way you can build like a Shivas or something like that to kind of counteract this? You know, Shivas plus Skadi with the Morph, it could be enough going into the late game.
Scotty at least is 100% must have. Like that, we just saw it was an issue, so that.
If you can get there on Kunkka, I mean,
maybe.
I see a lot of Kunkkas nowadays going for the Meteor Hammer build in the mid lane, but you go from that into BKB, and then maybe you can bring out the Scotty. Could work.
And then put Magnus as a support for MSS, so Lilnik playing the core Snap instead. Actually, I kind of like the idea, having the Snap more as a core, farming up faster, building up that magical damage, getting yourself the Ags, the initiation. Things get a little bit easier. I think they were lacking a little bit on the initiation department, just relying on Magnus. And we know what's happened to core Magnus is game and game after. Like, it's just been, Mag just can't get close, he gets spotted, and that's your ticket in. And you just foil it with that. So Snapfire brings that extra +1 on it, and he has the itemization to allow him to initiate too.
All right. Phil, what do you think of these drafts before we throw it over to our casters?
I think Wildcard's draft is going to be way too slow to deal with Nouns, unfortunately.
Right.
Yep.
I want to give the benefit of the doubt to Wildcard, but I'm going to go Nouns.
Yeah, I
backing
don't
down.
think the death ball has been stopped, honestly, and this is something which Nouns have been playing pretty consistently, going for these kind of death ball lineups where they can just run at you, and Wildcard, their brick wall is not built well enough. It's built with rubbish cement. It's going to fall down, and I think it might be a 2-0, but let's find out how game number 2 is going to go. We've got Nouns versus Wildcard now with our casters. We've got MLP, and we've got Synderen.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into a game number 2 here between Nouns and Wildcard. Synderen, you said you enjoyed these healing strategies, and let me tell you, sir, they've got even more of it.
Yeah, they double dipped on this. I mean, this is kind of crazy at this point, right? So they replaced the Undying for Io, and this time around they're playing a carry Abaddon. So now you even have extra healing coming out of that safe lane position. And yeah, I kind of... When you consider what problems Wildcard had in the last game, I just don't know if they really tick the boxes for the solution for this one. I do think the one X factor this time that they didn't have last time is that they have displacement. I find that to be a really powerful tool against healing strats because a lot of the time they rely on like staying together in one position and playing off each other. A good blink skewer, you force someone out of that healing like clump, if you want to call it that, and maybe that could be a solution.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're probably worse at splitting the map than you were last time when you had the Naga. So, yeah, I'm definitely favoring Nouns again in this one. But I actually think on paper, I think Wildcard has a better shot in this game than the previous one, strictly from draft.
Okay.
I do think so. With what Fear said in the after the last game as well about playing keep away a lot and just split pushing, I think it's very difficult to execute, and you need to, as a team, have a very good understanding of how to itemize to pull that off. And they didn't show that in the previous game. This time around, I think I would actually like them to itemize, to try to fight and try to have single target damage and let the Magnus set things up. He is position 4 though, so is he gonna get there?
That is the question. And I do hope he does, because I do want to see a bit more of a closer matchup here between these two teams. Because last game, it's like they hit their timing and it's like, well, now we just can't kill anyone. The healing's way too high and blah, blah, blah. But now, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if MSS can get to the point where he can actually initiate for his team. I think Yua's timing as well, like on the Morphling, you would be the Skadi, right? Like, as the Morph, like once the Skadi's up, maybe you can start joining your team, and maybe the healing doesn't do as much once the Skadi's available.
I definitely think Morph's ability to impact team fights in this game compared to the Nagas in the last game, if the game is going to get to that state, I think this is the kind of hero you want to have on your carry. He has pretty good single target burst. He has, you know, an ability to actually go in, where Naga last game was just stifled the whole time. He has the extra safety net this time of having Kunkka's ship as well. He's pretty sustainable himself, so he's not like immediately putting himself to risk when he go in. So yeah, I think it's okay. If Wildcard can do as well in the lanes this time as they did last game, I think they definitely do have a better shot overall.
Well, let's see. I mean, game number 2, obviously, again, game 1 was a pretty rough affair, but Wildcard, they should have gotten it together, kind of realized what was going on there with the drafts of Nouns and sorted it out.
Oh, you demoed Voodoo Restoration, right, in the break?
Yes, I did. Thank you for reminding me. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was making the point earlier that I thought the Holy Lock will increase the damage of Voodoo Restoration. That is, in fact, incorrect. It does not do that. I don't know if I'm wrong. I don't know if the Dota tooltip is wrong.
I don't know if you can trust demo mode.
Well, theoretically, it should work, though.
Yeah.
Right? Anyway, it is what it is.
So we love Moo's build from the last game a little bit less.
Right.
We love everything else then, but not the locket so much.
I may send Neff a message to ask Moo to see why he in particular thinks it's a good way to go. Or maybe we just ask in the interview if they win the game.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting because, as we talked about in that last game, when you are playing Witch Doctor against that type of lineup, a lot of the time you see other Witch Doctors. It's not like there's a big sample size, but other core Witch Doctors that we've seen have gone for the fast Greaves. And he did go for those items regardless, but on the way he went for that Holy Locket and he went Soul Ring as well, because he really needed to have that constant influx of mana.
Oh, bot lane.
That is very close.
Cookie away. He's going to be all right. But like you said, it's a close affair. And this pos one Abaddon, I mean, when it first came out, I thought it was a bit of a meme, but man, it just feels so potent once you hit the timings. And the thing is now he's got an IO as well. So you've got this nice relocation, just relocate him right to the back. And I don't know, man, it's that Curse of Avernus with an IO, like it's going to proc so darn quickly.
Yeah. I think it's something that a lot of people underestimate when they read changelogs, is how much a stat like base attack time matters in this game. You know, we have this classic meme with, oh, hero got +1 armor, lol, you know. But a lot of the times, if heroes get like +2 strength or something like that, their win percentage can shift by like 2% off of getting 2 strength. Because you think about it, like every situation in a game where you would have gone away on a beat stick of health, or rather where you just barely got killed, you now survive. And that changes, obviously, the trajectory of the game because you have that little bit of extra golden experience and they don't. You have a little bit more last hit prowess or whatever. You take something like that and you consider, okay, if that gives like 2% win rate, what does it do to get -0.2 base attack time on a hero that can be played as a core, right? Like that's just everything this hero does is just better. Better harassing in lane, faster stacking up on the curse, better farming speed, opens up paths that you wouldn't necessarily have in the past. And it also means that some of the pairings and strategies you're running get amplified in turn, right? Now you're playing with Overcharge. So you take Overcharge together with the base attack time buff and look how fast you're swinging. It's very, very quick to get those 4 stacks up, and Abaddon is incredible when he has the Curse of Avernus on a target. His usual problem is just you don't get to hit 4 times. But now it's possible, right?
Yeah.
It's and I have to say, personally, I love this hero. I think it's a shame that this is one of the heroes that has been really quiet for a very long time, so I very much welcome seeing Abaddon. I think it's a very entertaining hero to watch and play. Sure, a lot of people will disagree with that and say it's boring as hell, but, you know, everybody has their tastes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm an Earth Spirit player, Synderen, so, you know, I've been suffering for a long time.
He'll be back.
It's very funny, Synderen. Mid lane alone. He's going to be all right, kind of just stunning him up for a moment. You know, that's a good point you raise as well, like these little stat changes, because I remember, in fact, hold that thought, because Sammy top lane does have Melodic on him and is taking a fair bit of damage, but does seem to be able to get through it. Meanwhile, mid, a nice skewer back from MSS. He's going to secure first blood, and of all people, it's going to be onto Gunnar.
Great setup there from Alone. He managed to trade with Lesh to about half health. He X's him in the river. Magnus TP's in. They get Skewer into tower and Shockwave to finish him off. And I think it's really good news for Wildcard that this kill goes on the Magnus. I just think he's so integral to the success of this strategy that this guy gets something. So if MSS can get fast boots dagger, I have a lot more faith in their ability to execute the mid game.
Yeah.
You were saying something about stat changes.
Yes, I was. So stat changes, right? Like, remember when, in fact, hold that though, because Husky's now going to get jumped on the Aya, but he's going to tether away.
Stop dying.
Stop dying indeed. So
Mike's trying to say something.
The stat changes, I was referring to remember when Undying got his spell animation delay on the decay lowered? Man, that felt amazing. Didn't it? But you could hit 2-man decays all day after that change. It was incredible. I'm just saying, I really became an Undying player after that. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Earth Spirit wasn't popular in that patch. So
what patch has it been popular in?
You gotta find your you gotta find a new best friend.
Yeah.
When your old best friend just doesn't have it anymore.
Oh, mid lane, alone.
Yeah, he has boat. Oh, nice sidestep. He should be fine now, actually. I think. Oh, he doesn't have a TP. Wait.
Uh-oh, hold on a minute. Alone.
Okay, he's good.
He's all right. He's gonna make it. In fact, MSS has rotated. They're trying to Husky, but they missed the shockwave. Whoopsie days. Meanwhile,
Hearing a glimpse.
Sammy just gonna glimpse Lelis away. Top lane, Yuara is still trying to kill Moo from game 1. That's not happening.
Yeah. At least this time around, you know, this what an awkward lane, actually. Witch Doctor against Morph. Just two completely invincible heroes 1v1 are just poking each other for fun and nobody cares. Yeah, I mean, they're both just gonna sustain, right? At this time around, though, Moo is having a better lane than last time. He has a really good CS sitting at 35 minutes 7. Whereas Yawar's up there on his Morph, right? They're both just having a pretty good time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Moo is top of the net worth board. Like, he's having a better time as the Pos 3 Witch Doctor, and it's a funny thing to see. That's kind of the state of Dota right now, is the supports rotating to cores and the cores rotating to supports. It's very
Earth
fun.
Spirit being played in neither position. I'm sure. Surely. Did he actually get buffed this patch?
Yeah, but you know, the thing is, Synderen,
I forgot.
all I'm asking, I don't think he did, by the way.
No, he was untouched.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, well.
All I want is make Q stun again. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, that would be pretty broken when you say it. If you had your roll stun and your kick stun, that would be first pick.
Well, hold on a minute. What about, like, Primal Beast comes out.
Yeah.
And look at that onslaught ability. Like, how ridiculous is that? And you're telling me I have to aim this boulder smash hard as hell to land. I have stone charges, and it can't stun.
Yeah, you're also not following the stone when you kick.
Right.
Onslaught, you kind of have to go in.
All right.
If Onslaught was a shockwave, it would be pretty busted. If you could just choose if you wanted to travel with the Onslaught or not. Because like then you could just throw a range stun and not commit your hero. It's kind of a weird. This is kind of a weird world we're even thinking about this in. That would make no sense at all.
Oh.
But yeah, the old Earth Spirit where the slow was on the roll and the stun was on the kick, that hero was insane. Because it's just like, it's a no commitment kick and you just stun heroes for, was it 2.5 seconds from
it was
mega
amazing.
range? Yeah, it was crazy good.
It was an amazing time, Synderen. It really was. My
Yeah.
heyday, it was.
The on-release Earth Spirit was probably still top 3 most broken hero this game has ever had.
Who's number 1? Like Monkey King?
Yeah, on-release Monkey King, on-release Earth Spirit. Trying to remember who else. We've had one. There's like one more that completes that trio, but I do think Earth Spirit is in there. I remember because the hero came out and people didn't really find it particularly interesting or whatever. There was like the only player that played it a lot in Heimdall Pops was Jerax.
Yeah.
And he had like this absurd win rate. It's like 80% or something. Because once you mastered and you understood how to cast the spells, the hero had like no counters. That was when the silence, the pull was the stun.
Oh.
So you literally just put a rock behind someone and you stunned them. And then the kick was the silence.
Oh, it's amazing.
So when Earth Spirit got level 6 in that patch, he was soloing every hero. You literally just instant stun someone from range, roll into them to slow them, silence them, and then ult them.
Oh, such a good time.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah. Never again.
But yeah, Monkey King was also crazy.
Yeah.
That's very true when he came out. My goodness.
Let me know if you remember the second one.
I'm just looking at the hero list and I'm not finding what I was looking for.
Because I feel like you're referring to maybe Batrider. I feel like Batrider was just weird when it first came out.
Well, he came out early in Dota 1, right? Like
That's true.
These heroes were new at the time.
Mid lane.
Yep, this is...
Oh,
Okay.
they missed the torrent.
They missed
the
everything.
boat. Oh, tips out alone. He messes up. The glimpse is there. Gunner surely cannot keep up and will not. Alone getting a bit of a tip there from the opposing mid laner. And, well, with that, bit of a shame. No setup here from Alone.
Oh, hang on, Yamson. Oh, he just got 6. Such a perfect timing for him.
Whew.
Yeah, so Lil Nick lands a nice cookie and goes straight for the Mortimer Kisses, but the cookie broke the Aphotic Shield, and that got him a last hit. And he leveled up, skilled his ult, and just out-healed the whole ulti of Lil Nick.
That's
just
amazing.
Yeah, that's
MSS.
unfortunate. Or fortunate, depending on your perspective.
Skewer back to Alone.
Yeah, he's dead.
He is dead, but maybe... Oh, no. Torrent misses again. X back here on Gunner. Nothing really going the way the Kunkka wants it to, as now Sammy has to shop,
Nice
try and help. Nice sidestep again, but a great avalanche from Lelis. Just paving the way for his team to move in for more. And Sammy... Oh, Sammy's running. He seems to be okay. Instead, they want Lil Nick, but he goes to the low ground. Lelis...
On the tiny.
There is none to speak of, so Lil Nick is going to be just fine, but another 2 kills to go the way of Nouns, and it's a pretty rough game from Lone already. Like, he's missed quite a few abilities here.
I'm really surprised he turned around there and ran toward the stairs again to try to fight the Lesh. Yeah, you've got reinforcements coming in, but that didn't really look like a likely fight to go your way, and it didn't, so... Yeah, they got punished. Lelis might get glimpsed here.
Will, Lelis, X'd up, Alone. Can't really miss this one. Lelis will go down. It's a 2-2. 2K advantage the way of Nouns. Everything's still going their way. I mean, the strength wildcard had last game around as their early game was fantastic, but well, this time it's a much more even affair between the two teams. And I do get very worried for wildcard. Like, once you've hit that timing with Moo's Witch Doctor, that's when I start to get very, very scared. And well, you see the odds on the screen, 1.1 to 6.49. So wildcard are in no way the favorites in this game number 2, apparently.
It's a good name for your team to have when you have those odds. I think that's very representative.
That's a good point.
They're just living up to the name. It's a contractual obligation. They have to have the worst odds every game.
Oh, goodness me.
Oh man, playing Lesh with Io, just this hero combination is so insane. Like it's the best pairing for Io period right now in this patch. And Io has always had these like friends over the years, right? It's been Tiny sometimes, it's been Chaos Knight, it's been Lesh. Right now, everything Lesh wants, he just gets out of this support. He gets extra movement speed, he gets the
Alone
fountain with him. Yep, he's...
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Alone. Yeah.
They didn't have anything to save him with?
Apparently not. Alone just goes down. MSS, he's trying to run in now, but you've got an eye behind him. Gunner, he just wants to keep going. He doesn't care. Nice sidestep on the cookie, and now the turnaround. Back in on Lil Nick. Tips out to Gunner. And, I don't know. They kind of just stood there and watched Alone die.
So I think... All right, you ready for some quick maths?
Go on.
Let's say Witch Doctor is standing between Lesh and Io.
Yeah.
And he's using his heal.
Ooh.
He now heals 46 to the Lesh, and he heals 46 to the Io, who has level 4 tether. What's the percentage on that?
I don't know off the top of my head.
By heart. It is 120. So So he heals, if he's between those two heroes and Voodoo Restoration is hitting them both, he's healing Lesh more than 100 health per second.
Oh my god.
Then he has Locket, which we haven't factored in at all. And Io has stick charges, a headdress.
Oh
I don't know, I think I'm gonna ballpark Gunner's healing to about 150 a second if Witch Doctor is next to him and Wisp.
And now he's got a Bloodstone.
How is Bloodstone heal? He has Photic Shield. Yeah, I mean, you need to either. Again, I think honestly sometimes Dota can be really simple. I'm looking at this and it's a numbers game, right? You're either going to reposition them with Mag or you're not killing them. I think it's actually that simple already. So your solutions in this fight is Mag needs Dagger. Elone is dead again.
Yeah, he is. He dies alone in the mid lane.
Mag needs a Blink or you need to not fight at all. Those are your two options because you can't fight this team without solving Lesh.
Can they at least kill Husky? They can. All right. Well, they've got Husky, but I do agree with your point. Like, if you can't just get them away from each other, there's no chance of killing anyone. And man, it's...
And Skewer isn't even a guaranteed kill because there's relocate, right? So
right.
The IO can wind up the relocate out and tether to, let's say it's Lesh that gets skewered. It's just tricky. And from Wildcard's perspective, you can't be surprised with what you're facing, right? Like maybe the Abaddon caught them off guard, but nothing else is surprising. It's IO Lesh, it's one of Nounce's best strategies, one of the best strategies in Dota right now in general. The Witch Doctor Tiny they picked literally last game, so that's not surprising either. So you've had your little 15-minute break to try to adjust, and you came up with this, and it's just been a miss so far, right, in this game?
It certainly has been. It's a pretty rough affair. It seems like Noun's now ready to just kind of group up and try to get going against the side of Wildcard. It's like, how are you going to kill these guys?
Yeah, can you just Rosh now, actually? I guess you can. Abaddon isn't the best Roshing hero, obviously, but he's also not the worst. Like, 4 and Curse of Avernus, just, it helps. I think they're just... Nouns are probably going to chill until they have Radiance. So Fear will get his Radiance, by the way. It will not be on the Witch Doctor, though, but it will be on his team.
Amazing.
How much burn damage is that? The Radiance plus the Witch Doctor heal.
Oh.
That's about 100 a second, right? So that's even more... And it's kind of funny because these kind of strategies force you to think about Dota in a different way, I would say, because you're not like, this is not something you face in your average game, whether it's scrims or pubs. This is like one of those games that put you to the test with your understanding of how do you deal with sustained this or that. It's also one of the things I connect with the overall amazing success that OG as a team has had over the years is that they've been really good at, oh, we'll wait with that.
Yeah.
Lelis will get caught.
He does get caught indeed, but the boat is going the other way, so Lelis is perfectly fine for now. Kiss is going. He should die, but
Okay.
rest of the team just walks out of there as Wildcard. They are still on the chase. Gunner's waiting in the tree line. He seems like he wants to turn back on alone. Yuwa has joined the team fight, though. Maybe they can go for this, but there's too much damage. Gunner's just going at them. Yuwa's trying, but this is not the team fight. They need to get the hell out.
Yeah. And they do. I didn't lose anyone, so not too bad. But yeah, just to finish off on my thought from before, I think that there's been phases to OG's success, right? Like people remember them winning TIs, and they've also won a lot of majors. And I think one of the things that team did better than anyone else at the time of their success was understanding game mechanics. A lot of their success in big tournaments was about figuring out just like, I'm not going to say they sat around with a calculator days on end and just looked at, oh, how much damage is this? How much healing is this? But OG had these like phases of, this is an illusion patch. We're going to exploit that to the absolute limit. So we're going to play Alchemist with Manta, Radiance.
Right.
We're going to play Terrorblade. And then they won with that. And everybody was like, man, illusion meta's fucking boring. And then it gets nerfed. And then they have to come up with something for the next tournament. Then it's a regen patch. So they play IO. They play these like healing strategies. And then they had a healing strat and they had a regen strat at 2 different events, right? And they just had this really good understanding of, all right, this is what clicks right now, this is what's strong, and this is how we're going to enforce that on our opponents and make it work. And it's really cool to see because Dota has a lot of depth, and sometimes seemingly small things can add up in an extremely meaningful way. And some teams are just really good at identifying that.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing that this kind of strategy makes me think of. It's not like super complex what Nouns are doing here. It's very telegraphed, but deal with it, you know? Like,
yeah.
Do you feel like you have the solution here as Dire? They're floating the game in terms of net worth, but I still foresee the same problem as the last game where you're going to run into this numbers game now where if you can't, like Fear talked about, split push effectively enough, can you beat the equation with the combination of heroes that you have? I'm not so sure. Kunkka went Blade Mail. His damage is not going to be particularly meaningful. Snapfire has a hood.
Yeah.
You know, we're kind of back to the same stuff of the last game. Is Yawar going to be able to pack enough of a punch? Last time your Zeus was dealing a ton of damage. You don't have that this time. So, all eyes on MSS for me. He's got Blink. That's my hero of the game here. MSS needs to come up big, I think.
Jeez. You kind of put in out the Zeus as well. I think you said last game the Witch Doctor healed more than the Zeus dealt damage, right?
It was like 99%, I think.
Wow.
He healed the same, basically, as Zeus dealt damage, which is unheard of, right?
That's insane.
That's absolutely crazy. And this game, I mean, you've got the IO as well. Both of them have lockets. Yeah, you have no healing reduction on the Dire yet. All right, are they gonna just try for this? I don't know, man. This play doesn't exist. Like, it just doesn't. Get out of there.
Yeah.
And they will. Okay. You can't go on Gunner without Skewer. You can't kill him with your heroes. That's one of the things that Dota doesn't have that much of, right? We have more than we used to in the past. There was a time in Dota when the only healing reduction was AO.
That was true.
I think that was the literal only thing that stopped healing was Ice Blast. And in that patch, when Regen became popular, IO became like AA became a first phase ban for that reason, because that was the only solution to Alk. We've had some things since then, right? We've had Spirit Vessel, we've had Shiva, we've had Scotty, but the thing that all of those things have in common, except the Vessel, I guess, they're pretty expensive. Like,
yeah.
It's a pretty big investment to make. You need to have the right hero for it. You need to have the right conditions. And Vessel falls off a cliff because any Dispel, any BKB just negates it entirely. So that isn't even a solution a lot of the time. Little Nick is in big-ass trouble here.
Yeah, he's...
Don't see any way out of this one. He's Sans now.
Oh, there is some helping coming, though. And no, they can't turn. Alone, in fact, has he been spotted?
Oh, he's stuck around. That is greedy, man. That is just so greedy. Okay, he will have that tidal wave.
Oh, no. Alone.
That is so greedy.
Oh, well, he's still running. The bullwhip is there. He's a fast boy, but not fast enough by the looks of it. As another tidal wave, the TP away, and now the relocate.
Cute try there from Husky. I really like that he tried that reload.
Yeah. Alone.
That's nice.
Would have felt real bad if he died like that. But the thing is, now Roshan might be open.
At least they found the Yawar. Yawar found a kill on Lelis. So he found a little bit there. But yeah, you're right. Roche is up. It's go time. Yeah, I think, again, Wildcard are going to fall victim to the same problem here, that in the Roche pit, I actually think what they need to do is even harder, because finding a good repositioning here is hard, right? You don't have the same access to information as if the enemy team is pushing your high ground. You can't just blink Skewer and know what you're going to land. The enemy team is in such a strong position. If you blink Skewer in a Baton, you lost the fight, right? Like, he's not the guy you want to find. You want to find IO and kill him instantly. You want to maybe find Lesh when no relocate is up, which is now, obviously. But yeah, they're just starved for info, and now they're going to get dewarded too, so this is just going to be super tricky.
Oh, Lelis is in. Avalanche is there. They avoid this skewer completely. The tidal wave is going to push them back. But MSS...
Look at that attack speed, man.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
Might be fine.
Does make it out for now, but the chase is ongoing, and now the death
that
ward.
was enough. Nicely done from Moo.
Barely enough indeed, as Alone gets caught out as well. Lelis not going to allow him to get out. And they forgot about Roshan. They're going for the mid-tier 2 tower. Oh, why not?
That was a really funny sequence, right? Lelis gets X-marked and he blinks in at the same time. And I think at that, he got the avalanche off before Kunkka could X him back, so he can't stop the combo from going off. And his teammates are just easily able to connect, and yeah. This tower's gone. I think at this point, you just go and finish Roche safely. Kaya Sanj now on Gunner. I think you could probably just go for the same build as last game. I think Dagger honestly looks completely fine, but maybe with the displacement in mind, it's safer to just tank up. Kaya Sanj travels into maybe BKB. You just stand your ground. There goes Roche. He's just going on Gunner.
Oh, why Roshan? Gonna pick up the Aegis, and you will have to leave the bottom lane. And yeah, this game is getting tougher and tougher. 5k advantage now the way of Nouns. 8-5 is the kill score, and they're looking for more. In the mid lane, Lelis, he's just going to blink out. Sees too many from Wildcard. Or for old Wildcard. I mean, They need some sort of game plan right now because things are just not going their way whatsoever. It's very similar to game one. Like you're putting all the eggs in the Yawar basket, but at some point, like Yawar has to get going. He has to cook some eggs.
Yeah, and he's not there yet. I don't blame him for how he's played the game so far. I think this is how he has to play it. At least with how everything else has gone. If other things had gone better, he could have maybe become more involved. But if his teammates are sitting on this kind of a game, him showing up is just counterproductive. He needs to farm. He has to get the Scotty. And I wouldn't blame them if what they're going to do is they're going to get Yawara's Scotty and then they're just going to, you know, YOLO the fight. Especially if Nouns are willing... Oh, that's a close avalanche. If Nouns are willing to give it to them, right? Because that's the other thing. What if Nouns just don't push yet? Like, they don't have to. Good static storm here.
Yeah, certainly is. The relocate.
That's a start.
They're going to find one. Gunnar, he's a huge target if they can get him. But Gunnar, he's going to man up. He'll try to go for the fight, but I don't think he has enough, though he's still alive for now. Keep in mind, he does have the Aegis up, so that's going to be the first life. Alone. In the meantime, going to be throwing out the boat to try and get his own way out. Yamsun still chasing him down, does get the proc on the Curse of Avernus, and now Gunnar, he'll land the Split Earth. Where's the help? Alone still running. The cookie's there, but the chase is on. They really want this Kunkka Alone. Still just outrunning them, but now Lelis, he's in from the back. He's got the avalanche, and that's it. Alone is down. Yes, Samson is gone as well. And Lil Nick. Oh, Lil Nick actually getting away from this for now.
Yeah, for now is probably the key word there.
Nah, he's gone.
I think he's dead.
Yeah. Bye-bye, Lil Nick.
I was right.
Very good.
Look at that.
Very good, Cindra. That's why we pay you the big bucks.
Yep, and this is this just a flat-out Elena Rax? Like, you don't have buyback on Snap. They have a glyph, right? They don't have glyph. The wave is coming in 2 seconds here. The backdoor protection will be off, and... Yeah, Abaddon is pretty good for this kind of stuff because everybody hits really fast. So, yeah, that's just a lane. Tough times. That looked a little bit promising for Wildcard because they got the IO kill and they got the Aegis effectively for free. But the chase down just became too big of a problem. Trying to displace Yamsun a little bit here, he's not going to care.
Yeah, he's got borrowed time.
Maybe now he'll care.
Him back into the tier 4.
They have Glimpse. They want to force his ult first. Okay, that's good. But the reload.
He's all right. Maybe they could try to position on the relocate. Perhaps. They can see where it is, but the problem is...
static storm combo here.
Nouns are there, though. They're waiting. Here we go. Boat is there with the torrent set up. An avalanche to zone them out, but a nice tidal wave into the RP. Now they're dragging them back past the tier 4 towers, but Yamsun's still alive. Surely going down, and he does. That's huge for Wildcard. So they'll go after Moo. Moo will try... Maybe TP out, but no, he's just going to have to try and fight back. The Death Ward will be there. Maybe he'll find Lil Nick, but he will go down. I think Nouns are having a little bit too much fun here in this game, too.
I mean, it was the best Moo could have done with his conditions there, right? He was dead either way, so if he trades, I mean, at least that's something, so... Yeah, that was a bit of a showcase of what Wildcard's lineup can do, though, right? That was the double displacement. It was Tidal Wave into Skewer, to then force the enemy team to back up the Abaddon, and that's when they get the glimpse, and that's when they get the combos. So it's kind of like you need to get through multiple steps before you get there, but it shows the path to a potential teamfight victory. This kind of execution gets harder by an order of magnitude if there's an Aegis in play, though. So I think Wildcards... I feel like they have to fight for Roche number 2. I just don't think you can give that away. Lesh just going to go high ground. He's going to push the racks together with Curse. And if you do get a skewer on the Lesh, he's got Aegis. If you get a skewer on a Batten, he's got ult. And either of them has relocate in the back line. So, yeah, you've got to think ahead and plan now. You have time to think. You know that Nouns aren't going to gank you.
Oh, you say that. 3-man smoke is there. They may.
Well, okay, I might have to take that back. Their options of ganking are, I mean, yeah, they could maybe find one pick, but it's probably not going to be Yawar at least. He's going to have some time.
Double damage found out as well. Gunnar will take that happily. I believe they're smoking because they got the BKB up now on Gunnar.
Yep. They might find Little Nick here if he gets too greedy. He's just going to cookie that and TP out, probably.
We'll see if Lelis can get there in time.
He's
Nick.
out.
Yeah, he should be just fine. Can't find him in time. And now, I mean, the gank won't work out. Not too big of a deal for them. Wildcard, they'll get that time you talked about. We'll see what kind of plan they come up with.
So Yawar has Scotty and Empower. He has meaningful damage. He does. As long as he can stick on a target, which is, again, the job of Mag and Kunkka is to set him up for that success. He can kill Wisp in a matter of seconds if he has any true sight against the Glimmer Cape. So if they've that prepared, if they have the position, that's what once again, I think is the biggest difference between this game and game number 1 is that I still...
RP, who have they got? It's going to be Lelis, but a big avalanche is there and the torrent did not land, so Lelis was able to get it off. It won't matter though. He is still down as now Gunnar. Gonna glimpse him back on the left rack, but he's got the IO right behind him if he needs it. Split Earth is there. Gunner's still trapped in the kinetic field, gonna be skewered back now, but Yamson's gonna make the jump in. Gunner's gonna pop the BKB, onto the Magnus they go. That'll be MSS gone. Can they keep trying?
Yeah,
They're gonna
try.
Gunner, he's back in. Kiss is expended. It's just so many spells being used up by Wildcard.
They need to be really careful with how they use their spells. So they RP the 4 Tiny, and yeah, sure, you get that kill, but it just... I think you don't have enough in the tank after that, right? And the Snapfire ulti is wasted damage. It's getting out healed. You don't have that now. Kind of reminiscent of the Zeus ulti in the previous game where your spells have to come together in a symphony, right? If you just poke and prod, poking is hopeless against this lineup. It does nothing. It's useful a lot of the time. That's also why players instinctually will maybe do something because, you know, most of their frame of reference of what to play against is that this is what you do on defense, right? Okay, the enemy's pushing, we're going to poke and prod and we're going to stop their push, but that's not how it works here. You need to reposition, you need to commit hard, you need to find kills. If you don't kill, the damage is gone. In 10 seconds, everyone is full health. So it's an all or nothing. It's very binary how you fight against this kind of lineup. Either you all in or you don't fight at all. Those are your 2 options, right? And unfortunately for Wildcard, the way they're throwing their spells out, it didn't really feel like an all-in, right? You could say the all-in was on the Tiny.
Yeah.
Which I just fundamentally disagree with. I just don't think that's good enough, right? You need something bigger with that RP. Catching the Tiny's okay. I think Blink's curing that guy. Try to kill him without RP. Fine. Why not? But you need the RP against the Lesh.
Of course. And with that, I mean, Gunner's still just moving that top lane. Like, they got the range racks thanks to a rogue creep that came in and just kind of, you know, a gust of wind would have blown that down. So
yeah, it had 1 health, literally. Yeah.
The Wildcard, they might just wait for next Roshan. Like, it's 42 seconds away. You kind of pointed out Wildcard, they can't really afford to allow Roshan to go down to Nouns, but as things are going, they don't really have much of a choice. Though it seems like they might smoke up.
Yeah, I think they do have this choice of... Because now that there's also a BKB on Yawar, I think the nature of fights is kind of different now. He has the opportunity, if they just get eyes on IO at any point, Yawar can just waveform in, pop BKB and kill the IO if they have any true sight for him. And that could be the start of a fight, right? There's nothing that Nouns have that stops a Morphin BKB. He has a completely free fight. No BKB piercing stun, no real mobility. So he definitely is in a position to make this happen. It's just going to be all about the information. Like, can they get the right vision so he can find the target he wants? And if yes, this is possible, once again. If the fight gets a little bit too crazy, and they maybe find, like, say a 3-man RP, Static Storm combo, you know, anything can happen still. They do have the damage.
No. Make the jump in. Does pop the Death Ward alone. Still trying to fight. Does go for the tidal wave back, so Moo might be in a little bit of danger, but does go for the Voodoo Switcheroo. Is still alive. They can't deal with him. Yawar was trying his absolute best to close the gap, but now he's the one that's trying to run away as Nouns will chase him down. Meanwhile, Lelis, he does at least go down to MSS. They find something for their trouble, but Gunnar is not done with this Morphling. Continuing the chase will eventually get within range. And Yawar, he's just not doing enough damage. He'll find a courier. Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Roshan!
Gunnar was hoping for it.
He's done it again. We saw this the other day. Yawar, he's going to BKB TP out and he's going to make it, but...
Yeah, that's Rosh, though. Now you don't have the one access point you had to this fight is gone. Morph's BKB is on cooldown and he TP based, so this one's a freebie. Yeah, it's really important for the success of that fight for Nouns that they get the flank they do. MSS was not able to do anything on the Magnus and they lose their Disruptor to start off the fight. Moo is just also not the right target, right? He's offering himself up for a reason. He has Voodoo Switcheroo, so if they don't kill him in a stun, he's buying himself so much time, and all of their damage on him was just wasted. They need to find Io. It's really that simple. It's also hard at the same time, but at the very least, it's a pretty clear path to enter into the fight with. And you do have catches. You have X-Mark, you have Glimpse, you have Skewer. All you need is that key vision on that hero.
They just have not been able to do it quite yet, but I certainly agree, like, this IO needs to die for these fights to kind of even have a chance for wildcard, as now they're 10k behind, Aegis up, shards up on Gunnar, and in fact, he gave the shards over. Never mind, it's on the IO. Why the hell not?
That's nice. It's such a good thing for Lesh to get that shard on his IO. That's another thing about this duo. We didn't even mention that, right? But just like these two heroes love playing together. This is the best hero for IO to get the shard with as well. 10% spell lifesteal, 10% spell amp.
Whew.
It's just incredible, right? Like these
Yeah.
heroes are just made for each other.
Amazing. It's
Love
yeah.
at first sight right there.
I mean, Tiny's looking very, very jealous right now, I'll tell you.
Yeah, he's definitely become a third wheel in this. He's kind of, you know, he's still moving about his day, you know? Sometimes things change. You go your separate ways and you find yourself roaming in the jungle while others are having fun.
Oh, the only thing that doesn't change is the heartbreak.
Yeah. Fortunately, you can just smack something with a tree and you feel better. I've heard that's good. Maybe
Yeah.
I think Tiny would do really well in a rage room, actually. He'll be one of the best ones for that.
Oh.
All right, it's high ground time, I think. You've got 2 lanes already. You still have Aegis for 3.5 minutes. Lesh has a haste rune bottled. He has a BKB in his backpack. Yeah. This is the ultimate test here for Wildcard. Win or lose this fight, I just want to see them execute, you know? I want to see them do what their lineup can do here. Unfortunately, I think it's too little too late, but there's the start of it.
Oh, it doesn't really take him all the way, though.
Did
The
not
kinetic
interact
field.
the way I thought that did with the kinetic field.
No, apparently it does not work that way. I didn't know that either, as Lelis is going to jump in again. Avalanche toss is there. Who do they want? It seems like they want to start with Sammy, and Sammy's just melting. He is going to drop. At least he gets the static storm off in time, but is it even going to matter? It doesn't really seem like it. Nobody's dying. As they jump in again, who have they got? It's going to be MSS. It's just so tough, man.
It is. It's very hard when... So in this position, it's just hard to find the IO, right? They're going to settle to try to get the skewer on the Lesh, but unfortunately the kinetic field kind of counteracted the move. They didn't get to skewer him the last, like, 600 range. In all fairness, though, I don't think that really would have mattered. I don't think they can kill Lesh twice, and that's kind of the problem, right?
I mean, we're going to see now. Skewer is there. Gunnar reposition. Will pop the Bloodstone. Is dropping rather low on the Lesh rack, but they do have the Aya to tether him up. And Gunnar, he is still just able to fight. Still able to walk away as Yams understands his ground. Though, hold on a minute. Borrow time about to wear off, but it doesn't matter. Or does it? X is there. Maybe they can do with Yamsun. He does drop rather low, and it seems like he's set to fall. But Lelis, he's going to jump in and try to get some revenge. They're onto a load. The Conker's gone. Lil Nick is okay for now, but Yua's the next target, and Yua, I don't think he can really fight this one. He'll waveform away, and it seems like he's barely going to make it out. But Gunnar, he wants to dive the fountain. He's going right in, but the RP's there.
Well,
Aegis down.
Dev Relo? They don't.
They do not. They don't
think
even
he's
have
gonna
tether.
die.
Yeah, but Avalanche.
He will actually die.
They're still trying. There's your tether out. Gunnar, he's going to survive. He's still making it. Oh, can he get out?
Okay, he'll not die.
He's all right. He has the Ghost Scepter now. He'll make it out of there. They want the GG call from Wildcard, but they are not making it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't have said it any better myself. That's...
I mean...
All right, I really thought they were at least going to get that kill. But not even that.
And there we go. Onto the tier 4s. You are still trying. We'll go onto the IO, but Husky is just perfectly fine. Gunnar's going to protect. Ziwa needs to run again. In fact, everybody does, because Gunnar, he is not done yet. Back to the fountain they go. Tier 4's under siege. Wildcard, they are not calling it. They are still trying. Maybe one last time. He's alone. He'll throw in the boat. Gunnar this time dropping low, but again, the tether comes out. The IO heals him up. Yawar is still just trying to get Husky, and he will find him. That's the big target, but Gunnar is going to turn around. They've got the Morphling. That's got to be it. There's no buyback available, and the Ancient's completely exposed. But Wildcard refuse. Back there you go. Yawar will call it.
For a moment, they got Gunnar to 30%, and you were thinking maybe this time, but he had a second hand. He pressed Ghost Scepter, and then he didn't die. And he also pressed Bloodstone, and then he also didn't die.
Yeah. It's,
I feel like I just rewatched game 1. I'll be honest, I feel like it was kind of the same game. Yawar is off on his own, farming for 25 minutes. He joins one fight that doesn't go well, and it's kind of, you know, just an uphill battle the whole time. I don't think their adjustment to what they were facing, I don't think they learned the right things from game number 1. They had a better shot still, in my opinion, with the Magnus displacement. They just didn't really get the ball rolling, and they kind of just got overrun by the 5-man.
what can you do? It happened, Cinder, and we're going to throw it back to our panel. Let's see what they had to say about this game number 2.
Well, if you thought game 1 was a lot of healing, that was quite a lot more healing. A strat there for Noun, slightly unconventional, but absolutely working and giving them the clean 2-0 over Wildcard Gaming. I mean, Ferry, do you reckon this is something we're going to be seeing more of? You think other teams are going to give this a try?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think Nouns will stick with it. They've shown this is kind of like their formula to win games. And now it's going to be, the onus is going to be on the teams playing against them to figure it out.
Potentially, yeah. Ironically, there was less healing this game than last game, but that's not the
No Zeus in
contributing
the game.
factor this game. Exactly, there was no Zeus needed. So, I was honestly begging for the AA pick to come out, which we did not get to see. Wildcard, they tried to take a different type of route to approach Nouns' draft. Even with the Abaddon last pick brought up, they went for the Kunkka. Thought they'd have like this early playmaker to enable this Morphling to come more early active into this game. It was a bit of a stretched out game in the end for Wildcard, but never really in a convincing position to win this one at any point.
No, not at all. It was so like... It's just a beatdown. Like, I mean, they did last for a long time. They had net worth. Like, it wasn't like they're entirely out of the game, but like, I don't feel like a single fight I believed that Wildcard even looked like they were going to take it at any point. I mean, it just looked bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to like, sure, maybe AA, if you're looking for an A in your draft to salvage it, that means probably something went wrong in their draft well before then. And I think in game number 1, that was the Naga. This game number 2, they first faced the Magnus, and the best thing they could do with it is put on Pos 4 when you know you're playing against overwhelming healing strategy, and you have a Pos 4 Magnus who basically does 0 damage. So like you're playing around outplaying them really hard, but you can outplay them as much as you want. It's still not enough because ease of execution for the Nouns lineup is just way too easy to play. You just press your heals, throw in the Witch Doctor in whenever someone gets gone on. It's fine. You got the relocate, and I feel like they just did not have damage. And if you can't beat them, join them. And when it comes to heal strats, like run your own healing strat. Have some sustain of your own. They refused to do it in this game. They refused to pick like heroes that would stop the healing. It was just the hard outdraft and in bigger outplay.
Yeah.
It's strange that they're stubborn in that regard and that they're not willing to put up any healing, yet they're also kind of like very flexible in what they are going to pick, you know? Like they just seem to float around in the ether, Wildcard, and that's just not really working out for them. But Nouns, huge game from them, you know, just looked like one of the coolest strats we've seen for a while here when it comes to like these strats. We don't really see them anymore. Everyone just kind of plays normal Dota, so this was really a breath of fresh air. And our MVP for this game number 2 is going to be Husky on the IO. Realistically, it could have been any of the 4 heroes inside that kind of group they had of healing friends, but
Who are we excluding?
Well, the Tiny didn't have any heals, so he could.
So he couldn't be the
he could be
MVP.
one.
Anyone else?
Get out of here, Lelis. But yeah, no, Husky probably the biggest healer. Was he the biggest healer, T-Panther?
It's the Witch Doctor again, but close.
Oh, okay.
Much closer this time. But I think like the main idea, like basically the whole team working as a unit, I think we can say it wasn't a one-time fluke in game number 1. They can replicate the draft. They can make it work just as well as it did, even with 1 or 2 hero switches. And you know, nothing too special itemization-wise. This is a game where Yamsen can, again, just follow up on the late game. He's got the Radiance and the Abyssals. You've got basically pretty much the same build-up on this Lashrak as game 1. It's almost always the same. And no special extra flair needed. You know, just carrying out the game with this Lesh in the front. He did 44k damage this game, leading the front. Io hugging around. Lelis making some beautiful 3-man avalanches a couple times in this game. And Wildcard making a ton of mistakes. Man, that game was filled with errors. And I was very worried. How can they kind of lose and drop the ball so early in the game and just feel shaky hands?
Yeah, issues for Wildcard for sure, especially alone there with a few slip-ups, unfortunately. But hopefully we'll see Wildcard coming back with a fresh idea for their next series. Sure. But right now we get to talk to the winners. We get the interview. And today we're going to be talking to Mr. Yamsun, the carry of Nouns. So Yamsun, firstly, hello and congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
So what I want to know is this a strategy, you know, the quadruple healing? Is this something that you've run in scrims before?
Yeah, we've been practicing pretty much every day for the last month or so on trying to figure out what the best outcome of the patch was. It was mainly minor changes to most people, but there are some meaningful things that I think we took away and we're trying to implement in our practice. So far, it's paid off in our officials, and we think we have a pretty good idea of how the meta is shaping up to be. So yeah, it was intentional.
Yeah, definitely felt intentional. For that last pick for Wildcard, we here were talking about the Ancient Apparition a lot. Was that something which you were aware about and you were concerned about?
Yeah, we're aware of this hero. Obviously, they see a bunch of healing. You might think about A, but A is just a pretty weak hero. Also didn't get changed much in the patch. It's also just not very strong, weak laner, no stun, no team fight. You kind of just have to all in on this ulti. And if you don't hit the ulti, the hero is kind of useless. And even if you do hit the ulti, it's not that difficult to reset. So I think we weren't too worried.
All right, T-Panda.
Yamsun, good to see you once again, coming in with the victories. I wanted to talk to you about team chemistry and performance. Do you guys feel like the games have been somewhat smooth sailing because of the errors that you've been able to fix, or more because you're building confidence in your performances as a team?
It's probably a combination of both. I think we're pretty happy with the improvement process. Everybody's working pretty hard, and we are pretty excited for the near future. We're playing in the ESL tournament, and we're hoping to qualify for this major as well. So everyone is pretty motivated to keep doing well and improve, keep testing new things. And I think we have a really good set of strategies down that will hopefully get us the slot this season. In terms of other stuff, I think team dynamic stuff has been getting a lot better too. One thing we focused on this season primarily was the relationship between the players and how we interact with each other in the games. I think we've improved our communication a lot, and we're starting to mesh a lot better, I think. This season, we're not at boot camp. So first season was kind of just like a bonding experience for us. We kind of just threw stuff at the wall to see what worked. And now I think we're getting pretty serious about it. So hopefully we will be able to use our learnings and get a good result.
Well, thank you so much for the wholesome answer. You just answered my second question basically there as well but I'll still point it out. I mean, the DPC tour is now kind of halfway, technically halfway. What factors do you believe will help you getting to the ultimate goal? And do you think something still needs addressing, if there's something on top of the lines you just mentioned?
Yeah, I think we're pretty solid on the macro game right now. We just need to fix a few small mistakes. I think drafting is pretty easy right now, so it really is just some of the small early game laning type of mistakes. I think where we've been pretty good about the big picture so far. We haven't run into a particularly challenging game. I would say the game 1 against Bait was the most challenging, and we considered ourselves to be outdrafted in this game as well. So it was really nice to be able to win it anyways, because it was a pretty difficult game.
All right.
Okay, Phil.
All right, so I was going to ask you, outside of gameplay stuff, what is your job on the team to help the team function outside of the game?
I tend to be a pretty neutral standpoint. We have very opinionated people on our team, so I think it is more useful for the team dynamic to have somebody who kind of is able to go along with what people want to accomplish in the game and in the strategy. Most of my teammates have very strong opinions and voices. I tend to just give my thoughts on how we can make them better or the weaknesses and flaws behind them. I also tend to be a little bit less emotional when it comes to dealing with, losses and scrims or officials. So I try to help people stay confident and focused on the bigger picture. So I think I do a good job in that regard for a lot of the teams I've been on.
All right. So outside of sleeping and playing Dota, do you have any other hobbies you spend time on?
These days, we're pretty excited about qualifying into big tournaments. So most of us are just treating it as a full-time job. For me, I pretty much just go to the gym. I try to eat and sleep enough right now, and we're worry about the vacation stuff later. Just we're pretty focused on our goal right now.
It's not the time for rest another time, absolutely. All right, my final question then is going to be, what's your relationship with Husky like? Because, you guys lane together, you're both kind of new to the team. Do you guys have a special bond, or is he just another teammate?
Me and Husky have a pretty good relationship. We were kind of brought up in the same era of NA Dota, where we were like in the 6K area around like 2017, 2018. We kind of played against each other on these teams a lot in the last couple of years. So it was pretty nice to finally be on a team with him, see what makes him a special and good player. I'm very impressed so far. Laning and stuff, it's all pretty easy. We still work on kinking the synergy, but we have a bit of time to do that, I think, and progress it forward. So I think Husky's great. Good person, good player.
All right, well, we will let you go there, but thank you for the interview, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Take care.
Good stuff, good stuff. Down's ever the wholesome team, of course. That's pretty much all the teams are, but business, Fear, business. No time for relaxing, no time for days off.
I mean, you got to ask the question, because sometimes some people are like, we're playing for fun, but for the most part, like, we'll see what happens. But, like, it shows you now as a team that they've been so close for so long, and they really want it super badly. Probably more than any other team right now, I would say. Even more so than the Rebellions and TSMs, because they haven't got that taste yet. So I think they are really chasing after that.
Yeah, after Tour 1, they were feeling kind of based up till some extent. They were very confident, maybe overconfident about themselves. Now what we see from Yamsen, very focused.
Yeah, very focused and very like... I don't know, it didn't seem like they were like, we're gonna do it, we're gonna get to they're like, no, we're gonna put in the work, we're not gonna set these unrealistic kind of...
Let the results speak for themselves.
Expectations, yeah, exactly. So I think that was really cool as well. Great interview there from Yamsen, and great learning about these players, which we don't really get to learn a whole lot about a lot of the time, because, these guys are somewhat behind the scenes somewhat, but nice to see him, nice to talk to him. Great guy, and we're looking forward to watching Nyans play plenty more, and now the leaderboard is gonna look a little something like this. This will push Nouns to the top with 3-0 alongside TSM, who are also 3-0. These two teams yet to play each other. Nouns, their big first challenge is going to be coming up pretty soon. It will be against TSM. Then they go against Shopify the next day from that. So it's going to get spicy for them. But before that, they get to play against Dog at the very least. So potentially a slightly easier series to ease them into
Dog
it.
is 2-1 right now. They're not doing so bad themselves. So.
No.
Maybe RCY will pop off, or maybe finally the side lane chemistry that we saw they have will progress. I think DogChamp has a lot of potential. Not saying that they're going to beat Nouns, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Lingering hope.
Easier series than TSM and Shopify Rebellion, that's for sure. So that'll be their road. And if you're looking to catch Wildcard again, then they will be playing against TSM next. So no breaks for them, no relaxing time. They straight into the fire for them, unfortunately. And the next series we've got coming up
still
today.
in the fire.
Yeah, still in the fire of NA Dota. And the next series we've got coming up today, of course, going to be 5-Rat 4-Star versus Shopify Rebellion. 5-Rat, we'll see what they can do, what they can pull out the bag. Hopefully they're going into this with a similar energy to, I think, what DogChamp had. What do you guys think?
This is their last hard series, I'll put it bluntly. They're playing Wildcard, Wildcard, Bait, and Felt. So this is kind of the last test of, if we still lose this series, let's not be too harsh on ourselves. We can still come up with an upsetting result. Fear brought it up earlier. This could be the day of upsets. We didn't see it in the first one. We could see a 3-map series potentially if Rebellion aren't awake. So I would say this is the hardest challenge for 5-Rat to overcome.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. It could still be half a day of upsets at the very least.
Yeah.
We can hope for that. But we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with maybe a bit of break time content to keep you guys entertained. And then, of course, on the top of the hour, we will have Shopify Rebellion versus 5 Rat 4 stuff. So stick around, and we'll see you soon. welcome back. And we got a bit of break time content for you to tide you over until the next series begins. My name is Nomad, and I'm going to be taking you through my little game show here called Casters versus Panelists. I've got my panelists over here, and we got our casters right here. Let's start with you guys. Mike and Synderen, how long have you been friends? This is going to be a test of your friendship.
15 minutes?
Okay, so you weren't friends during that cast, just became friends in the break room now.
Yeah, we had a good talk backstage, and he won me over.
Yeah. We got him.
Wow,
Great.
Mike got his first friend. Congratulations.
Here we go. Where'd you find this guy, Mike?
Oh, I don't know. Synderen, I mean, he's a professional T-Panda, unlike you two over there on the panel. So
I get it.
I like working with good people.
Professional friend.
Professional friend. Good way to earn a living. Alrighty, well, the aim of the game show is to prove the friendship, and the team with the strongest bond should win this game. We're going to have 3 sections. The first one is going to be intellect or quiz. The second one is going to be all about creativity, and the third one is going to be purely based around their friendship and how well they know each other. So let's get into the first quiz. And this one is going to be a little different from last time, okay? So every question I ask is going to have a numerical answer. What you guys have to do is answer privately on your own whiteboards or clipboards in pen what your answer is. You don't discuss with each other. You don't show each other. The answer you give is going to be an average between your 2 answers, okay? So if Fear
middle in
puts
between.
2,000 and T-Panda puts 10,000, then it'll be like 6,000, but 7,000. But I can't do maths, which might make this kind of tricky. But we'll try our best.
Okay.
All right, everyone clear? Everyone got their whiteboards already?
Go on.
Gotcha.
All right. Make sure you can't see each other's answers as well, because that takes the point out of it. All right. First question. How many games of Dota 2 have been played in total?
Oh.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one. But how big? How many games?
And the real question is, like, who actually, like, looks this stuff up?
Well,
You
me.
mean like in the
did.
history of Dota?
In the history of Dota, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
how
Dota
many-
2, Dota 2 strictly.
So in between or the accurate?
Yeah. Yes, get it exactly right, T.
Okay.
All right. Everyone got an answer?
Yeah.
All right. Let's start with my panel. Wait.
Oh, it needs to be big enough, doesn't it? To read. Hold on.
What's that mean? Oh, yeah. You need to see it to the camera. All right. Let's start with our panelists.
Okay.
Fear and T-Panda, what have you gone for, Fear?
What is that?
11 billion.
That's a lot of numbers.
Can you read it?
Okay, yeah, 11 billion,
billion, okay.
11 billion, 23,131,473.
You need to average
I
this
might-
now. I like this.
I might be a bit lower than that because I got 20 million.
20 million, okay. So the average between 11 is, it's basically about
I want an exact number,
5
please.
billion.
Can you please give me exact average?
No. All right, Mike and Synderen. Firstly, Mike, what have you gone for?
Well, I messed up because I thought you meant pro games, so I wrote 21,000. Go on.
Oh, God. Oh, my. Oh, my.
So you've got like how many?
Wow, we were friends for 1 minute. That's got to be a personal best. This is the shortest friendship I've ever had in my life.
This host, he never clarifies.
Well, I understood it.
Yeah, assuming you're not dumb as bricks.
That's 5 billion. 5 billion.
5 billion.
5 billion.
Or
All right,
58.
so-
I mean, 58 is closer to what you said, so maybe I should go with 58.
So,
So 2.5 billion, I guess.
2.5 billion is your average, and your average is about 5 billion. And the true answer is 7 billion. So, congratulations, panelists. Well done.
Good job.
That's
Your
the first
answer was
point.
All right,
terrible,
thanks-
but I
thanks,
carried you.
Mike.
It's fine. And thank you, Mike. Always helping us out.
All right, so that's 1 point. Let's move on to the next question. All right,
You actually
whiteboards
carried this one.
at the ready.
Shit.
According to Liquipedia, how much has Fear earned playing competitive Dota 2?
Oh, this is gonna be low.
Oh,
You say that.
Wow.
Do I get a guess?
Yeah, you guess.
1 TI
I assume
like
you know it, but it's all
mean-
on T-Panda.
1 TI like 30 years ago, something like that. How low was the TI prize pool back then?
what was the TI prize? TI?
I mean, it was the worst of all the TIs, percentage-wise.
Unsurprisingly.
Yeah, unsurprising.
What was the prize pool at TI5?
Oh,
15 mil?
let's see.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay. One.
We're just airing
All
my
right,
net
we
worth
ready?
out to the All right.
Okay, well, let's go
Okay.
with the... actually, no, let's go with the casters first and
I
find
haven't
out
written
what...
anything yet. I'm really. Okay,
right.
I'm gonna go. Okay.
Serious maths.
He's tryharding
All right, let's
this,
go.
unsurprisingly.
Okay.
I've said 2.3 mil. That's what I
What?
said.
You're kidding me. I said the same.
That's a nice average.
All right,
That's
we're friends
adorable.
again. There we
Easy. Friends
go.
again.
Easy.
God, it's
There
a
you go.
roller coaster with you two. Okay,
Wow,
2.3 million. That's
incredible.
easy
It
to
is
work
pretty good.
out. Appreciate that. All right, T Panda, what
Should I
did you
show
put?
mine first?
I don't think you should show yours at all. You should,
Yeah,
just,
okay,
you
okay,
should
I was
hide in
thinking-
shame.
I was literally thinking Fear's like personal cut, so in 500k.
XD.
I don't even know how much I've earned.
I feel pretty safe about this one, actually.
Well, I mean, he knows how much.
Yeah, I do, according to Wikipedia at least. The answer is 2.55 million.
Oh, I was
All right,
closest.
pretty good.
Good to go with me.
Well, that's a point.
Hey, that's a half a point for Fear. I mean,
No, it's not. It's not a half point for Fear.
Pretty
It's
generous
about-
there if you're rounding up for yourself.
a little bit of money on
I'm
that.
sure they missed something.
All right. So that is another point for the casters, actually. Wowee. Okay.
Wait, why?
we made a comeback last time.
What do you mean?
Well, you put 2.3 million.
Oh, another point for the casters.
Yeah,
we
which
didn't
is
win the first one.
You- they
yes,
lost
we
the
did,
first
Syndrome.
one.
Yes, we did.
which I
Another
definitely wrote down
point from
correctly.
0 to 1.
No, it's 1-1
Okay,
now.
1-1. All right, let's move on to the next
yes.
question. According to Dat Dota, how many ticketed Dota 2 games has Mike LaPhoenix casted?
Fun fact, I believe
many
I'm the
tickets
third most caster in the Western scene. Am I not?
Why are you helping
I don't
us?
know. I wasn't counting.
That helps me so
I
much.
just looked at the number.
That could be anything. How many games have you cast?
Holy.
Oh,
You know, the
my.
worst part is, I
Alright.
looked at this
Ticketed.
the other day and I still can't remember. I
Alright.
literally looked at it
Alright,
2 days ago.
I'll be generous.
So when you say games,
generous.
you mean single games,
no,
right?
I don't
Not
want to be
series.
generous.
It's,
don't want to be
it's-
generous.
It's games, not series, right?
Games, not series. Yes.
Okay.
Individual
Ticketed
games. These are
games. Oh, I
ticketed.
thought, like-
Yeah, that's the
T-
keyword
tournament. I thought
ticketed.
tournament.
Mike's
No.
not-
Game
Games.
individual games. Which I've casted.
Oh, okay.
So, but hey, the thing is, it's ticketed. So Mike, literally, who's like a semi-professional, right? You know, so all of his games he's cast never were official tournaments, right?
I mean, are
But
like
they were ticketed. Yes.
So,
Ticketed does not mean
does
like
it
official
count-
Valve events.
if it's like a pub or something, a ticketed like league.
Oh my god.
A pub doesn't count. A ticketed
No,
league,
a league,
does count.
like whatever, it's same thing. Okay, I got it.
I still love
All
you,
right.
Mike.
All right. Okay, let's go with our panelists first. T Panda, what have you put?
All right, well, Fierce finished writing. I went with 1,234.
Wrong.
Okay.
I did 250. I don't know.
250. Okay, that creates an average of about 800. Quite the difference between the two there. Cinderin, what have you put?
2,500.
2,500.
That's a bit
okay,
high.
that's a
That's
big
bit
number.
high.
Big number.
And I
Mike,
went 1,800.
1,800. Yeah, that is very close. The correct answer is 1,975, meaning that the casters get it right.
Let's
They
go.
They
That's
go
right.
high, and they will get it
I don't have
correct.
a pedigree in casting, so I guess
No, you don't, Fear. No, you don't.
too
all
busy winning tournaments, Mike.
Yeah, we don't get tickets for being on panel.
That is true. That is true. Alrighty, next question then. How many Roshans have died so far in Division 1, Tour 2 of the NADPC?
Division 1 Tour 2.
So basically, this season of the NADPC, how many Roshans do you think have been killed?
This is day number 6, right?
I should know
Yeah.
this.
It's day 6.
Day 6.
We've had usually 4 games a day, sometimes 5. And then we have that one Sunday.
There's one day that has 6 games, right? Or
Yep.
3 series.
3 series.
I'm just.
Some long games too, and there's a lot of Roches
It
in a
has
couple of
been.
those.
Can see the gears turning. Interesting. What do you think, Twitch chat?
I don't know.
Probably wrong, but worth a try. Maybe we can average all of Twitch chat's guesses. That'd be fun.
Oh, wow.
Wisdom of the crowd is always fascinating.
Just guessing here.
I envy the
Wisdom
person
of the
putting all
crowd is
those numbers
always
up.
fascinating. Oh, of course. I wonder how many of Twitch chat would have said you cast 250 games lifetime.
Probably a lot. Alrighty, let's go with the casters first then this time around. Michael Phoenix, what have you put for this one?
72.
72 Roshans. Okay, Cinderin?
42.
42. Okay,
Wow.
so that's a nice easy one in the middle. Going around 60.
I did 73.
73.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
wow, very
Wow,
close.
I
wow,
went
wow.
47, so I lowballed this one.
47. Okay, so slightly higher. And the correct answer is 61,
Well, we got 60.
which means it goes to you guys.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey!
Yep, it goes to the panelists. So
incredible.
that's going to even things out. Two for each team so far. Last one then. Of this,
one
of
paper
this
per
round.
answer. It's really wasteful.
I have to overwrite something here.
They need to read it.
All right, last question of this round. What is the distance in miles between Peru, Lima, and Berlin, Germany.
Miles. All right,
Lima, Peru.
you should
Miles,
somewhat be
Germany.
on point.
No,
All right.
okay, sure. It's
You're
not
the
that
only
hard.
American here.
What's a mile?
like
It's
reducing,
1.6 kilometers, right? It's
Oh,
not
you guys do
nautical mile.
kilometers, yeah.
Reduce it like half-ish.
Dude,
you
using
can't do it in
imperial
kilometers.
units is
Oh,
just
average
mean,
it.
man. 1.6?
Well, I think so.
Well, what do you think it is in kilometers? I might be able to help you with miles.
No.
I
Did you say Peru to Berlin?
So
Peru to Berlin, yeah, in miles.
Lima to Berlin. Okay.
that's
Yeah.
like a straight line.
Straight line.
Okay. I got this.
Okay. So
okay.
much confidence.
Oh, I don't know.
All right.
I'm gonna try something.
Okay.
You're gonna try something.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta go for something. So
You got to go for something.
I'm ready.
You do have to go for something. Alrighty. T-Panda, let me see your answer.
It's a 6K.
6,000, okay.
I
Fia,
put 3.5.
3,500. Okay, so that's going around 4.25, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's no way this actually is. What's your answer?
3.5.
And mine is
Oh.
6. We're literally tied.
Wow, wait, what?
Yeah?
We literally
That's a tie.
picked the exact same answer.
That's fucking insane. What the hell?
Great
What's
minds
the
think
answer,
alike.
though?
So who
All right,
wins?
the answer is 6,895
God.
miles. So
Jesus.
everybody
All right.
undershot. But yeah, I don't know. Congratulations, everyone's a winner.
Yeah.
All right,
Dang.
let's
It's just
move
a
on.
draw.
Hey, congrats, Mike. You won something.
Shut up, T-Panda.
Coincidentally,
alrighty.
6.8K is also 3 times your MMR.
Whose team are you on?
The winning team.
Friendly fire. Friendly fire indeed. All right, part 2. This is the creative section of the game show, and
I
for
love
this
these.
one, we're going to be going back to voice lines once again.
here we
Last
go.
time
Oh,
was
That's
brilliant.
my jam. All right.
Yep. Okay, so you know what? Let's start up with our casters.
I'm going to pick up
guys,
the card.
You're going to pick up the card. Okay, so what's going to happen here, audience, is that our casters have a list of heroes. Mike is going to have to invent a voice line for the heroes he has on his card. And that cannot mention the hero's name or any of its abilities, okay? So Mike's got to be a bit creative, you know, maybe use a bit of voice acting skills as we've seen in the past.
Nope.
See what
Not
he can pull
happening.
out the bag.
I'm not T-Panda. Let me
All
tell
right,
you.
the timer's on the screen. Are you ready, Mike?
Absolutely.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
I like to make a lot of gold.
Alchemist.
I am the god of war.
Mars.
I'm a fairy.
Puck.
I like to blow things up.
Techies.
Wow.
I am very, very slow. In the snow.
Crystal Maiden.
I have a lot of spells.
Invoker.
Oh my god.
I'm literally on fire.
Clinks.
No,
Emperor Spirit.
no, that was a pretty bad voice line, wasn't it? I fly as well.
Dragon Knight.
I don't have any shoes on.
It's like half the hero.
I'm a female.
It's like also half the hero.
Imagine that as a voice line.
I'm a female.
I have no shoes
Oh,
on.
it's not Puck, I guess.
Well, females are on fire, Syndron.
Oh, it's still the same hero. Oh, Lena. Okay.
Yeah, sorry
I see.
about that. I
Okay.
should have.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know. Okay, I thought maybe I got it right with Dragon Knight and you moved on.
I starred in Lord of the Rings at one point.
Coddle.
I am a trash
Wow.
hero
Wow.
that doesn't like magic.
Anti-Mage.
I'm a very fast bug,
Weaver.
and I love anime. Yeah.
Can we just cut that and have that?
Wait, you got any more?
Yeah. You know,
Wait, why don't I know this one?
weebs love me.
Wow. How's this? I'm actually
one,
kind of proud this is the one I didn't get.
All
I
right,
see.
you're done. Man, you almost got the full card, Mike. That was very, very impressive, but
All right,
falling
good
at the
job.
last hurdle. What was it? It's Marcy,
Marcy.
right?
I said it
Yeah.
right when
I
I should have
know.
just whistled.
I
I
don't
don't know
think it
why I
counted.
didn't whistle.
Right when timer.
Yeah, I really felt that was a
But,
gimme.
but a whistle is technically one of the voice lines show he has. So
Yes,
true.
that's true. You would have been
Yeah.
instantly disqualified and thrown out the building.
That is
So
true.
He
Actually,
knows
the
his
fact that you
stuff.
said anything was very misleading.
I mean, what heroes use a voice line that all be in? I am a female. You know, I have no shoes.
I mean, Fia, with all due respect,
you
Fia,
Cinderella
I wouldn't buy
hero.
that voice line pack. That's all I'm saying.
you know, can we get T-Panda to do the voice lines, please? Is that
yeah.
all right?
I think we have to. I
Can we
think we
drop the
have to
bass?
after
Is that
last time.
possible? Can we drop the bass?
All right.
I think
so-
that would
How
sound
are you
pretty
feeling
well
after last
as a
time,
TI
T-Panda?
voice line. If you could
I
buy that
understand-
voice line,
I
I am a
understood
female.
the assignment. I understood the assignment a little bit wrong last time, so I'm going to nail it this time. I'm confident. I'm
All
confident.
right. The timer's on the screen. Are you ready?
Are you ready, Fear?
Yes.
Yep,
All right.
yep, all right.
Poker face time.
3, 2, 1, go.
I like to use an ability that's not in the game anymore. I eat minions. I eat grapes.
Doom?
No, I'm very cold, and I float in the air. I float. Come on, dude. I'm feeling
float-
chilly here. Chilly. You know,
Hey?
very close. I'm stuck in this voice. Help me out here.
Glitch.
Yes, thank you.
Hooray! All right.
Then we have the.
The guy with the shovel going around the booth. Meepo.
Oh yeah, okay.
The guy with the shovel.
Stop.
I have a lot of stone in my feet,
Stone
and I
in
grow
your-
bigger every level
Tiny.
6.
Thank you.
Okay.
I like this gun so much.
Sniper.
Thank you.
All right.
Ogre.
Okay, no, sorry. Actually, that's an
Treant.
actual voice line. That's an actual voice line. That was Spirit Breaker. Time to get these wheels running on my body as I throw this thing
Gyrocopter.
almost close to the smaller guy.
Techies.
He's filled with machinery.
Clockwork.
Yes, thank you.
Filled with machinery.
How much time? 15 seconds.
Yeah, come on.
Oh my God, is this the guy who always, you know,
What do you mean?
What's this
I
one?
don't know.
That's a lot of. I'm a Matumba man, toxic hero.
Venomancer.
Very close, but the other one.
Viper.
Thank you.
I feel like it wouldn't be a voice line, but continue.
Oh, you're out of time anyway. Okay, all right. We'll give it to you anyway. We'll give it to you anyway. All right.
Hey, that's creativity.
Yeah.
That is creativity indeed. Yeah, very nicely done. I love the voice act. That's 6 points for you guys, but 10 points for the other team. My God. All right.
Let's go.
Well,
Easy.
I
Eight
was losing
points.
this round
A
anyway.
spell
10
that's not
points
in
for
the game.
House Casters.
yeah, the casters get plus 10. The panelists get plus 6 from that.
How
so,
did you get Lich?
I don't know. Dead hero. The floating guy. The
floating guy.
old guy. I don't know.
Thought you might relate to that.
Why
but,
didn't you mention something with ice?
Yeah.
I float? I mean, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I assume
You're
that's
welcome.
a compliment.
All right. Yeah, take it as such. All right, let's move on to our final round then. This one is called the friendship test. It's very, very simple. I ask these guys a question about one of them, and they give me an answer together. And if their answer is the same, they get a point. If their answer is different, they do not get a point. Okay, they're all going to be subjective. Cinderin, this is your first time. Do you understand the game?
Yeah, I think I mean, this is a pretty common game, right?
Yep. All right. Are we ready with a fresh sheet of paper in front of you?
I mean, we're running out of paper here.
Running
Matt,
on
I'm not
papers,
gonna
so
lie.
running on old papers.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
we're
fine.
good,
That's
we're good.
fine. We can work with
Hey,
that.
Mike,
Very
that's
short
called
on paper.
creativity.
All right, so first one. Starting out with T Panda and Mike LaPhoenix. What is their most hated hero?
So my most hated, yes?
Most
Yes.
Okay.
Mike's most hated hero and T Panda's most hated hero. What do they despise? What do they cry about the most?
There's too many.
My answer.
Yeah, I mean, this is
My
difficult.
answer
this is a difficult
Very
one.
obvious.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it Mike? You hate everything.
Yeah, I do. I do hate everything. I'm not gonna lie, but this one in particular
Then I can't be
really
wrong, I
upsets
guess.
me. Like,
Okay.
see, it used to be another hero that I briefly mentioned recently, but not anymore. This hero gets on my nerves a little bit.
Okay, all
I
right.
have no idea.
That's okay.
So I'm.
What about
just,
you, Fair? Have you got
okay.
something down?
I do know.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
This is
Fair,
gonna be very.
reveal
long.
what you put.
Why me first? Okay. I mean, I put down
like you.
Silencer because I know he likes Enigma, so maybe.
Oh,
that's
good
actually
reasoning.
that's a good one, but I'm gonna go with Tinker.
Oh,
Oh,
darn.
okay.
Oh,
All right, that's a shame. So no points here. Casters.
But I like the thoughtfulness.
Yes.
Cinderin, what
of
did you put?
I put techies
Oh, I
because that's
love
just
techies.
population, and I have no idea.
I love
because we're
techies.
really good friends, so I
plays
totally know what his role is.
It's Arc Warden.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's
It
also
used-
up there for
it
most
used to
players,
be
actually.
Tinker.
Yeah.
It used to be, and then Arc Warden came out.
Okay.
Yeah. I love techies, by the
And
way.
serve a professional friend.
Yeah. Remember when I said we were friends for 1 minute?
The number's going down now.
That's when I knew. I just knew.
All right. So let's change it up. This one's now for Fear and for Cinderin. Which PGL DPC talent do they know the best? So which PGL DPC talent does Fear know the best out of everybody here in Romania? And which talent does Cinderin know the best out of everybody here? That is the question.
Man.
What if I don't even know?
Then we have a problem, don't we?
Oh, man, that's hard.
I mean, T-Panda knows. He's already written one for you, so...
Yeah, but
I know.
I can only put one, right?
Yeah.
And your guess.
This is actually not that hard.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've got a
This should-
theory.
yeah.
You got a theory?
I've got a theory because
Okay.
there's one guy in the talent that talks the most by
Well,
far.
have you both written it?
Yes.
Okay,
I
well,
have.
you can reveal then. You can reveal.
I said Fogged because he never stops talking.
It's Kezu.
Oh,
We used to play in a team
They're
together.
JC together. Yeah,
I mean,
they're on
that was a
Escape
long
Gaming.
time ago, Syndron.
We
A
played together
long
at
time
TI.
ago. Yeah,
I
well,
didn't fucking play at
that's-
TI with Fog, that's for sure. We did try
Still
to
in the
play for a
womb.
bit. That did not go well. Steak Gaming, though. That was a good team name for a month.
Yep.
It was
Steak
good.
Gaming.
Steak Gaming.
Alright.
Memories.
Steak. Alrighty. T-Panda. What did you put?
There's only one answer to this. It has to be T-Panda.
Oh, if he hasn't put T-Panda.
Yikes.
It was Fogged, actually. I played on a team with Fogged for a long time.
Yeah, he's going to need a minute.
I love the friendship test.
Great friends.
Yeah.
Great friends.
Oof.
I mean,
Okay.
I've known Fogged for like 10 plus years now. It's been a long, long time.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
Yikes.
All right, let's switch it up again. Okay, this one's for T-Panda and this one's for Mike. What is their favorite genre of film? So what is T-Panda's favorite genre of film? What is Mike's favorite genre of film?
T-Panda's
That's a
favorite
question.
film.
Genre of film.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. That'd be a bit too specific otherwise. So, horror, sci-fi, fantasy, thriller, cop drama, erotic.
Cop
Are we allowed to choose awesome?
Is cop drama?
Isn't everyone's favorite genre erotic, though?
It could be.
Oh, my bad.
He's just scribbling out the answer real
I'm a
quick.
married man, Syndron. Don't do that to me. She might be watching.
Okay, have everyone got down their answers?
Yes.
Alrighty, let's start with the panelists then. Thea, what do you think T-Panda's favorite genre is?
I don't know. I'm gonna guess
Are you
horror.
going with history documents?
with
Okay.
horror, okay.
At least you didn't. Fantasy.
Fantasy.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
Horror's
close,
not too
but not
far.
quite.
Oh, that might
I
be
figured
yours
you might
too,
like a
isn't
nice
it?
horror film from time to time.
I do.
Okay, Syndron, what do you think
I-
Mike's favorite genre is?
I said thriller.
Oh, I'm a comedy dude.
Ah, of
Yeah.
course.
Of course he's a comedy
course
guy.
not.
Come on.
Yeah, he's really funny.
The comedy guy.
He's a jolly fellow. He's a jolly fellow. So, another miss for both teams here. No points in the friendship round just yet. Kind of sad.
Yeah.
Very telling.
Okay. For the last question, then, we're going to do. Okay. And this one is for T-Panda and Mike again. Okay. I'm going to ask.
A double header.
Yeah, a double header. How many times a week does T-Panda shower? And how many times a week does Mike shower?
What?
That's a question. Yep.
You know, I do shower a lot.
Well, you can't say that. What the hell?
I'm
That's
sorry.
cheating.
Well, hey, it gets the viewers. It gets the viewers. What can I say?
I knew that.
Yeah.
Might be bluffing.
Yeah, don't take them into the shower with you.
This is going to put some images into some people's heads, boys, I'll tell you.
Why are you thinking about it, T-Panda?
I mean, I don't shower the same amount of times every week. Mm-hmm. It changes.
Yeah, it's an average fee.
I like
Yeah.
fear.
Average.
I like
Yeah.
fear because he wants things to be very well described. And this was just not a good question,
Yeah.
so I think this is just we just skip this
I
one.
mean,
Okay,
Just-
minus points.
Minus points for the host, and then we go to the next question. Okay.
Right, enough of this. Enough of this slander.
in
Write
a
something
week, yeah.
down.
This isn't going to be like you said a month and I embarrass myself, right? It is a week.
All right, let's see. Cinder, how many times do you think Mike showers in a week?
7.
Showers every day.
I probably average 10.
Oh, that was my
10?
second guess, actually. All right.
Oh, don't judge me, all right?
That's not judging. You're a good, clean boy. I respect it.
Twice
lot
a
of
day,
showers, though.
Monday to Friday, and then you take a break on the weekend.
His strict schedule. Just get sweaty on the weekend. All right, Fear. How many times do you think T-Panda showers per week?
I guessed 14 because hear me out. 'Cause he's got the hair, so he's got to sometimes.
So that's the smell coming off the panel, huh?
The answer is 3.
I heard he was, hitting the gym up a little more too, so you got to
Okay,
shower
yep.
more when you
Yeah,
gym.
looks like it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then you've got the hair as well. So like, you know, twice a day, not out of the question. You didn't say shampoo, just shower.
I did say just shower, yeah. T-Panda,
I had to fix my answer like maybe thrice, but it
that?
should be 8.
8. Okay, well that's
There
clearly
you go.
not double digits. So
I think there wasn't a
another
single
miss.
number on that paper. There was just scribbles.
All right, well, that was the last question. Therefore, that
I
means
can't
we got
believe
our
we were
winners. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our winners are going to be Cinderin and
Yes.
Mike, which means despite only being friends and they're not friends for like 15 minutes.
That's kind of sad for you two up
Congratulations.
there,
I mean,
huh?
all we know is you guys lost the IQ test. So.
At least we're friends, Fee. At least we're friends. That's all that
happy for
matters.
you.
Mike, how does it feel to make a new friend?
Feels amazing. How does it feel to find out Fee isn't your best friend?
Oh no, too soon.
Too soon. That wound is very raw. That wound is raw. Alrighty, we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we're going to be back with our final series of the day, and that one is going to be Shopify Rebellion versus the side of 5 Rat 4 Stuff. So stick around, and we'll see you for that series very shortly.
Dire's turret has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Take me!
It's time for Shopify Rebellion to try and play Exterminator against 5 Rat 4 Stuff. These two teams come head-to-head against each other. And of course, when it comes to talking about these teams, we're always leaning aside of Shopify Rebellion. We're more asking the question is how much of a fight can 5 Rat put up? And, you know, on their best day, I think they've looked pretty good. Do you think they stand a chance of, you know, putting a bit of a threat towards Shopify here?
That is a very good question because at least when you compare the numbers between the two teams, Rebellion, they have faster game endings, they're very efficient throughout the game, minus the fact that RTZ and Saberlight might be having like a bit of an iffy moment every single game so far. Outside of that, pretty pristine execution. 5rat's going to have to play their best game. And I think we're honestly looking at Speed. Speed being the player who might have the biggest impact possible.
I mean, I think they might have a good early game, but they've shown that they struggle pretty hard in the mid-late game. I think they're going against Rebellion, a team that has tons and tons of experience playing that mid-late game. They've really polished it, as well as their early game, too. They're kind of like the whole package for this region, unless they're playing against TSM, of course. But however, this is definitely going to be...
There's always one.
This is going to be a game that's very hard for 5rat, but like I can see them putting up a decent early game. And maybe if, RTZ gives a couple feeds, whoopsie daisies here and there, maybe they can snowball and propel that into potentially winning a mid game. And if they're lucky, win a game.
Maybe,
Yeah.
it is possible, but the side of Shopify have just looked so damn crisp against everyone except TSM. This team, they're here to win, and considering they've already lost a series against TSM, they really can't afford to lose anymore. They have to take names, they have to beat everyone, so we're not expecting them to go lightly, and they haven't really gone lightly on everyone. A bit of experimentation, yes, but in terms of actually, full-on doing silly things, we've seen that, other than the occasional dip in the fountain from RTZ, but,
Yeah. I think so far it's actually only been RTZ who's maybe been a bit loose on the leash.
Sure, yeah.
But like you said, they can't afford to lose another series. Otherwise, it's completely out of their hands. Nouns and TSM still have to play against each other, meaning one of them is going to lose. If Rebellion goes 6-1, we have a tiebreaker for the major slot. And that is what Rebellion needs to hold on to with everything that they can. You can't slip a single series.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot. And, I don't think they're going to be taking things very lightly here. How much more experimentation do you think is possible coming out from Shopify? Do you think they kind of know what they want to do in terms of the Abaddon and things like that? Or do you think they've got more to show still?
I think they have a lot of heroes that they can pick for all their players. It just has to be the right situation. I mean, coming to this series, like, would I be describing this Rebellion squad as if I was a Mage or a TI, then I'd represent them a lot differently. But when they play against these other NA teams, they're all about the lane dominance. They feel like they can win their lanes, they can propel that into snowballing the game, and that seems to be the playstyle they prefer. They did that in Div 1, and then straight into the Major, they switched it up and had Crit roaming some more. Now Crit is kind of back to, like, winning his lane. He can roam a little bit, but I think they realize Saberlight in this particular region can shine and can have a great game. But on like the grand scale, they change their strategy and they kind of sack Saberlight a little bit and they focus more on Abed.
And also, like, maybe the difference between the two teams that you could somewhat highlight is actually communication that you can see through numbers and that actually through map pings. 5rat is the highest pinging team in the entire NA division by far. And that also includes drawing on the map, meaning that they map instead of using words to kind of describe what's going on. 465 ping average per game, while Rebellion is looking at 221. That's double. So you can probably see that Rebellion, they love to keep their comms short. They want to give only the information that they want to relay. And that might actually allow to like maybe play a fun hero or do a different type of item build because they have the full focus and trust in what they want to do. 5rat, it could be a bit more hectic.
Yeah, I mean, you could attribute that a lot to like Rebellion kind of like knowing what they're doing. They're not much needs to be said if you're running a strat that you know inside and out. And 5rat, they're still trying to figure it out and they're still trying to crease out all the wrinkles in like their strategy. So map pings, drawing lines is a way to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a tough start against a lot of these teams, 5rat. They've come against TSM and Nouns already, and now Shopify. Are you expecting this team to be in the bottom two by the end of the tour?
Ooh, that's a rough
bottom
one.
two?
Right now they are, but will they stay at the bottom? I mean, DogChamp's been looking okay. Felt, I feel like they're still in the weak zone. Wildcard definitely not showing at all onto the servers. So I feel like 5rat could actually, with a mediocre performance, evade that relegation possibility. But they're in there right now, and that course needs to change. Will it change against Rebellion? I don't think the chances are going to be too high, but it's there.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen improvements in them at least?
Red 2, I think he's been one of the more stable players out of the team. Of course, Speed is someone you really need to highlight again, which we already talked about. I'm kind of waiting, when does the Moose click come out? When does he really shine as a +4? Or does he play a kind of different kind of behind-the-scenes role inside the team and not super active, where Speed might be the one to always take the highlights? I think Giant and DNM not having their best performances. So it kind of has to be the mid lane and the off lane. Red and Speed have been really good.
Yeah, RT's even giving Speed a shout out in his interview, which is funny because they're now playing against each other. Yeah. Not even sure he realized at the time that was the next opponent, but bigging him up before he takes him down, I suppose. But that's going to be a matchup at hand. And of course, drafting-wise, are we expecting similarities here or differences between these teams?
Well, the carry pools, the core pools are looking somewhat different. Maybe Speed and Saberlight share some similarities in heroes that they play, but so far, RTZ and DNM, very different types of heroes. DNM, like the Alchemist, for example, he's played the Terrorblade, while RTZ's just been going with these tempo makers, the Ursas, the Bloodseekers, the Linas, and even bringing out a Sven with some good success. So I feel like if DNM shifts away from the late game ideology and goes to what Fear said, punish them in the early game, you might as well benefit from a hero that has a good exit from the laning stage and put the pressure onto Rebellion. So that's a bit difference between the two.
Absolutely, and as you can see here, the Undying is likely going to be highly contested between these two teams, and as far as that goes, it's about it. Pangolier being favored for 5 rank.
Some aren't being showed, right? Like Brood isn't being shown because it's always banned.
Yeah, that's true.
IO might be slightly popular as well, getting banned a lot as well. Kind of like IO Undying. We just had the interview. They're kind of like alluding to they have a good idea what's on the patch, but you don't want to give too much information as they pick 5 healers every single game, right?
Who knows what our strat is?
Who knows? Keeping it very under key there. But like, I think right now, like these two teams, the mid lane matchup is gonna matter a lot. Abed, he's incredibly good, but we've seen Red too, just like mainly just picking up this Pango in the first phase almost every single game. And will he get away with that against someone that's the caliber of like Abed?
The occasional Void Spirit, the 2 Lash Tracks, everything else has been just bam, Pango.
Yep. Especially when Shopify love playing the Bloodseeker as well. It is a risk. But do you know what's not a risk? Earning money through this Watch to Earn platform from esportsbet.io, because you can reliably earn yourself 3,000 free tokens per hour whilst watching the NA DPC or the Western EU DPC coming through these 2 games. That's $3 an hour in tokens just by watching. There's no need to place a bet either. You will get the tokens regardless. It's a new way to earn tokens and engage with the community, so head over to esportsbet.io and start earning your tokens today. But right now, we've got a draft in our hands, which means we're into game number 1 of 5 Rat 4 Star versus Shopify Rebellion. So let's jump into it and find out exactly what's being picked and banned in this first game. And no surprise, Brood is out of the pool. The Nature's Prophet also gone. The IO and the Undying taken away by 5 Rat 4 stuff. So that Undying, which Shopify loves so much, will not be an option.
Yep, not this game, and then 5 Rat are gonna pick up that DP right away, and sometimes it's been a little underwhelming seeing this hero right away, but that's mainly because there's been an NP in the pool to like respond to it. In this situation, it looks a bit better here, and they're gonna pick Disruptor, which Crit has been playing actually more than Fly, I believe, at this point in time, but they both can play it, so it's gonna be like an open like flex support pick.
It has helped out with the changes on the Disruptor not too many months ago when they changed the item build. I'm sorry, the skill build, where you put more points into Glimpse to be able to harass at level 1. You know, you're always getting a guaranteed damage burst in, making this Disruptor also somewhat a little bit stronger in a sense. Like, I really love the Thunderstrike idea where you can just have vision and nuke, but you're not playing against the Broodmother, obviously. So the laning matchup, you're going up against a hero you always see. So you can just get that for yourself and make that work. And DP was 6-2 right now, so
damn.
I mean, some more insight on the Disruptor and why it became so popular is that, like, before you didn't want to get Glimpse until you exited the laning stage. And this has been a meta where laning stage is super important. So now the fact that you don't have to get Thunderstrike to do damage in the lane and harass means you can go straight to the skill you want to max first, and it still does damage, which is really big. Before, you'd have to put like 2, maybe you think about that 3rd point in Thunderstrike so you could actually win your lane, but now you could just put no points in the Thunderstrike if you really wanted to and just go for the max Glimpse, and you can be online at that level 6 and be a threat on the map.
Yep.
Absolutely. And now we see the Pangolier. This will not be a surprise to Shopify Rebellion. One thing they've made very clear is that they prepare for every single team they come against. So they're going to know this Pango's coming, and this Disruptor and this Tiny will specifically be designed as the best possible answer for it. So
it's a double core pick right out the gate too. It's like, how badly do you want your heroes to the point it becomes a liability? It's like, now like they show potentially 2 supports here, you show 2 cores. That makes their second phase incredibly easy, because now all I have to do is pick a hero for RTZ if they want to counter the DP, then pick a hero for Abed in the mid lane here. They still might pick a Saberlight hero just because I know RTZ doesn't just value his lane matchup, he also values the carry matchup too, because he wants to carry the game. However, that information is very valuable to have for Rebellion.
Yeah, that makes the second phase bans very, very simple now. You're taking away several heroes that execute different types of game plans, like the clockwork, for example. I wouldn't be too surprised if they get rid of some more potential, not necessarily stuns, but more initiation ways. Maybe like a support Tusk, for example, would have been a somewhat reasonable ban as well. Perhaps even look at the Hoodwink, for example, if they don't want to go up against an aggressive offlane duo on the side of 5-Rat. So you make 5-Rat kind of you make them clump into a one idea and force them to execute that, and they read the draft as well. So they banned out the Tusk now on the side of Rebellion. They know exactly what 5-Rat is most likely going to be playing out and how do they get the best out of the matchup, because they understand what's coming up.
Yep, I'm glad they got rid of that Bloodseeker, because I was getting a little bit worried there for 5-Rat, but they'll take care of that issue and make sure that Pangolier at least has somewhat of a game. So yeah, 2 RTZ heroes and an Arbed hero banned out by 5-Rat through this middle phase.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Arbed's been really impressing me in Shadow Fiend, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for that.
They could, because it's a flex that both of them can play.
Yeah.
But I think what they're trying to do right now is like they're kind of showing Speed's going to play DP. They already have the Tiny, ban Clock, ban Tusk. What's left? Maybe a Primal Beast you could ban as well from POS 4. There's not a lot of options that come to my head that are viable heroes to pick in that spot, but Silencer is very interesting, and I think that was just for the Storm, right? Because like I thought this was going to come from a mile away. So like you pick Pango right away. A hero that's really good versus Pango is either the Ember, which got banned. It's going to be one of the spirits for the most part, except for Void Spirit. And Storm is really good versus it too, and you know it's an Abed Storm. Why not go for it? And I think they will always prioritize picking Abed over RTZ even if they both see their matchups every single time.
Yeah. And they don't really get countered at this point. Rebellion's just getting free core picks in a sense, where 5-Rat, whatever they pick right now, Rebellion's still going to be comfortable with. First of all, I see this could be a potential Enigma draft for Saberlight if he wants to play it. If they see themselves an Illusion hero come up, the Darkseer is also an option they can go for. They have so many tools that they can still figure out in this draft. Even the Lycan is still in the pool that they can bring up as well if it's a hero that they just want to get rid of right away. Like the Morphlings and the Lenas and stuff like that. They don't really enjoy playing against the Lycan too much. So Saberlight has like 5 heroes that are all going to be really good right now.
Yeah, and they've grabbed the Rubik on 5-Rat, so, you know, maybe preempting the possible Saberlight Enigma, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
And they're already ready for something like that. And of course, Rubik just very, very strong at the moment. Great in lane with DP as well. I'm quite a big fan of it.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how Shopify Rebellion choose to go in this draft. Because right now, if you want to win your lanes, you can win all 3 of them. You have last pick on Rebellion. You still see the DP. You already answered the Pango. But there is a chance Rebellion will rather pick Saberlight's hero blind just to give RTZ that overall last pick. Because oftentimes they don't see Saberlight get the last pick of the draft. And even when he does, he's not the type of player to like really just crush you in the lane with some like niche last pick. He's going to probably crush you in the lane with his first pick, you know?
Yeah.
And just going to play his heroes that he wants to play. As we see in Nyx, that's going to be somewhat of a forgotten hero. I mean, it's good for Storm in a lot of ways, but it's not something Abed hasn't played 100 games against at least. You know, he knows the item build against it. He knows like how to deal with this type of hero in the game. So
10 seconds remaining.
it's a tool for sure. But like, I'm very curious on, are they actually going to give Saberlight that last pick to counter the carry of 5-Rat? Or are they just going to pick his hero now and just give RTZ the overall last pick of the game? I think RTZ should pick here, personally.
Yeah? How come?
Because I think you're in a situation where you're the better team, just win all 3 lanes, win the game.
Radiant
Sounds simple, and they
simple.
agree. There it is. The Shadow Fiend comes out for Shopify Rebellion, and that will be their safe laner. So Shopify, is this strong enough in lane for you? Is this cooking?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the answers to DP. NP's the other good one. It's just like, you do have, like, you need a hero that can make it so you can't be chased down with the raises, and if you get triple raised on the DP, you're going to be a lot slower, and he's going to stack those up, and it's like overwhelming damage, even for the Spirit Siphon.
Yeah, and 5-Rat with their 2 cores, they're also locked in that idea. If you put Pango off lane, you lose the lane against Shadow Fiend. Like, the carry SF is just too much to deal with. You can zone him out with the raises. You don't take any damage from the Pango. SF just blows you up right away. You can't get close. So you're locked in with offlane DP mid Pango at this point, and a swap is not going to help.
So final side of bans here. 5-Rat, they need to get rid of some offlaners here. Shopify.
Currently, this is a really heavy outdraft on the side of Rebellion.
That's what happens on your first pick, and you pick 2 cores right away.
Yeah.
You get the option to counter all 3 lanes, and as long as you have good supports, and they put some of the best support like lanes in the game right now. They also have the option right now, if they really want to, of putting this Tiny in the safe lane with the Shadow Fiend, putting the Disruptor into the off lane, And if they want to pick another melee type hero, they have a lot of flexibility right now.
That could be really strong as well, yeah. Just alternating the strength and melee heroes just to give you complete dominance over the lane phase. 5-Rat, they have to be sweating at this point. They really do. Does it take something drastic from them, like moving a hero around or something? But it seems tricky with the heroes they have, right?
They just got to outplay him at this point.
Yeah, at this point, it's
great.
It's,
That's good news for them.
You got to play better than Rebellion, that is for sure. Like mentioned, they can't really swap around the Pango and the DP anymore, and you can't go like Pango Nyx lane in no way. You got double melee that doesn't do absolutely anything against the Shadow Fiend. Nyx with most likely a range core could work out for 5-Rat, but then again, you've got the last pick coming up for Saberlight. He's going to get a hero that is not too phased about the presence the Nyx Assassin provides. He's most likely going to be fighting against, well, like you said, the 5 tiny. I like that idea. So it's going to be like the Disruptor versus the Nyx Assassin. It's just going to be a trade-off where Disruptor gets the most damage out. Nyx is just trying to stay alive, get those creep wave pulls going on the whole time, and get 5-Rat a hero that utilizes from that kind of chaos, the pulling shenanigans that's going on.
Are they going to
there.
pick Ursa? Or are they going to pick Troll? I'm wondering like what their rationale is going to be for this last pick here, because
they need a hero that can survive alone in the lane, because they need to get their supports mobile and gank the Storm Spirit pretty much pre-6. Like, you need to win the mid lane through your supports rotating, and your carry can't die when he's alone.
you don't get the last pick though, so it's
Yeah.
going to be
usually
whatever
what we
you
want from your
pick here.
offlane,
They're just going to
Okay.
pick the carry a baton. What can we abuse a carry a baton with on our side lanes? Razor definitely abuses that hero if they want to
Yeah.
go that route.
Could be a pretty strong option. What's left
DP
in the
was
pool
taken
even
away
for
from
him?
them. So you can,
If Storm and
He
Shadow
likes the
Fiend
Centaur.
won a free game, it's also not bad for a Doom. It's also in the pool.
5 seconds remaining.
I'd pick Razor here. You just
Yeah.
lane with Tiny, give a bat in
Razor
a really
can work.
hard game, take all his damage away.
Yeah.
You can kill the DP in the fights.
And you get some tempo control with the Razor too.
But is it a Saberlight hero? I don't see him play a lot of Razor. Not that he can't. But he also has like his set of heroes, which are
Yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
heroes to be honest with you, but I don't like have all them memorized on my top of my head right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are banned out already. You know, you've got the
Timbersaw,
Lycan
is that banned?
Timbersaw's still around.
It could be okay, but you're playing versus Nyx, DP, might be a little hard, but the lane is okay. I think Razor's the best pick here, but we'll see what they think is the best pick, as they have a little under a minute to really figure that one out. And this carry of Baton's still kind of being explored a little bit in this patch. I don't think there's any like really obvious answer. And as I mentioned before, Saberlight is generally not the type of player to like abuse these last picks, because he does have his hero pool that he's really good at, that he doesn't really want to go out and try something new, generally speaking. So he's going to go with the Visage here, which, you know, gives him the Greaves. In laning stage versus a bat and kind of get the Grave Chill dispelled is a little annoying, but you do have some
Yeah.
potential there. You can burst the TP. This has been a matchup that's historically been good. I feel like they just really are prioritizing having a Greaves hero, having auras, and just focusing on RTZ just carrying the game.
Yeah, and I think someone who can be present on the map as well. You know, SF doesn't really like to be down lanes, a bit too squishy for that. The Storm, he likes to follow up on people who are already down lanes. So this is just someone who can kind of be around the map. I can see how it makes this draft make sense. Is it like the absolute best thing they could have picked to counter the Abaddon? Probably not, but for their
Yeah.
team, it worked. And we've talked a lot about team synergy versus counter synergy. And obviously this is something which Bulba had in mind. So T-Panda, final thoughts on these drafts?
Well, they wanted an aura hero on the side of Rebellion. They played this the last time at the Major versus EG. I like the build that he went for there. I'd like to see something similar here as well with the pipe build up on the Visage into Greaves. Those two items will be really useful for them on the long run.
Okay, fair.
I mean, I think Rebellion has a well-rounded draft. They look like the better team. Not super impressed with like Rebellion giving Saberlight last pick, to be honest with you, because he's still playing this type of heroes. But I think it's good enough with the opening they had.
Alrighty, let's find out how game number one's going to go. It's 5-Rep 4-Star versus Shopify Rebellion with MLP and Cinderin.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into game number one here between 5-Rat and, of course, Shopify Cinderin. Let me tell you, the other day we were interviewing Arteezy, and we asked him who he thought the best, most improved NA player is in Division 1, and he specifically said the offlaner of 5-Rat 4-Star. He said Speed was the most improved. Now, I'm not sure if he said that to kind of butter him up a little bit, you know, because he is laning against him, but that's what he said.
The other thing is, most improved player could also mean that he thought Speed was absolutely awful.
He also said that.
And now he's okay. So then you're still the most improved player over somebody who was good and is now brilliant, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of depends on the baseline. But I would definitely agree. Speed has improved a lot. And I mean, obviously, only joking here. He is a very solid player. And I think he's been one of the, I would agree with one of the most improved players of the region in general since the last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
Let's look a little bit at the picks. I see Shopify Rebellion with Shadow Fiend, and I just feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, there was a stat that Arteezy Shadow Fiend is like I think it's top 3 hero player combination win rate of all time in Dota.
I think you're right.
It's exceptionally high. I think he has a win rate of like 70% or something on Shadow Fiend.
It's ridiculous.
Or 60 something, absolutely. I'm positive about that. It's very, very high with the amount of games he has. Looking to pad that stat a little bit perhaps in this game. I think Shopify Rebellion have a lot of comfort. It's Abed, Storm, and as much as people love to meme on it, I still feel like Shopify most of the time pick it when it makes a lot of sense rather than just forcing it down Abed's throat. I also don't think Bulba has the authority to just be like, Abed, shut up, you're playing Storm again. I think it's a conversation every time. Yeah, their draft looks very solid. For the side of Fire at 4 staff, I think there's like a mid-game timing that this lineup looks very powerful to me. I think Death Prophet is always a scary hero when it hits its timing. And if they can combine their heroes around that and really play around him with Aphotic Shield, with all of their stuns, there's a lot of things to keep enemy heroes in place so that Death Prophet ult can deal damage, right? So could definitely see it working out.
Well, let's see how it pans out. I'm very intrigued to see how this game number 1 goes. Shopify, of course, they did have that one loss on the first day of the NA DPC Tour 2 to TSM. So they while they may not feel pressured in all the series they have coming up, there is that error of we can't lose the second time. Because if we lose the second time, then there's a high potential of tiebreakers with, say, Nouns later on down the line. And Nouns, as you saw last series, they're kind of showing up right now. They're looking pretty damn good. You don't want to risk those tiebreakers if you can avoid.
Yeah. At the end of the day, NA, for the most part, for the last multiple seasons, has been about, okay, there's these top 3 teams. How do they place against each other? And who wins the tiebreaker, right? So with Shopify Rebellion already losing to TSM, they effectively, quote unquote, have to win out and then also beat Nouns, right?
Yeah.
In theory, they could lose to Nouns as well and have like 5-2. And then if Nouns lose to TSM and one other team, they would have a tiebreaker for second. But like you said, with how Nouns have been playing so far, I just don't really see that happening. I don't think Nouns will lose to any other team than Shopify or TSM, most likely.
Right.
So, yeah, you got to bring it every series. And most of the time when Shopify play teams in this region, the games are pretty stompy because they're just better in lanes. Like, most of the time, they build a huge advantage in the first 10 minutes and never let up. So that's going to be the challenge here for 5-Ret, is to not get run over.
Now, speaking of stompy in lanes, I mean, you're just looking at Abed on that Storm. Let me tell you, this man has stomped practically every lane I've seen in Tour 2 so far. This guy, I like to say he's one of the best mid laners in the world right now. I know people like to tell me I'm an idiot for saying that because, you know, you have characters like Nisha.
You're an idiot for saying other things, but that's pretty accurate, I think. I could be on board with that. Abed's a very, very good laner.
Thank you for that, Syndra.
No problem. That's what friends do, right?
We did win the competition after
We did. And I'm going to hold that against you. Now I get to abuse you because we're friends.
John was sitting somewhere just clenching his fist like, I would have known that damn answer. That damn Syndra.
I shower with him 10 times a week. I would know.
Regardless, no first blood being drawn yet. You put some real bad images into someone's mind out there, let me tell you, Syndra.
Or good images.
Or good images? I mean, I wouldn't say so.
But images.
Images are there. Bottom lane, Giant getting tossed into some neutral creeps, getting kind of harassed here by Crit. No first blood being drawn, but so far looking pretty damn good for Shopify. Like, you look at the CS across the board, top 3 cores are the side of Shopify. And the laning stage in general just looking very strong already.
Yeah, they're very comfortable. I think this top lane is actually a very hard lane for Death Prophet, which I don't say very often. I think this hero is a very strong laner, but you're playing it with a 4 Nyx, who I think is one of the weakest laners in the game right now that gets played sometimes as a 4. Just, you have this one stun, and that's kind of everything you offer. You don't have meaningful damage. You don't really trade very well. And Death Prophet is playing into Ray's combo. She's playing into the constant harassment of this Disruptor as well.
Top lane?
Yeah, Arteezy needs to avoid that.
That's a lot of damage, Arteezy. He's running.
I'll be okay.
Oh, speed may not be, though. He's been slowed up by the razors, and it's such a long slow.
Yep.
Fly goes down. I didn't realize how long that slow lasted. 8
Yeah.
seconds? Is it 8?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And it might not sound like that much when you look at the numbers, right? It's like 13% slow on level 2 raise, but when you get the stacks up, that's like you're kind of just galed, right?
Yeah.
Almost for 8 seconds there. At least the 3/4 effective gale is on you there. You're not moving anywhere.
I think it's a turn rate as well. Like you saw Speed trying to turn, and that minus 30% turn rate.
It's very, very annoying.
Oh. Reminds me of the day I had to play against Batrider for the first time. That was a fun experience.
It's actually an overlooked aspect of this hero in his chase ability. The whole turn rate aspect of it.
Speaking of chase, Arteezy.
Yep, we'll be okay. All right, that's a bit of a wasted glimpse, but
It is.
it's all right. Interesting build here from Fly as well. When I was giving my verdict on this lane, I thought Fly was going to go the traditional build with multiple points in Thunderstrike, just because the overall total harassment you could output with, let's say, level 2 Thunderstrike and then level 2 raises would overwhelm DP really quickly. But he's going 0-2-1 build here. I think 2-1-0 would have also been really good in this lane. But either way, they're making it work. So, you know, there's different approaches. As long as you're winning this lane, you're happy, and I would say you're meant to. So
Yeah, absolutely. Winning lanes is kind of happening across the board for Shopify. Again, Arbed 37-3 in terms of CS.
Red 2 is in trouble here.
Yeah, he is. Shield Crash was there. But Arbed, does he want to keep diving? He's got Vortex in 2. He will not. He will play it safe for now. Just back himself out. Look for that, maybe that 6-minute power rune timing with the mana he has.
Do you know why he's called Red 2?
No, I don't.
It's just such an odd name, isn't it?
It is.
It's like Red was already taken, and then he took Red. Oh, that's a good rune.
Oh, that's the Storm rune we like to call it.
That would have been a nice one for Abed, but yeah, Red's going to grab that.
I believe there is actually another player called Red, by the way. But not in NA Div 1.
Right.
Somewhere. I just can't remember. I've casted over 1,800 games.
When
Syndra,
people
it's
have a
kinda
nickname
hard.
like this, there is always a story.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be a good question for when they win a series. Ask that. Why is his name Red 2?
Oh, if only you were on the panel. We've got these absolute clowns in the panel, Syndra, and it's...
Yeah, we can slip them a note with good questions. And maybe if they can read, they would be very selective with who you give the note to.
Oh, where have you been all my life? Syndra?
My odds are on fear for most literate panel member.
Yeah, I mean, the guy doesn't talk very much, but he can sure as hell read.
Oh, there might be a glimpse here. Fly looking for Speed. Oh, it placed the ward too late, actually. Speed got into the tree line. A little bit of a mistake there from Fly. That would have been a kill. But now, well, Speed needs to be very careful. He is moving forward, but Abed has already moved away.
Glimpse back. That'll be enough. Fly will just casually walk out.
I like this from Fly. He's actually, what he's doing there is he's protecting his ward, right? By quote-unquote getting caught. He's letting Speed run at him on purpose and not moving away so that Speed would think, wait, how did he know, right? So now this ward that he placed in the lane is more likely to get dewarded by moves 3 seconds later. Oh, well. Oh, it was a good idea. It didn't work, but I like what he was trying to do by not trying to make it too obvious. But maybe that in itself made it too obvious.
Well, that's what I like about you, Syndra. You try to look at the positives. You try to give them a reason for what they do. As Crit, bottom lane, gonna go for a bit of a dive here on DNM. Saberlight with the Familiars wants to keep going here as he does not have level 6 yet on the Abaddon, but won't take too much damage. He'll be all right.
His hero's just really, really tanky, right? Like 900 health. He's got the armor from Phase Boots. He's got 2 aphotic shields. You're not getting through that with these heroes just now, but they are putting the pressure on, and I think Giant might not make his way out of this alive. Yeah, he is very dead.
Yeah. Saberlight, one of those players where he really enjoys these kind of micro-y heroes, and
This is a terrible matchup for Rubik. Like, Visage is so annoying to deal with. You can't deal with the birds ever. You have no way of killing them. You have no way of kiting them. I wouldn't say Rubik is one of the absolute worst supports to play against Visage. Like, the single worst hero I can think of playing against this hero is Shadow Shaman, because you're so, like, Shackle is a big part of your kit, and playing from Fog is really important, and the birds can just find you. But Rubik is still up there, right? He's very positional based. He really needs to play at a distance. He needs to have the element of surprise, and Visage can just cut you off a lot of the time. DNM.
yeah, toss back's going to be very nice.
Probably
DNM,
being forced to ult here, maybe?
he surely has to and will.
Yeah.
They'll force it out of it. As the thing, this Abaddon pos 1, like, it's not farming too badly. It's a 3.2k net worth, but it doesn't feel like it's having a game as top lane. Requiem, Arteezy, just pump faking for now. Red 2's going to show up. Fly should just be dead and will be going down as Red 2 able to secure the kill. In the meantime, Arbit, mid lane,
Is he gonna go for this? Nah, he's just cutting the wave.
just cutting the wave. Fair enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Top lane though, Speed is going to push in the top tier 1 tower. And that'll be the tier 1 to go down. Arteezy already just TPing out. So 5-Rat, they are still finding the objectives. My problem being those, you look down at bot lane, Saberlight's doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's an even trade in terms of towers, but always keep in mind Shopify Rebellion won 3 lanes, right?
Yeah.
Not by a landslide. The mid lane has been pretty close overall. It's still like a 500 win. The biggest win overall is the Shadow Fiend safe lane, right? Or actually, I guess it's a tie. They've won by about 1,000 gold in each side lane.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
And I guess one concern you would have for 5-Rat is that, you know, this is the play that their lineup really has, right? EXO, group up, take a team fight, get a tower.
Oh,
How does their lineup fare once BKBs come into play? You don't really have anything.
Moose. Gonna try and jump in. Fly. Going for the glimpse back, not gonna be enough though. Rolling Thunder was there. Fly will go down. Arbed sadly losing another regen rune. And
Yep.
fun fact, Arbed is not gonna want power rune this game.
Oh, you wouldn't know, would you? He's still doing very well.
That's Arbed.
Yep. But definitely, I mean, props to 5-Rat, right? They're identifying that is a really important thing to do against this team. I think controlling runes against Abed's hero pool is, I mean, it's kind of like saying nothing, right? Because obviously controlling runes is important, but there are just a subset of players in Dota that I feel like really enable their team a lot by using runes. Abed is high up on that list for this team. Because a lot of the time, Saberlight and Arteezy have somewhat static heroes, right? Which is the case in this game. Visage in one side lane, Shadow Fiend in the other. There's going to farm a lot, and Abed will be making moves with the supports. So cutting away not only the power rune itself, but also the mana pool that he gets from these refills on Storm is stifling EG a bit, or EG. I'll eventually get there, Shopify. Don't worry, guys. It's old habits die hard, you know? It's been how many years? Many years.
It's been many years, but they're gone now. They're gone.
I've been pretty good at it, but it
Yeah.
slips its way in there. It's the subconscious. Oh,
Red 2. Jump in is there. Static Storm to be dropped, and
he's gone.
got nowhere to go but down. Hell, even another Giant trying to help out. Save your buddy syndrome may cost him his own life. The Moose is around, but the glimpse back is there. Giant, no way to survive it as Arbed does take the kill.
Arteezy could be in trouble here.
He could be,
He's
and
dead.
he will be. Arteezy's down. Moose with a very nice rotation. Arbed just going to try and punish him here on this Nyx Assassin, though he is out of mana, but the Vortex might just be enough as Moose, still trying to run, is going to go down to Fly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bottom.
Yeah, that's a good toss.
It certainly is. Speed being caught out now on the Death Prophet, and he's not going to last too long either, I don't think. The Red 2 is going to show up, but the Soul Assumption will get the job done as Saberlight, kind of trapped in a pretty rough position now. Constant bounces here for Red 2, but the Visage, he's just way too tanky.
Cheeky little Seats of Serenity there, too.
Why
It's hard
not?
to knock him out of that.
Certainly is. Are they going to find Red 2? No, it doesn't seem like it. Though Arbed does have an Arcane Rune, so you could probably try, but they won't see.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, 3-6 now, 3K advantage the way of Shopify. Things going very, very well. Top 3 net worths are still all on the side of Shopify as Moose is trying to get a bit of an initiation off onto Arbit, but was underneath the Sentry Ward, so could not do so. Very, very unfortunate for him. I mean, props to 5-Rat, like they're not too far behind yet, but I do get very concerned. Like with a draft like this where you're relying on this POS 1 Abaddon, and you're falling like more and more behind as the game goes on, and even now, like this attempt at Saberlight just doesn't pan out. Like that's your EXO gone, DNM in the meantime, he's just getting jumped at the top lane. And these kind of situations, like these failed attempts, they're just gonna add up over and over again, and it's kind of compounding.
Speed might find Saberlight here. That would be a very big pick. He will get him. That's huge. Because I actually think this is the biggest problem that 5-Rat has right now is Death Prophet's net worth. I think any sort of tempo-based equilibrium hero, as I would call it. Oh, he's dead again, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly
He's
is.
not getting away from this.
Toss up right into the loving arms of Arteezy.
So Death Prophet is I would call an equilibrium hero, right? Like you're playing on tanking damage, but not too much. Like your hero wants to soak, but not get killed, right? Because you want to always trade with Siphon and then be ahead in the fight. If a hero like that falls behind even a little bit on net worth like this against this type of lineup, it loses its ability to frontline. And that means like the hero concept is kind of just out of the window, right? All right, let's see here. Red 2, nice toss.
Indeed.
Moose will die.
Will still go down, but you are out of mana at least for Arbit. Does have a regen though.
They're all gonna get out of here.
He's got a bottled regen.
Yeah.
I mean, can they
He
think
popped
about
it.
turning?
I think he's just gonna farm though.
Right.
So, yeah, so like one of Death Prophet's biggest weaknesses, I would say, is when it's playing against minus armor strats. Because when your hero is so reliant on being able to walk in front and soak damage and trade, you want to not get overwhelmed. So either heavy single target burst or certain spell casting heroes can be really problematic. Look what you're up against. It's a Visage and a Shadow Fiend. Like, going in with confidence against this when you're down net worth is really, really hard. You can't really stand your ground, so that means by extension that other heroes in the strategy that are playing around Death Prophet now also partially lose their purpose, right? So this is kind of the hero of the draft that needs to perform for this to make sense. And he will now grab his mech, which is definitely helpful. I would have liked to see it 4 minutes ago, though, I have to say. But that's what you get when you're 3k net worth behind the enemy carry minute 15, right?
That's fair.
It's been a tough lane. Can't blame him for losing that lane, but that also goes to show why the hero can be dangerous to pick Nyx 4 with this, right? If that was a stronger 4, maybe this top lane has a different outcome.
Absolutely. Get a little bit greedy with this kind of draft, and well, they're gonna make the jump in on Saberlight at least. Saberlight, in the middle of nowhere right now, may just end up going down, though he does try to find a way up, but there is no way. So 5 Rat, that's another pretty big pick off here onto Saberlight. They seem to be doing pretty well with just picking off the Visage and its familiars.
Yeah.
That's about it, though.
The big two problems are currently not really accounted for, though. Shadow Fiend is approaching BKB, which, as we covered earlier, the Radiant has nothing against. Just flat out nothing. They can't kill him if he BKBs, so that's going to become a challenge. You have to catch him with stuns and burst him with the Nyx plus Pango or Nyx plus maybe some strong Rubik spell. I don't know what he could have, really. Maybe Avalanche would be nice. That is definitely going to be a challenge. And Abed has made the same call, right? It's always interesting to see what Storms do in their itemization. I think this hero is actually quite open to what items you buy. Despite, when you look at the design, you would think that he had a pretty small pool of items he could choose from. But Storm has quite a few options at this point. And Abed is prioritizing the BKB. So making the same read, like, if I have BKB, I can literally do whatever I want. I'll just jump the backline and kill them, and they can't do anything. So his job is assassinate Nyx, assassinate Rubik, and then the fights are going to be blown wide open.
Oh, here we go. 3-man smoke up. Shopify Rebellion.
Moves with a great break here.
Indeed. Breaks the smoke.
Fly not reacting very quickly there with a dust.
Still red too.
Oh, they found him.
Yeah, they did. He stuck around for the creeps. He had to get the last hit before he went, and he didn't even get it. Oh no.
Abed with that double damage, putting it to good use. That might not have been a kill without it, actually. But now with that hero dead, that should be mid-tower as well. And Abed going for more bottom. Speed.
Oh, speed run. It's not safe speed.
It's just like, Death Prophet just doesn't like this matchup, man. Like, Arteezy 5-shots him, you know?
Oh, they're going for more. They're just snowballing off of this. That's going to be Moo's gone. Glimpse out of... Oh, no. You know what? Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe. Probably not.
I'll tell you this much. I don't think he feels good about it, even if it is good, you know?
Right. That's fair.
It feels like a loss no matter what. It just feels bad to get glimpsed when you TP.
Crit. Oh, the glimpse back, it's just constantly making sure he cannot get the Rolling Thunder off. Eventually he does, but now he's trapped. Pango, it's just one of those heroes. They'll find crit in the end. They'll get something for their trouble. Problem is, Abed is here now, and he knows there's no escape for the Pangolier this time around. Red, he will heal up thanks to the Guardian Greaves, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Speed Or they're going to try into Abed, who's very low on mana, but still somehow zips out. Still Abed is being chased down here on the Storm. Stun is there, but can they do with Arteezy? They might find Abed, but Arteezy's now the huge problem. DNM still trying to man-fight this one out. It does have the borrowed time, so we'll keep going. Arteezy, maybe he's going to be the one to drop low now. Arteezy, zip forward, Giant. He's got the mana, but he hasn't got enough. They'll get him in the end. Tips out here for Giant. Is crit gonna go after speed?
I mean, that's so funny. Giant ball lightning Zindan has no mana. He couldn't Fate Bolt. He was like, I'm gonna ball lightning Fate Bolt and kill him, and then he doesn't have mana, so he's just awkwardly standing there and starts attacking him as Rubik and melee. Good thing Abaddon was there to cover that kill. I mean, it's probably worth it to trade those two for the Shadow Fiend, to be honest, all things considered, but doesn't really feel like a win. I wonder why Arteezy popped BKB and just stood there and lay into an Abaddon that still had ulti ready. I would have thought he was just going to start threatening the Death Prophet and force her away, but maybe he thinks he's not strong enough? I think he is. I think he could have just non-stop attacked speed and forced him to go away, because he can't siphon him. So...
Red 2 goes down. Giant also caught out. Abed finding a nice double kill for himself here as Crit does come in to help with the last one. Saberlight?
It's really impressive how little downtime Shopify have, right? It's like that fight literally just ended and they just found 2 kills again. They're just immediately out on the map, playing aggressively. It's one of the things this team does so exceptionally well with their Storm, I would say, compared to other teams. I think Abed has mastered the balance between finding farm and making moves. This hero, I think the hardest part about playing Storm is making the judgment call of what you should be doing on the map.
Yeah.
Like, some heroes are really mechanically difficult. Some heroes, it might be difficult to lane with or pick the right itemization. For Storm, it's resource management. And if you've played the hero as many hundreds of times as Abed has, you just get a really good feel for the flow of the game. Like, is this a time that I'm supposed to farm? Is this a time that I'm supposed to make a move? What items do I have? What items do they have? Can I do this? Can I do that? He's made some really good judgment calls about, okay, I can just barely get this kill and then still get out, right? You saw a couple of times in this game alone that he kills someone, he has 200 mana left over, that gets him 600 range away, and that's just enough. And it looks so easy and effortless when played at this level, but it takes so much practice to do it as well as Abed's doing. So always cool to watch.
Jump in, Red. It's going to find Saberlight, the Visage again. The target here of 5 Red, and Saberlight's kind of been left alone for now. Though he does pop the drums. He's going for a run, and now the toss out, but it's not going to be enough. The swash landed. Still speed is going to be targeted as this. They do get the ulti off of the Disruptor, but it won't matter. Speed, he's going to drop. Static Storm doing its work. Is Moose.
He could be in trouble here, actually.
Toss back again.
Oh, yeah.
Crit, always on target. Another double for Abed.
I mean, this was effectively a 5-on-4, right? Arteezy was bottom. And they won that exchange. Abed is just free to do whatever he wants. He's got the Aegis, so he's got that extra layer of safety. And this bot tier 2 is gone. Arteezy with the familiars very easily makes quick work of this. He has the Presence Aura talent for buildings, so not only good for himself, but also for the birds. And you'd imagine Shopify don't let up on the speed at all. I think they just keep going. They're going to smoke now. They have double damage popped on the Storm. Nobody is safe. Even DNM can die. Like, they can force his ult in 1 second, and then all they need to do is, when that ult is running, they toss him back, then they avalanche him, and then the ult runs out.
Yeah, jump in, DNM.
Right,
He's the primary target.
They have Glimpse. It won't matter.
Oh, poor old DNM. They'll let him walk away. They'll give him a glimmer of hope and then bring him right back. There's no way out for him. See you later, DNM. And Abed, he's going for more now. He wants Giant. Giant, he'll still... Oh, it's just the remnant. Not even the zip being taken. There's Moose. He's sticking around. Do they have the detection? Well, they won't know he's there. But nevertheless, onto the tier 2 tower mid. I suppose, like, there's nothing to really slow them down or stop them. And, well, Shopify Rebellion. Well, they've got 2.5 more minutes on this Aegis for Abed. So I think they're more than happy to just keep fighting. Absolutely no reason to slow down by the looks of it.
No, not at all. They just have so many strong team items as well, right? They've got Boots of Bearing and Vlad's. You've got the tiny displacement with the dagger, and you still have the Aegis, which is like arguably the team fight item in Dota, right? An extra life on a hero of your choice is sounds pretty overpowered. Did you know you used to be able to buy this item in Dota 1?
Really?
Aegis, yeah. There was a time in Dota 1, Roche didn't drop it. Roche gave 800 gold per player to the team that killed him, and he was way stronger. You couldn't level 1 Roche, for example, back then.
That was before my time.
Aegis was a purchasable item in the shop. It had 3 charges, and whenever you died, you instantly respawned in your own fountain.
Wow. Okay.
With full HP and mana. The biggest downside to the item was you couldn't drop it when it was out of charges, so it took an inventory slot.
Oh, that's amazing.
And it gave armor and magic resistance. I think it was 10 armor and 30 magic resist and 3 lives. It was pretty expensive.
I mean, you'd hope so with 3 charges.
So there was a time when Clinxes would go Aegis into Rapier, right? And then if it failed, your game was over. But it was cool while it lasted, right?
Yeah.
That was also a time when you could send allies gold, and people would pool gold into a troll getting Rapier. Yeah, we've come a long way. If you ever play Dota and you're like, man, Pango is so broken, don't watch Dota from 15 years ago. It's been way worse.
Oh, bring Gambler though. Gambler needs to
yeah. Let's never. That's like the Voldemort of Dota. You don't say that name.
Oh, that's one hero I'd love to see.
Oh my god.
I mean, if we're gonna have Arc Warden in the game, Syndrome,
Do you know how his spells worked?
Yes,
actually?
it was amazing. It was amazing. Speed. He's gonna get caught out. This is not so amazing for him.
Well, the whole map is just a minefield. Being this far behind against Storm is borderline unplayable for 2/3 of all heroes in Dota. If you get spotted by anything, Storm can solo you. It's just not much to do. And it just feels like a formality at this point, right? For Shopify, you're just gonna keep running around lane to lane, get picks. Storm has the Hex, so he can kill anyone except Abaddon on his own without any issue. But it's not gonna come down to that. They're gonna go straight high ground. Moose has a bit of an angle here. There's no sentry
Oh,
ward.
Giant. Immediately caught out. Is just gone.
It's just too easy.
Yeah. It certainly feels that way right now for Shopify Rebellion. They go onto the bot racks now, nothing to really slow them down. Moo's just going to TP out, not feeling it from the backside. At least you have speed up in a moment, but you might lose DNM before that. And he's just gone.
Wait.
Not even close.
Did they have break?
They
Oh,
have
they have
something.
silver. So they static stormed and silver edged him. Very nice.
Could not pop the borrowed time.
Yep. That's good. That's a good combo against that hero, obviously. Silence plus break. Heal. Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
Jump in. Who have they got? Oh, it's going to be Giant once again. That's a dieback on the Rubik. And, well, Hope's running very, very thin here for the side of 5-Rat 4 staff as Shopify are giving them absolutely zero leeway in this game 1. No cladding around here from this dire end of things.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
5-Rat, I mean, I suppose you could still hope to maybe defend against Megas or even that last lane of barracks, but it's looking very, very tough now.
Yeah, you know the saying, hope dies last, right? It doesn't mean it stays alive much longer than the buildings do, in this case. They are gonna show some respect here and back off.
Okay. Well,
But
it's a bit of a fake
we were
back.
only pretending to respect you.
Speed. Speed's gone.
Dire's top
Teasy.
is under attack.
He won't see Moose, but who the hell cares? He doesn't care about Moose. Oh,
It sees him now.
yeah, Moose will show himself. Static Storm drop, DNM trying to charge in. Giant, or rather Crit is there with the toss back, but the borrowed time, it's going to save him for now. DNM, he'll be okay, but can't say the same for their top racks. That they will back off again once the buyback is there from Red 2. So 5-Rat still paying their respects to the side of 5-Rat, even though it is a 4v5 scenario here for themselves.
Ah,
Yeah.
but not really. We were only pretending once again.
Radiant's
There's the Megas. 27 minutes.
now have mega creeps.
See what they can do. One final attempt.
About 1k net worth per minute advantage for Shopify Rebellion. Very, very one-sided game. I mean, it's not too surprising. This is obviously a... Oh, hang on. Missed toss there from Crit. Found a creep. Unfortunate.
Well, drums pop though. Shopify, they still want to go. Chase is on. DNM gets stunned up by the familiars. Still rushing forward though. He just does not care at the moment. Saberlight just waiting for his team to be ready to jump in, and there you go. Crit is there. Avalanche tosses out. They've almost killed off Moose. He barely survives. Meanwhile, Saberlight does die. That's a nice start, but the Requiem is there from Arteezy from the tree line. There goes Giant. Red 2's been caught out. He'll be dropping as well. That's a dieback on the Pangolier as DNM He's still trying to go into Arteezy, but the Static Storm is there. BKB is popped. Arteezy will get right to work. That's DNM gone. When are they calling it? It has to be soon. There's nobody left, and GG is there. Well, pretty rough game here for 5-Rap 4 staff. Shopify Rebellion unsurprisingly taking game 1 in quite convincing fashion. Synderen, what would you like to see changed up here for game 2? I mean, give me some kind of hope for game 2.
Okay, I think if they're going to run this Death Prophet, give her a better lane. Give her a stronger 4 so that you can take advantage of the hero's strengths in lane rather than trying to compensate and play catch-up all game on a tempo hero. I think that's risky. Aside from that, I don't know. I think this carry Abaddon is very like trending right now.
Right.
But again, if your entire line, the way Abaddon was meant to play was around the other heroes that did not have a good enough game, so all of it kind of comes back to that. It's kind of beating a dead horse against Shopify Rebellion in this region.
Yeah.
Play better lanes. You know, that's kind of
Just play
almost
better.
always going to be the answer.
Yeah.
But give yourself a better fighting chance, and then execution is always going to be difficult against a team of this caliber, but at least give yourself a better chance to show what you've got.
Well, with that, let's throw to our panel. Let's see if they have any words of advice here for 5-Rap.
Another absolute smackdown from the side of Shopify Rebellion as they teach 5-Rap 4 staff what's what. And yeah, Arteezy buttering up the competition, I guess, as he bigged out speed and then absolutely turned him inside out. That was quite the performance from Shopify. I mean, yeah, coming out of the lanes, it didn't really look like they... Did they do better in the lanes than you expected, 5-Rap? Or not really?
No, not really.
No.
They
wasn't good.
didn't go well. No. I mean, I thought the Abaddon would do a little better versus the Visage than what it did, but nope. Saberlight had a completely free game, and it makes you wonder, it's like, was Abaddon the right pick here? Because I think they may have forgot, like, an undispellable silence, such as Disruptor Static Storm, plus 1 break mechanic.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you're just dead and there's nothing you can do. Normally, you have that Manta that can take a silence off of you, but you can't take off Disruptor's ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what they just needed on the side of the Rebellion. If they roll out strong from the laning stage, they hit their item timings much faster, and then you have an answer to the Abaddon. Like, they already covered the Pango and the Death Prophet pretty much just through the draft itself, so all the Abaddon counter really needed was just an item or two, and that's pretty much how the game rolled out. It was pretty simple sailing for Rebellion.
Yeah, the ending was really cute as well when they threw him back into the break, into the silence, and then the Abaddon's just gone. That's what we were talking about there with the silence plus break combination. Very, very nice indeed. A cute idea and well initiated from the team. And yeah, we saw Arteezy getting a bit frisky with it there, but he still gets a double kill for his efforts, so it wasn't really much of an issue. Saberlight with a few deaths here and there as well, but overall, there wasn't too much to fault on Shopify, really.
Yeah, I mean, they got pretty hard outplayed. It is what it is. But, like, they did manage to kill Saberlight. They fought back. You know, all the times they did kill Saberlight was them going on the aggressive. It wasn't really just Saberlight, like, being overly cocky, like, on their side of the map. So they were still trying to make plays on the map. They're just too far behind. And this has just been a team, the story of Rebellion is just, like, they're just strong laners. Like, they're individually really good. And then when they do win a laning stage, this is the one team in the region that doesn't throw away big leads, especially Abed. No. This guy, like, once he gets a lead, he almost goes beyond God, like, almost every single game.
It's ridiculous. It's the consistency of this guy is just, like, insane. It's really beautiful to watch. Abed has just been absolutely sick across the DPC, and once again here 16-1-12 on the Storm Spirit. Where is he even pulling these kills out from? But beautiful performance from him. He'll be our MVP for this first game as well. I think Crit deserves an honorable mention as well, just for kind of enabling both him and Arteezy, just feeding them kills with the toss-back combinations and making that play at the end there worthwhile.
He's got a Mask of Madness.
Of course.
On Storm.
Why not? That hero loves attacking fast and being silenced.
Yeah, that was the causing lead to victory, right?
Yeah, I mean, he probably bought that one on the fountain to kill the throne a little bit quicker.
Nah, I mean, it sounds much better. That's not the case. No, I mean, Abed, like you said, like you mentioned, Nomad, he's been rocking the numbers so far, continues to do so. Super consistent. Like you could say, like inside the region, probably the best mid laner that there is. I know Quinn's no longer with us here in NA, but in spirit at least. But still, Abed, he's just fantastic. It's always fun to watch him play, and that's all there is to it. This guy's insane.
He's a beast. He's a beast. Can anyone stop him? Red 2 certainly could not, and I think they will need to go back to the drawing board. I mean, this Pangolier certainly didn't feel like it had any effect on this game. Was that purely down to play, or was the draft just not really playable for him?
I mean, he had some impact in this game, but I think the counter pick of Abed was a little too strong. Abed had too good of a game, and I saw multiple times where Abed just solo killed Red 2 on the map. So, like,
Yeah.
was that a pick problem? Maybe, because, like, you are picking quite early into the draft here, but I think more than anything, they just need to, yeah, I guess focus on the picks. Give him a later pick is something a little better, but, like, it's Abed. He's probably still going to outplay you anyway, so maybe bring the numbers. Gank Abed.
Well,
That's
fire
what
out
I
4
was hoping.
stuff. Yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, that was what I was hoping during the draft. Like, just unite your supports into mid, get that pre-6 gank on the Storm Spirit. Things might get a bit easier. They didn't happen.
Alrighty, well, 5 out 4 stuff weren't able to put it together here for game number 1. Will they turn it around and put some sort of threat towards Shopify in game number 2, or will it be a clean skip for victory for the side of Shopify? We'll find out after this short break. It's time for game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus 5 Rat 4 Stuff. And if you're here to watch a beatdown, then that's kind of weird. But also, you're probably in the right place because 5 Rat 4 Stuff did not look too great coming into game number 1. We want to see them sharpen up their draft. What are some heroes you want to see coming out from this team which they could pick alternatively to the Death Prophet as their first pick?
I want them to steal every single one of their heroes. I want them to play Storm Spirit.
The reverse draft.
Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
Exactly. Play that exact draft against them, and let's see how it goes. And maybe Rebellion will do them a favor and pick their draft from the last game.
That would be embarrassing, though. I
would
think it would be pretty bad. You wouldn't. I don't think they'd want that mentally. Let's just not know. There's some things you'd rather just not know. I don't know. Do you think Rebellion would be down for that though? Do you think if like the draft started going that way, they'd just be like, sure?
I mean, if they let go of all their fundamentals, I guess.
If Bulba's not behind them with his headphones.
I think if Bulba is sick and he's not present with the team, that might be possible.
Yeah. No, for real though, I feel like they should chill on the Pango. I think that's gonna be like my big takeaway.
Yeah.
Also, don't first pick 2 cores.
2 cores, yeah.
And try to win your lanes, and not in the sense of like just try to win your lanes and just play better, but like try to pick so you can actually have a chance to win your lanes, not get counter picked in all your lanes, and then that's where we could start. And from there, maybe have a better early game. Are we going to transition that to a better mid game than Rebellion, better late game? Perhaps not.
Baby steps.
However, I think you shut down Abed right away.
Yeah.
Saberlight, he'll kind of like, depending on the game, you can shut him down in the mid game, and you just have to rely that if you want to win the next portion of the game, you'll deal with RTC later. But you got to shut down Abed.
It's like the bosses, right? The first boss, you know, the mini boss is Saberlight, the little Zoomer boss. Then you've got the bigger boss from SEA, Arved, and then you've got the last boss, RTZ, the Giga Chad at the end.
Learning boss fight mechanics, you know, while it's going on at the same time. You start from step 1, you get to 2, you start all over again. But that has been the theme with Abed, right? You got to start with him being taken down first. You've said that multiple times.
I mean, he's by far the biggest boss for this Rebellion squad. Like, if you don't shut him down and he gets the runes, he makes some rotations. Part of this has to do with crit as well and how he enables Abed with his movements. But like, if he has a good game and the heroes he plays, he'll just 1v5 the game.
He absolutely will. Well, we do have another draft available for game number 2, so let's jump into it and find out exactly how this one is going to go down.
Oh, we don't have a ban yet.
Starting off with reserve time.
Reserve time being used for 5 Rat for the first overall ban of the game. They didn't have enough time to think about their strategy coming in this one, so we're going to overtime a little bit here.
They have the first pick, so Rebellion is going to be banning Brood. They're going to be banning out the Nature's Prophet, and then they just leave the ball to 5 Rat. How do you want to open up your draft? They're banning out the IO, meaning they don't necessarily get to take the Leshrac route. And even if they do go for the hero, I'm pretty sure Rebellion knows how to play against it as well. That's, again, another core picked up in the first phase. But if you want to get a stable, good start for your draft, I would pick one. And I would most likely just first pick yourself a good core. Unless Rebellion is going to counter it easily with a double and then reply to it. Like, they need one core at least on the side of 5 Rat, but don't double core.
Yeah, I think their bans just need to be a little bit better if they want to first pick that DP again. And you can be sure that he's not going to first phase his hero. Almost never.
Yeah.
So you really have to use most of your bans to kind of like ban out his heroes in the second phase if you are speed. You know, get rid of, you know, the NP. Is that one in the game? It is in the game still. We're going through more reserve time in the first banning phase, which never really a good sign. But either way, like if you do want to do that, like you can pick your DP here. Just ban the SF
time to just ban the same hero as last draft.
But they had a discussion of like,
shall we do something differently?
No, they thought it through and decided they're just gonna run it back. And I really think this time the adjustment they will make will be to ban the SF. Because will Rebellion pick it right away? They won't. They're just gonna run it back exactly. So we're gonna see what they're thinking. Hopefully there is no Pango right now.
Someone's playing the sleep sound and the Dota Plus sleep sound in the background there. Well done.
If you don't want to pick a Nyx again, you could just go ahead and take your Tusk now.
10 seconds
That was available. You could take your Clockwork.
Yeah, I like Tusk. I like Clock. I like 2 heroes which can rotate on the mid lane and do something about Abed.
Get that support on the board.
Leave this DP open. That way, if Abed does pick a Spirit again, you can put it in the mid lane to counter him, right?
Yeah, we
So
can see
smart.
Moose
Very
talking
smart.
here. He's talking a lot, and Red 2 is like, but I really want to play Pango, guys.
I mean,
I
I
really
think
like
he's
that hero.
reached his limit now. Like,
He's played 5 games of Pango with 0% win rate.
Yeah, surely 5 losses in a row.
Hey, well done.
All right, we're
And they
seeing
scored.
Progress,
better.
character growth,
Yeah.
redemption, all here in the
Phase 1
NADPC.
complete.
Excellent.
Now we head over to the second phase. So they've passed the first test.
Now you ban SF. You don't even think about it very much. You just do it.
But also, what is Rebellion thinking right now?
We want SF.
They see the DP and the clockwork. They're like, yeah, we want the SF. But
Yeah.
like outside of that, like, is there
Alright.
is there what's going in at the Rebellion right now? Like, are they worried about this clockwork leading into something?
I mean, I think if I'm playing carry in this game, this clockwork got really annoying for me because I want to play Drow. I want to play like some sniper, right, against the DP, something that outranges.
Yeah.
But clockwork is really good against that. So Rebellion's
Team back.
options for carry picks got a little weird. Maybe they're
Yeah.
thinking they want to put this. They want to force Abed to play versus DP in the mid lane. Arteezy, yet again, he will have the overall last pick of the game. But your job from 5-rat 4-staff is to put them in a position where no last pick feels like the ideal perfect pick, which means you have a well-rounded lineup.
We'll see if they can achieve that. But Shopify do respect it. They do ban out the Panga list, so won't be seeing that one coming out for Red 2, which means he will be on a different hero.
Yeah, and 5-rat are going to ban the Drow anyway, just because it is good. It's not like you can't play Drow versus Clockwork. It's just a little bump in the road to get where you need to be.
So looking at the 5-rat draft that they won with versus Dog Champion Game 1, where they did have the clockwork, they played a sniper lineup, but they were also allowed Brood Hoodwink in the first phase. Like, you're not going to recover from the draft when you see Brood and Hoodwink come out. That's going to be super hard to overcome. And they won every single lane. So clockwork, pretty much a key component if they want to play a range core lineup. In a sense, you could put it that way. Disruptor is going to have difficulties getting there. Tiny is one, but we've seen some lineups that have to get to the range core. Tiny is not necessarily going to be enough, so you need a +2, a second type of blink initiator who can get to the back line, cause some havoc. That might be Saberlight's job this game, because Crit's already on the Tiny, and Abed could also pick a hero that jumps the back line, but he's not going to get the Storm Spirit, which I think is all right here.
I don't know if that was the right ban, because
There's probably better ones.
yes, it's Terrorblade. Terrorblade versus Clockwork DP is
Radiant team
a must ban, in my opinion. They're not going to pick it now. But yeah, I mean, Terrorblade doesn't care about either of those heroes. So you want me to explain? Okay, so basically you outrange him. Eventually, you
Okay.
get the pike. You have the illusions that can instantly kill the cogs. So you can get out pretty scot-free. You tank up all the damage from the battery assault. You don't mind being isolated. And DP, he can't run into Terrorblade. She just can't do it
Yeah,
because
yeah.
there's just the overwhelming damage. As long as the Scotty, it'll burst you really, really fast. And
Yeah.
same type of thing, like these illusion type heroes, these summon units. DP nor Clock really enjoys playing against them.
So is the lane bad as well? Is the
The lane can be very bad, especially with one rotation. Sure, at some point, if you play the lane well as a DP, you can bully the TB as a DP, but you come over with crit just one time, avalanche into a metamorphosis, DP will die every time to that.
Yeah.
yeah?
DP is a BB gun at a TB lane, in a sense where the magical damage is usually the weakness of the Terrorblade.
About to lay down a beat for you there, friend.
The
Oh, they stole it. Okay.
Okay.
Very
Alright.
interesting.
They fighting.
Looking at
They
the
fight.
look, trying to turn it around on things. The TB is pretty decent versus the Disruptor. Of course, illusions get killed off somewhat fast, but you're not really worrying about that too much. The Tiny can be a problem with the Avalanche and Timing Sunder. I think that's the worst thing for the TB right now, is actually
Yeah.
the Tiny Avalanche. But Lycan, you don't care about Lycan in this game, on this hero.
You love Lycan when you're TB. You know why? You use Reflection. You get his aura, the Feral Impulse aura, so you get like 40% extra damage.
It is actually
You
true.
get the Vlads.
That is true.
You get the AC. This is why this matchup is so good for the TB, at the
Yep.
point where you just don't want to give that aura away to the TB. It's very detrimental.
Yeah,
And
it
with-
is a few seconds, but yeah. That's true.
Yeah. And with all your armor as well, the wolves aren't really wolves, but more puppies.
Yep. And now they got the Hoodwink as well from their previous successful draft with the Clockwork. So.
I hate to say it, guys. It's a free PL game.
Don't say it. Don't do
I
it.
hate to say it.
We're
back,
not.
back to 2018,
Abed
huh?
Zeus is the other option.
Okay. We'll take that one, please. Let's do that.
dire
2018 Dota
Okay.
was always TB versus PL, and how much can the server handle all the
I mean, they got
lag?
they have
That was
nothing
great.
for PL, but that
Tell you
hero
what.
is really bad, and Abed Zeus is. straight fire, straight lightning, I guess.
It's very, it's fire and lightning. It's pretty
Fire and
devastating.
lightning. Just lightning.
Yeah,
Riders
I
on
don't
the
know.
storm.
They got the magic damage they need. They got the scouting power they need. It can be somewhat, could be caught out by the support duo here of 5-rat 4 staff, but
True.
let's be real. It's Abed.
Abed is a very electric player,
He is.
literally this series as well.
He is electric.
But the clockworks, hoodwinks, like you have a chance to jump the hero. You've got the vision, which I think is really important for this TB to play this game, having the rocket flares, and of course the hoodwinks that like to roam around a lot, hide in the trees, get mobility, get an idea of what's happening around in the fights, right? And allow TB to go to that stand and fight zone. Well, Zeus makes that a little bit harder. You gotta avoid the nimbuses. Your illusions are gonna get cleared out even faster now. So that is definitely an issue that they have to address. Is we need to keep the TB on the move and hitting targets while not getting stuck and clumped up and getting killed right away. Because if you don't have a sundered target, well, goodbye. This hero just dies to magical.
But what do we
Final-
want as 5-rat?
Pardon?
What does 5-rat want? That's the real question. They are flexing this DP, so we don't know if it's going to go mid, but I don't think you want it to go mid right now. I think you want to pick something a bit better versus Zeus. What comes to mind is...
So what do you think about Void Spirit?
I hate that hero.
But
it-
again, the matchup.
The mid matchup, I mean, you can jump on him, but like you do have like... Zeus does have a lot of magic damage that can burst him, so it is possible. I think the Puck might be slightly better. Kunkka is a hero I know that people like versus Lycan. Good versus Zeus in the mid lane too. I think that's something more so they'd be looking after. And they banned the Puck, so
Well,
he
bye
likes
bye
Void
Puck.
Spirit, right? So
He likes Void Spirit.
It could be a thing. It can get on top of him. I think Kunkka is like, you just see these two heroes, and Zeus, good in lane versus him. Lycan, you got some cleave at some point, and the rum buff to help your TB survive.
Secondly-
It could work.
What about Quaswex Invoke? To
Invoker?
get some extra control. Yeah, especially Quaswex.
Oh, they're just going to go with Kunkka.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay.
All right. So now you know for a fact that, I mean, if I'm Martese now, Sniper? Sniper looks okay. I mean, I don't want to pick PL anymore. You have Zeus mid. He's going to take care of him for the most part. You do kind of need to outrange the DP. They banned the Morph, which has been pretty good.
Yeah, that would have been the...
I think CK
most
was
likely
good too,
call.
because they're low on stuns, right? But you don't want to play a lot of these melee heroes into this, so... I don't know. I feel like he might play Sniper here.
I think he's going to bring out the Lina again.
Lena's good too,
I like
actually.
that, yeah.
I forgot that hero existed. That could be very good. I like that.
A nerfed hero that could still work. I feel like Lina could sit in. They only got 2 melee heroes on the draft, but they're also ones that run around a lot. The other
Yeah.
one initiates, the other one just gives vision. And Lina also likes to be quite mobile, right? So you get the benefit from Lycan's auras
Yeah.
and get a bit of extra punch.
Any chance he goes back for the Sven this game?
Sven versus TB, I don't like the matchup. Like if
pretty bad.
it's
No.
if it's what Fear said about R2 thinks about the carry matchup, TB wins Sven.
Oh,
with
Abed's
ease.
clapping, so...
He's clapping.
He's clapping, yeah. Not last game, I mean just now on the camera.
Yeah, I mean, he might be clapping this game too.
Maybe.
RTZ is like, I'm not playing Meepo, guys. Come on, I'm not playing the hero.
I mean, Lena, Sniper come to mind. If he want, I mean, he could pick a stun if he
A
wants
hero
to
that
spin,
allows him
but
to fountain dive.
Pudge. Right.
Oh, okay.
There's a stun.
All right.
Okay, so
cute.
that's what they were laughing about.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that isn't a hero that. It feels like they really wanted that stun because
Yeah.
it's not
They wanted
good
a brawler.
versus, it's not really good versus TB, but he's really believing in the fact that Abed is kind of like the carry this game. He's going to deal with the TB,
Yeah.
and he doesn't really need to do it. And all the other options we kind of mentioned, I think Lena didn't really have a stun, so I feel like he's going to take that frontline role for the team.
Is there a chance that Shopify run out of steam this game?
It's Abed Zeus. I mean, if you shut down Abed, I might believe, but
Yeah.
can anyone shut down Abed from this region?
Yeah, based on draft, I think 5-Rat has like a 52 to 48% chance to win, but execution-wise, it has to start with Phase 1 completed in the draft, Phase 2 shut down Abed.
Yeah. I just asked because in a lot of these other games in the Division 1 and in Division 2, the late game teams always look better, and you're playing TB, you're playing Kunkka. They have some mean late game there, so if they can find that 40 plus minute mark, then is there a chance? I'm coping
It's
hard here, guys.
Very,
Please.
very slim because I think Kunkka is just a bad hero right now. Like
Oh,
you might have a
kind of.
decent laning stage with the hero, but like you just fall off at some point. Like the X mark gets countered by so many items, Yules, BKB. At some point, you can buy a lot of things to just like not get comboed anymore. And once that's the case, what are you as a Conka? Not
T Panda,
much.
just say this one's going to be close, and I'll give you 100 lay.
Ooh. No.
Quickly.
I'll hold them to that.
God damn it. All right. Well,
pass.
I tried, guys. I tried. What can you do? Let's see if our casters have got any copium over in their booth. It's MLP and Synderin.
Nomad, we are going to get into it. Synderin, T-Panda said he had 52 to 48% chance, apparently, for 5-rat based on their drafts. Quickly, Synderin, what are your percentages here? Like, do you have any exact numbers?
I don't know. I think this is a really good Pudge game. I respectfully disagree that this is not a good hero this game for anything else than the ult. I think some of his matchups here are actually pretty interesting. So, Flesh Sheep is a very special spell.
Oi.
Oh.
Oh, unlucky.
All right, I take it back. Other Pudges would have been really good here, but all right. I mean, sometimes you miss. You got to try for it, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the reason why Arteezy was laughing and saying no during the drafting phase, is because he knows every time he misses.
Yeah, so I've seen this Pudge against Terrorblade matchup, and historically speaking, it's terrible for Pudge. Terrorblade would just overpower you with items and destroy you, but after this carry Pudge has fallen or has come into fruition and people are maxing Flesh Heap and you buy Vanguard, when you have Vanguard and Axe, you can actually stand your ground and you can kill the Terrorblade illusions really fast. And once you get BKB, you're one of the heroes that Terrorblade actually kind of struggles with killing. And you're just this annoying frontline brick that, if you think about it, most of the time Terrorblade stands ground, he hits you, he wins. If any hero can contest him for a while in the fight and outlast his BKB, that's a win. That's when Terrorblade becomes vulnerable, right?
Yeah.
So Pudge can perform that function in this game, and then Zeus is going to kill the Terrorblade for him. After the BKB runs out, he's extremely vulnerable. And there's a lot of other pitfalls for Terrorblade. He can get Spell Burst to just fly out death by Tiny Disruptor Zeus, and get caught by a hook and die. There's plenty of problems. And once Pudge is BKB, I don't see anything killing him here. Like Fear pointed out, Kunkka doesn't deal meaningful damage after a certain point to that hero. And yeah, as far as the Death Prophet goes, I would say it's a similar problem. So let's see. If nothing else, I love watching some Pudge, man. I always think this hero is really fun. I know a lot of the viewers probably hate it because they're getting like PTSD of playing against it every second game, but this is one of my favorite Dota heroes, and he's gonna get First Blood too, as it looks on Taboos.
Yeah, he does. Arteezy already picking up First Blood here on the Pudge.
He hit that hook.
He certainly did. I mean, maybe nobody saw it because we weren't looking there, but nevertheless, we promise he hit a hook there, I'm sure.
He did. He hooked, and then the hoodwink ran away, and then got glimpsed back. So he got hooked twice, effectively. It's a pretty nasty lane when you think about it. The way you usually handle Pudge is, you get hooked, you just run away. Well, guess what? You have to run away twice. He doesn't even have Rot yet. It's gonna get worse.
Yeah, that's a very, very tough lane indeed. Oh, how's the other lanes going? I mean, we're looking back at bot lane, Arteezy Fly. I mean, you talked about how disgusting this lane matchup can be here for the side of 5-Rat. I mean, I suppose the DP at some stage can be quite annoying herself. Like if she gets hooked in with the Spirit Siphons, can be quite annoying. But
yeah, it's one of the better offlaners at laning against Pudge, I would say. Spirit Siphon is just that overpowering that unless the support pairing with Pudge has enough damage, you can just trade. But at the same time, one thing Pudge does have going for it in this matchup is that he does get a relatively fast Vanguard usually, and that allows him to trade way, way better and just stand his ground and farm. And I think this is something that a lot of players had to get used to with their mindset around playing this hero, because you've had like years of experience playing Pudge, and it's all about hit, hook, and get kills, you know? But if you're playing it as a carry, a lot of the time, if you're just free farming, that's fine. You don't have to kill anything. Just get to your Vanguard Ags, and that's when things start rolling. So anything else is a luxury. I think this move from Arteezy could maybe backfire a little bit.
well, he landed
Will
a
be
nice
forced
hook
away.
there onto
Yeah.
speed. But like you said, the thing is, like, these siphons, very
Yeah.
hard to fight into.
When he gets level 3 on DP, this gets a lot harder for the Pudge to pull off. I guess that's Arteezy's mindset here, is that if he wants to put any pressure on DP, now's the time, because it will be harder on level 3.
Hook
Glimpse
again.
into,
I mean, our observer caught that one. I mean, of all hooks to catch there, Mr. Cameraman, that wasn't the one.
I didn't see a hook.
Oh, poor Artees. Yeah, the poor guy knows every time he misses, he's just, don't open Twitch chat, Artees.
He's farming Omega Lols. I mean, that's fine. I think that's something Shopify Rebellion as an org can appreciate, is that their players farm impressions, right?
Oh, of course.
So
Yeah. No, Shopify, very smart org.
let's make some clips.
Yeah. Absolutely. How about that top? What's going on the top lane? Like, we haven't looked at that at all. 50% accuracy apparently is the hook accuracy. Of course, we are going to keep track of that. Top lane. Giant's trying to go at it here. Sablelight's going to go for a bit of a run. And looks like he should be fine, but in comes DNM.
Yeah, this is just a free Terrorblade lane, right? Like, Terrorblade against Lycan is an amazing matchup. You have pretty good regen, you have insane armor, so all of Terrorblade's damage being physical means you can't really put any pressure on the Terrorblade. He beats you on last hit damage as well. He has the 70 against 60 right now, and the Conjure image. So, yeah, DNM should be fine. The Clockwork against Tiny matchup is also fun to play for the Clock, so overall, Crit actually is in trouble here. I don't know if he can find his way out of this.
Toss up. It's actually going to be enough.
Oh, he has boots. Okay, he's fine.
Very nice.
If the movement speed was the other way around, he would die there. But yeah, Clockwork doesn't have the boots. He's going for the Earn build, I think, which some 5 clocks do elect to do, starting with the Ring of Protection.
But you're doing that for the Spirit Vessel build up, right? Like, against the Pudge, you kind of want that answer towards him, and
I don't know. I'm not really a Vessel fan in general. I feel like the item is just too good for too short of amount of time. Oh, hit that hook on a range creep.
Yeah, just making sure it doesn't get taken out. There's a glimpse. Don't worry about it. You miss one, you get the other. But problem is, speed can turn.
Yeah, he's out of siphons now, though, for a while. So if any hook connects now, it's a kill, probably. Moose can maybe create some distance, but gotta be careful.
1-0. 5 minutes in. That mid lane's the one we haven't really mentioned too much at all. Like Red 2 versus Arbed.
This lane should just be a wash. I feel like both heroes just pretty much farm.
Yeah.
It might be slightly Zeus favored if he plays it really well offensively. If he avoids a lot of the cleave hits from Coca. But
Acorn shot will get the job done. Arteezy still going for a chase as all crit. He does rotate at the perfect time. Speed is still going to try and fight, but Arteezy will get a nice toss back here with crit. Problem is he does not have mana for the hook. Can't keep going.
I think Arteezy misread that situation. But I guess it's also lack of information, right? If he knows there's no Spirit Siphon charges, I think he kills him there. I actually really like that play from Crit to toss the DP into him, because if Pudge and DP have the same health and Pudge starts rotting, he might lose the trade 1v1, but Tiny's obviously going to help him, right? So I think that was a kill in that situation if Arteezy didn't back down.
Here we go again. Glimpse
they'll
is there.
get him now instead.
Yeah.
That'll do.
Just give the vision here for flight. Speed, trying to heal through it. Not going to be able to get it done as Moose now. Moose will go for a run, but it's not enough. Arteezy picking up his 3rd kill of the game as Crit does end up denying himself to the tier 1 tower. And I'll tell you, this is going to be a lot of strength to go the way of Arteezy this game, I think. Already +4 with the Flesh Heap. Going to be feeling very nice.
Yep. That is very nice indeed. And he will be... I wonder what the skill build is here. Oh, hang on, Abed. Getting caught. There's a Clockwork rotation as well.
Oh, nice heavenly jump, though.
Yeah, good timing.
And Crit always rotating across the map. Even fills up the bottle of Arbed in the middle of all this. And the toss back.
Okay. All right, Crit, you got any more up your sleeve?
Red is completely outplayed here in the mid lane is Giant and Red. They're sticking around. They're threatening. They've got the torrent to land on Crit, but that's not really the target they wanted anyway. And Arbed now might look for a bit of a turn, but doesn't really have a target to go on. We're a high school kind of play here from the mid lane from the side of Shopify Rebellion. And that'll be about it.
This bottom lane is just free now. This is what happens a lot of the time in... Oh, nice attempt there. This is what happens a lot of the time in Pudge lanes, right? If you get 1 or 2 kills and you get slightly ahead and you get that bonus from the Flesh Heap, Pudge can be left alone against Death Prophet and confidently win this lane even.
Oh, Crit. Just always giving the vision over to Fly. Speed, all he can do is just rush towards him, go for the siphons, but the hook is there underneath the tier 1 tower, into the Dismember. Speed is gone. Yeah.
I don't know, why does it Zeus always have to do this, man? What is it?
It's necessary. It's just how you play the hero. You can't avoid it. If you're not pressing R to secure kills, Syndrome, I don't know what you're doing, is this?
It's just so unnecessary, but hey. I mean, maybe there's something about it that I'm just not aware of. Like, in terms of the math on this, like, Zeus gets experience in mid and he gets in on the kill bounty and everyone else gets AoE go. I don't know. Does the kill generate more gold like this or something? I don't think it does.
No.
I don't think so.
He just wants the kill, let's be honest.
Yeah. Trigger fingers itching. Understandable. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say I wouldn't have done the same, but it's still funny. It's still funny to laugh at others doing it.
Giant. Not very funny for him right now on the clock, but he's going to be all right. They don't want to mess around with him. Instead, though, Red 2 is going to be kind of caught out as Abed does get tossed in. He'll go for an X-Boat combination, but is dropping extremely low. Will try to turn. Arteezy will save the day for Abed, though I'm not sure if it was quite necessary. Maybe Arteezy just wants to kill himself. Abed, he's not going to be able to steal it anyway. Fly does secure the kill. Nevertheless, 6-2 now, Shopify Rebellion. Really starting to take off here. Like, there's already 5 flesh heap stacks on Arteezy. Not a very good sign here for 5 Ratters. They're going for a bit more now. Crit, out of range, but
Radiant's bottom tower.
it still feels like they can just keep defending this bottom tier 1 tower.
You got to be careful here as 5-Rat with this push. Pudge is a very unique hero from the safe lane position in terms of defending this exact tower. A lot of the time, Arteezy just keeps throwing hooks here and hoping someone is there. He's just literally just praying every time. He has no vision, no information. He's just YOLOing it.
And Abed's been that teammate that laughs every time he misses.
I mean, he has Soul Ring, so he can go for it. It's okay. So, yeah, so if you have like a mindset on DP of, okay, I'm hitting level 6, I'm going to push this tower, this is like one of the worst carries to do it against because there's always the risk you get hooked into a really bad position.
The tossback is
Gotta
there,
be
speed.
careful.
Siphon's already committed 2, only has 1 left, but Crit is the one in danger now as Crit will try to run, but is going to go down. A nice pick off here for 5-Rat.
Good damage there.
Hell, even Giant showing up, but the glimpse is there. Speed. Nah, he's going to be just fine. There's no angle for Arteezy to go for a hook. And there's 3 heroes here anyway. 5-Rat, they want to just dive them. Bushwhack is going to land on Arteezy. They'll just rush right towards the punch, but the Cogs is going to push him back. Hooks off the mark. I don't know if this is it, boys. Giant, he's dropping a little bit too low and does go down. Arteezy, in the meantime, still running his way out. They are still chasing him down, but you've got to make your decision. Who's the target? Arteezy finally going down, surely, but no Crit. Oh, Crit saves the day again.
Has been killed.
This man always just in the right place at the right time. Gets his Pudge out of there. Red's been trapped up in the tree line, but Saberlight, he'll move. He'll give a bit of leeway to Red, but not so much anyway. They know he's there. Oh, it hurts to watch sometimes, you know?
Oh, it's fun. Pudge is just such a funny hero, man. Like, Arteezy did like everything wrong. He just got bailed out by Crit and it looks good, you know? So he misses the hook, then he dismembers a clockwork for 0.1 second because of battery assault, and then he just runs at him with Raw. It's like, oh well. I mean, that matchup is really annoying, to be fair. It's not like Arteezy did it terribly wrong. It's just, it just always looks funny when Pudge gets countered.
Speed.
But what a clutch play from Crit there with the save. Makes it all worth it if they get speed. Oh, no. I feel like I'm feeling a repeat brewing with this Death Prophet. This hero cannot afford to die 3 times in 10 minutes. Like, it's really, really rough against this kind of lineup as well, right?
Yeah.
We talked about it last game, how he couldn't deal with the physical damage. It's not the same nature of heroes that he's against, but there's a little bit of the same in terms of like the raw single target, right? There's Zeus, there's Lycan, and there's the Pudge. If things connect, you're just in so much trouble. Nice hookshot from Giant here, might keep him alive. Good Cogs too, nicely done.
Yeah, he's all right. X is there. Crit, is he going to be saved? Arteezy, he's got the hook
This
up.
is not gonna work. This is flat out not gonna work.
I mean, oh, toss is out. Arteezy, he wants the old alley-oop. And Red 2 has been caught. Avalanche is there to follow up. Red, he is gone. You weren't wrong, Synderen. It certainly did not work. The Crit eventually does go down, but now Flies here.
Oh, nice hook.
Does land perfectly. Arteezy threads the needle.
Whoa, okay. Crit buyback?
All right. Why the hell not? Moose, he'll get caught in the mid lane. I'm not sure what the buyback was for, but nevertheless, Crit may be feeling a little bit spicy here in this game too.
I mean, they maybe thought that DNM was going to make a fight out of that since he popped meta. And Crit wanted to dissuade the pursuit and maybe set up a better fight for themselves.
Middle tower is under attack.
At the end of the day, using a buyback on a 4 at this point is not particularly expensive, so it's all right. Speed will get bot tower. Good for him.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Making some progression on that DP. Very needed.
Saberlight.
Oh, he is in trouble now, though.
Yeah, Speed. I mean, you kind of talked about not dying too many times here, and it's at the bot lane again of all places. At least he does find the tier 1 tower before he does drop, but it's still a very rough game,
Might
though I
be
say
okay.
that. Yeah, he's healing.
Oh, he's more than fine.
Hold on a
Nice
minute.
shot.
Sharpshooter's there. Last hit. Oh, it's not going to be enough. The Ghosts won't make it either. They'll retreat. So Fly's going to be the one that surely goes down here as he has been left alone. Nevertheless, Speed will survive this time around, and that's all that matters.
I mean, in comparison with the last game, I think we've been talking a decent amount about this Pudge, right? Because it's kind of always the talk of the town when this hero's picked. But 5rat's game is looking a lot better than it was last time at this point, right? Like, this time around, the gold is even. They have a clear win condition with the Terrorblade, who is having a good time, DNM is. And, like, what we wanted to see out of 5rat was to not get crushed as much in the lanes as in the early game as they did last time. And mission accomplished on that front, right? So this could very well become a more competitive game than the last one at this rate.
The DNM, he is a kind of a specialist on the TB. It's probably arguably one of his better heroes as well, so should be feeling very, very comfortable. Looking towards that tier 1 mid tower now, 5rat. Then we'll start moving in. No Metamorphosis available, but DNM is going to join his team anyway.
Are Shopify going to try to hold this? They have Glyph. Abed has a haste rune. Yeah, they're going to be fine, probably.
Yeah, just chain lightning, or rather arc lightning, will be more than enough here from Abed.
This Kunkka illusion rune is actually really good right now. It's giving some very impactful information. He should split them up, though, and cover 2 angles, which he will do now. One of them got glimpsed there, I think. Yeah.
No, DNM.
That's good enough info to finish this tower. Nicely done.
Very, very nice here from 5rat. 4-star, able to secure that tier 1 mid tower and an immediate smoke up.
Oh, this... I wonder if they're biting over more than they can chew here with this move. If this smoke gets broken, nicely done here by Crit.
Thunder God's Wrath is there. That'll give all the vision they require, though Fly does get caught out and will go down, but gets a static storm off in time. There's just no one around to actually try to capitalize, though Abed is still trying to do it, but can't do it on his own. He needs to get the hell out. As they do X him up, they might have the Zeus here, and they will. That's a great pickup. Red, though, he will go down, and Arteezy, he is copying a lot of damage here from DNM. It looks like they might just have another crit. Crit will save Arteezy once again. The Saberlight, he's the one to get left behind, but, well, rather 5rat are trapped with him. This Giant will eventually just die to the wolves. Moose will try to TP out. Crit, does he have an avalanche? Not quite, but they've got the glimpse back. Moose will be right back to the side of Shopify. The Saberlight.
Did he get strength for that? Dude, I don't know, man. He was like 2,000 range above Hoodwink when Hoodwink died. I don't know if ZX's counts on range for that. He got bushwhacked mid-toss. So he was like hanging. There was like this 2,000 range rope hanging down when Hoodwink died. Oh, I hope there's a replay of that. That was hilarious.
Oh, we should
That
be able
looked
to see one.
so silly. I don't know if he got strength.
That's what I'm curious about now as well. We'll see if we're going to be able to see a bit of a repeat of that still. 17-7, 2K advantage. Again, Shopify Rebellion, you kind of said it. Like, it's a much closer game. My main concern is you are at the point now where Arteezy's about to pick up the full Ags.
Yeah, that's huge.
And yeah, that's when things get a little bit spicy, I think.
Yeah, he bypassed the Vanguard, which I don't know if this is like more meta to do right now on Pudge. Nice hook set up there from Crit into Toss, into Dismember. Well done.
I see what you meant by the replay, by the way. You missed it now,
Oh,
but
I did.
yeah. We did not get to see the Flesh Heap stack, sadly, but nevertheless.
All right. Yeah, they're going to get the Roche here as well. Yeah, so I don't know if this is the common thing to do now on Pudge to bypass that Vanguard. For quite a while, every safe lane Pudge was buying Vanguard into Ags. Unless there was a really good reason to skip the Vanguard. I think in this game it would be fine against Terrorblade. But either way, maybe there's not enough value because it's only against that one hero, so then you'd rather just get the Ags faster. Which Arteezy will have in... Does he have the other 2 components in base? Where's his courier? Yeah, he does. Okay, so Axe is coming out in 50 gold.
Well, tier 2 up top tower now. It's going to be under siege. Arteezy haven't looked through the tree line. Can he get a blind hook on Moose? Not quite. Nice attempt. You know, that's one thing about Pudge players, right? Like, if there's one thing you can appreciate about what Arteezy's done this whole game, even if he does have the Soul Ring so he can spam it, is the fact that he's not scared to throw out the hook blindly. This is
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think there's some players that really overthink it and just obsess way too much about hitting every time. Like, it's a spell like any other in Dota. You have a certain frequency that you can use it. If you have a 20% chance of hitting, but you can throw it with no repercussions, and then if it misses, it's whatever, go for it, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it hits. That's a kill.
As production shows us, it was a 31.3% landing rate right now still. They do go into DNM, but he is able to get out for now. Problem is Giant may just drop DNM, getting glimpsed back. Still, Crit is dropping rather low on the Tiny, and he will go down. So DNM on the run as 5-Rat. Will go for a bit of a run themselves, trying to get out of this. Saberlight keeping up all the vision for his team and just going right after Speed, but he's dropping rather low himself now on the like, and still Arteezy, he's the big one. Look at the slows coming out. Speed is down, DNM is gone as well, and 5-Rat, they are just gonna melt. Glimpse back onto Red 2. He's not making it out either. That'll be another one for Abed. And this is starting to look very, very tough now. It's like, as soon as he gets involved, like, you just can't run from this Pudge anymore.
Yeah, that's another thing. When Pudge is on top of you as Terrorblade, you kind of have no choice, right? You have to fight back. Pudge does so much magic damage that your armor doesn't matter. So if he can sustain against you and he has a team that kills you with him, it's just too difficult for DNM once the Rot is in range. And you see the prioritization here from Arteezy as well. That's his read too. I'm gonna buy Dagger. He's just gonna go straight in. He's not buying an armor item first, like just a casual plate mail for value against... The fact that he's not doing that against Terrorblade plus DP is very telling, right? It's literally just, I'm strong enough with my 13 Flesh Heap stacks. I'm gonna get a Dagger, I'm gonna blink on Terrorblade, and then we're gonna never let him go.
Red, gonna be spotted. Hook, won't connect this time around.
Oh, we are approaching that 20% I was talking about, right? We'll get there.
Yeah.
That's all right. I think he's played a solid game. It's funny, right? You can just make fun of Pudge's missing hooks. I mean, he's still 7-0 and 10, so... You know, do it better yourself, right?
It's a classic, like, it's like Enigma, right? People play Enigma, but they always feel like they have to land the 5-man black hole. Like, it can't
really
just be...
don't.
Yeah, that's what people think. And
Yeah.
it's the same story with this Pudge. It's like, if you don't land your hooks, everyone just starts laughing at you, even though you're having a perfect game. I'm talking from personal experience, by the way, Cinder.
You know, it's like people editing their posts on social media to make it look like their life is oh so great, but it's just a very selective highlight that's not indicative of reality. Whereas, you know, if you're just having a good day every day, that's great. You don't need to have a fantastic day all the time. If you're hitting good black holes, if you're hitting the right hero 1 or 2 times or 3 times, so what? You might not be in the highlight reel, but you won the game.
That's right.
I mean, that's it. That's the same with Pudge. Arteezy's had enough highlight clips for his life anyway, man. He did a 1v5 as Lifestealer. That literally never happens to anyone. So it's not like you're gonna beat that in any way.
No.
Speed will get caught. Look at that insane amount of damage.
It's quite
Pudge
ridiculous.
plus Zeus. An instant TP top. Arteezy's looking for more.
I mean, the thing is, he's just so strong right now. Like, yeah, you lose Crit, but he knows he can just walk in with this Rod.
He can win this 1v3.
Yeah, he probably could. Red.
can.
He gets his BKB off. That's going to be the saving grace for him. Dismember up in 3 seconds. Hook off the mark. A nice sidestep from Red, but Crit is back into the team fight as he did buyback, and Red is just going to drop. There's just no fear in the world. Aegis will expire in 25 seconds, but really, who the hell cares? Like, 9-0 and 11 now. 16 Flesh Heap stacks, 32 bonus strength here for our Pudge, and just no signs of slowing down.
Oh, Zeus ult. They're hoping to give some vision mid, I think, for Arteezy to blink Dismember, but nobody home. Except a creep wave. Is he serious? No way. Okay, I thought he was just randomly going to hook the hoodwink
He
there.
might get the NM. Ooh. Oh, Spidey.
We've reached the point where we celebrate close to hitting.
Spider senses were tingling there from Arteezy.
That was very close. That was a very good read, to be honest. It was exactly where they were. Just doesn't have the necessary range. If you had a lens there, that would have been right on the money on Terrorblade.
Don't tell me you're one of those guys that builds Aether Lens on Pudge.
No.
No.
I would not.
No.
I would never. I haven't played this hero in a long time, actually. It's really fun, though.
Yeah. Great hero.
It's not. There was that one patch where it was really good as a 4. I loved that. But then Valve were like, people are having too much fun. We can't have that. People already play so much Pudge in the lower MMR, so the hero can't actually be good, right? And then everyone was like, yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, it was a good couple of weeks.
It was.
I had a good time. It was when Flesh Heap gave regen.
Oh, that was
so... Offlane Pudge in that patch.
yummy.
That was my shit.
The bottom tier one's going to drop. I'll bet. Oh, they'll go for another, I think. I mean, they've got the Helm of the Overlord. There is going to be a smoke up from Shopify as well, so it looks like they actually just want to fight. Hoping maybe Five-Rat try to go for a bit of a fight themselves.
Yeah, they saw that smoke because there was a Clockwork Rocket mid-air right as they smoked, so pretty unlucky there for Shopify, which means, I mean, Five-Rat are aware, but what are they going to do with it? Are they going to make a counter move themselves? Are they going to try to outnumber them or whatever?
Well,
not the case.
Giant will get jumped.
They're going to give up their clock.
Yeah. Giant's got DNM. He's popped the meta. He's looking for a way into this fight, but the Cox were just blocking. They'll finally get onto the high ground. They've got an X back onto Saberlight. Hook is there. They've found Red on the Kunkka. Dismember to lock him down with the tidal wave. It'll cancel it off. Meanwhile, though, Speed is in big trouble. Though he'll try to turn a man up here, but Saberlight will just chase him down with the wolves, blocking him in. Speed is stuck in the tree line. He can't get out. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Arteezy, though.
Arteezy, he's dropping very low, and this time around he will go down.
That's a huge kill. DNM is the one to get it as well. He got 1,000 gold for that on Terrorblade.
No more perfect game for Arteezy.
Hey, that was up for discussion whether it was a perfect game already, regardless.
Yeah, that's fair.
He had a great score.
It was a good score.
Oh man, I love poking fun at Pudge's missing hooks, but let's be honest, it's a very hard spell to hit. So
Crit, still stuck in the tree line, is gonna get spotted, and eventually.
yeah, if DNM gets this one as well, he didn't. But I think his Scotty's done now.
That's big.
That is big. I mean, the game is still very hard for Five-Rat because of the Zeus factor against Terrorblade, but this is the start of what could lead to something for them. They haven't lost barracks. Their high ground defense is very good with Tidal Wave, with X-Mark, with Hookshot into Cog knockback. And the fact of the matter is, Rebellion have pretty terrible pushing heroes except Lycan, right? Like, Pudge is just not good at taking towers. And Zeus is even worse. So, effectively, high grounding is actually kind of hard, and you almost need to find a pick-off or win a fight beforehand, given what you're up against.
Well, the unfortunate part as well, like, had Five-Rat been around Roshan, it was a 20-second respawn timer. So, like, had you been around the pit at the time that you won that team fight, I mean, Crit had no bite. He died back on the Tiny. He was down for a minute, but they don't recognize it.
Yeah.
Unfortunate to say the least here for Five-Rat. And now it seems like Shopify are the ones that are going to get kind of first dibs on the Roshan. Now they were guarding a regen rune. It gets denied off here by Fly, so Abed just not willing to make his way over as he's down at the bot lane.
Arteezy with a completed BKB. That's huge. So in the previous fights, he's getting kited, right? He's getting kited by the Tidal Wave, he's getting kited by Clockwork, he's getting kited by the Hoodwink Stun. Now he can blink BKB and just go to town on whoever he wants, and he's not going to die. Even a Terrorblade with Scotty right now does not have enough damage against a 20 armor, 3,000 health Pudge with Flesh Heap running. You're just not getting through that. And you're going to have to yield relatively quickly against Zeus. So I think the dream fight for Arteezy is blink, dismember the Terrorblade, and Zeus just pops everything on him, and they find the kill with Tiny combo as well. Remember, DNM does not have BKB yet, so he is susceptible to all of this overwhelming magic damage. And he can't sunder Arteezy if he's just in the BKB next to him, so let's see if that is the play he's going for. Alternatively, I mean, Death Prophet's a great fast kill. She has 2 auras. She's the mech in the pipe for the team. Probably worst target's the Kunkka, I guess. I mean, what does he really offer? He has a BKB and a Tidal Wave. His net worth is 10k, this hero. Doesn't really do very much except a bit of control.
Well, counter smoke now from Shopify. Five-Rat were unable to find anything with their own smoke.
Yeah.
Well, Five-Rat...
Very dead moose.
Yeah, Giant. He doesn't look too safe either. They'll try to run, but the Wolves are given the vision. Toss it as well.
Nice.
Hook shot away. Glimpses back, though. It's just the thing. Fly is having such an easy game with these glimpses because you've got constant vision. Zarteezy blinking onto Red 2. No way for him to survive through this, surely, as he does get a tidal wave. But Arped gets him with the right click, of all things.
Yeah, that's that Zeus shard.
Dire structures.
Nah, I don't actually think that mattered there. He hits pretty hard. I mean, he hits for like 150.
He does too. Imagine
man.
that.
Yeah.
They want more.
Yeah, speed is off to the side here.
Arteezy.
I don't think they're gonna guess this position though. No. Doesn't look like it. Anyway. Mission accomplished for Shopify, right? They're gonna get Roche off it too. They have enough time with these 10 seconds. That should be enough to kill it off. One of the luxuries of having Lycan in your team. A very formidable Roshan killer. Especially with this build. He has the Assault Cuirass as well as the Helm of the Overlord. So, very easy. Gonna give the Aegis over to the Pudge. I think it could have maybe made a case for giving it to Zeus, but I think they're just gonna rely on Abed playing good positioning in fights. And now with this Aegis, Arteezy can flat out just go in with 100% confidence. I think if his teammates are nearby, the conditions don't even matter. He can blink into 5 enemy heroes on the enemy high ground and it's actually even good. He just needs to give vision, he needs to lock onto targets and slow them down, and set his teammates up for success. And on his second life, he can clean up with BKB.
Oh, 5-Rat still grouped up here. Red 2 going to pick up a blink for himself now. Shopify hanging around the mid lane, hoping somebody shows up, but just only DNM's illusions around the area. But it does seem like they are very, very willing to force a fight now with this Aegis up on the Pudge. Thunder God's Wrath once again going to hand over the vision to Shopify Rebellion as well, they are going to smoke up on 5-Rat. They see the Pudge. They want to try and
they
make the
cannot go on
jump
him.
in. Oh, and the Bushwhack's not going to land either. They know exactly where they are now. Speed is still rushing forward, trying to at least get Fly under the Disruptor. But he's still just walking away. His Crit's going to make in, jump in with the toss. They've got the DP. Boat is there to try and help out. Speed still trying to run, but Arteezy will not let him go. Speed is down. Still Saberlight will not go down. No, he does. The right clicks from DNM going to be more than enough. There's Giant will drop it now. The glimpse back. This is the big one. The TB. He's going to pop his BKB. Hook is there. They found Moose instead. Moose will go down. Arteezy taking a fair bit of damage to those dismember, so he can not cancel off the TP.
Yeah, DNM, I think, I mean, kind of cute, right? He's trying to Manta dodge the glimpse first, but he mistimes it, and then BKB's plan B. So I kind of see what he was going for. He wanted to try to not have to BKB, because if he does get the Manta dodge right, he could probably just run away. But then after using the BKB, he's kind of have to, he's forced to stand and fight at least a bit, but you could TP out, so it's okay. After Arteezy ate the Hoodwink instead. And this should be the end of this push. The heroes are back alive, they can defend here, but again, it feels like at this point you're delaying the inevitable, because looking at 5-Rat 4-Staff, you have one hero dealing damage. That's the Terrorblade. And the problem is the enemy team has a hard BKB lockdown that is protected. Arteezy can always BKB dismember this guy. Full duration, except I guess Hookshot is a wild card, but I don't think we've seen it come into play yet.
Not quite.
And the longer the fights go, Abed's gonna win, right? So your Terrorblade has this like small window where he's strong. And if Shopify always weather the storm in that fighting window, they're gonna be A-okay after. Nimbus is gonna be available as well in 200 gold for Abed. Very nice item together with Pudge. It gives him that little bit of extra global ability to find picks. And in fights, if he isolates anyone, can't be the difference maker between whether the hero dies in Dismember or not.
It certainly can be.
Also gives them guaranteed vision against the Glimmer Cape of Clockwork on the target they're on, so that's also nice. A lot of good things to be said about that. DNM is close to Daedalus though. I mean, this is really the hero to watch for 5-Rat is, will DNM get big enough and will he get the perfect fight? I don't think there's any other items on the horizon that will be a true game changer. Kunkka is very far from the water park. Speed is far from BKB. Yeah, I mean, everything else will just be utility, right? Hoodwink is going Dagger, Clockwork's going Ghost Scepter. So there's not going to be any like game-changing, oh wow, they have a Hex, or all of a sudden they have an E-Blade or some major damage item. It really is, can DNM carry or not?
Still top of the net worth, but just not making the difference here this game. Just too many ways of dealing with the TB so far. Still, he is farming. He's trying to get to that ultra late stage of the game where the TB might be able to pull off some magic, but Shopify, they seem very cool, calm, and collected here as, well, Aegis is still up for another 45 seconds. They can certainly look to make a play. BKB now up on Saberlight. That's a fresh BKB, so another 9 seconds on that. Thunder God's Wrath going to reveal that they're not anywhere near the side of 5-Rat 4-Staff.
I like what Shopify were going for there, though. I think Crit saw a glimpse of the Hoodwink on his top ward, and when Crit got close enough to the tree line, they went for the Zeus ult to try to give Crit vision, but Moose was ahead of the curve there and had already TP'd back to base, assuming that this thing could exactly happen. So a nice read from him to get out of there.
Radiant are scanning.
5-Rat. I mean, it only takes one good team fight to try and pull off a bit of a comeback.
There's the Aegis.
Does wear off. Red 2, he's got an X back onto Arteezy. Nice tidal wave as well, but Crit gonna make the jump in. Gets caught by the tidal wave. Is still gonna be just fine as Arteezy backs off, but Fly was the one, in fact, Saberlight was the one caught out, but he's got the BKB up, so he's not gonna drop. They'll take down Giant on the Clockwork as now Arteezy, he's onto DNM. They've got the Static Storm right on top of the Terrorblade as well. DNM trying to run, can't make it out. He is down, no buyback available as they're bringing more in. They've got Red 2.
Yeah, Fly has an Axe.
Oh.
I didn't notice that until this fight. I was like, wait, why are they going for this play? I flat out just didn't notice Fly picked that up. I mean, that's just it. Then you can just blink Dismember the Terrorblade and kill him.
That's a
Now
big
it's not
item.
about controlling him anymore. That's literally just a kill. You blink BKB Dismember him into Static Storm and he dies. And there's nothing they can do about it. The Zeus damage and the Punch damage, even if he gets Glimmered, it's just overwhelming. That's probably just game. That one Axe just ended it.
Yeah, you're so far off buyback gold. Oh, look at Moose. Poor old Moose. He just gets taken out. Arteezy jumps in.
Oh,
Hook is there.
Nice hook.
Oh, boy. That's one way to end it. 40-13, 27k advantage. Oh, it's a bit of a stop once again. What can you do? 5-Rat putting up a bit more of a better team fight here against the side of Shopify, but it doesn't seem to be quite enough. Not quite yet, anyway. As the final lane of Barracks now will be focused down by Saberlight. They might have one more team fight in the bag for themselves. Just don't know how that one's going to go. It's Crit. Not going to get the toss back on Red 2. We'll get tidal waved. Yules is there. Just the avalanche and walk away from DNM. Not really too big of a deal. Saberlight looks like he wants to try and chase down Speed. Meanwhile, they found DNM again. He got his BKB off this time around. He can try to fight back, but it's quite hard without Metamorphosis. He just has nothing to fight with apart from that BKB, and now Crit just jumps in for free. Avalanche toss out. Still, they do at least find Saberlight. That's one hero down, but Speed is gone as well. Red 2 to drop. And Speed can buy back if he really wants to, and he does do so. But it's a 4v3 scenario now. What do you do with that Exo? It's still 10 seconds away. Dismember out, hook shots off the mark, and Speed is just dropping real darn quick. Cox to try and protect. It's not enough though. They've got to call it. DNM the only survivor, and not for quite long enough. They will catch him out in the kinetic field. High fives up from Arteezy. DNM will return the favor, and that's it.
27 stacks.
That's a lot of stacks.
He's got 4,000 health now. That's a lot.
No strength items either. They're not calling it quite yet here, 5-Rat. I don't know what they're really waiting for. The game is well and truly over.
Here comes Moose.
Maybe one more kill. The hook does miss. One more miss for the books as Moose wants the kill onto Arteezy. Won't be able to find it in time.
All right.
And that's it. GG is called. Game is over. Another 2-0 victory here for Shopify Rebellion. 5-Rat. I mean, they were the underdogs going into this this series after all. Like, they put up a decent fight here against Shopify, but not quite enough.
No, I mean, what can you say? It's the expected result. It's not the expected way that we got there. I'm very happy we got to see a Pudge. It's always fun. It's not like it's a complete rarity nowadays, but it's fun, right? Nice to see Shopify, how they play around each other in the fights. I think the Disruptor was probably the coolest pick from their drafts for me today. Like the way they interacted with Glimpse was really enjoyable to watch. And yeah, to no surprise, it's a 2-0, and it's a matter of, is the form that they're showing here going to be enough against Nouns? That's obviously a match we're going to be looking ahead.
Yeah.
Looking forward to. I don't know when that one is played.
I don't either. I don't have the exact date.
I don't remember the exact schedule for this, but I'm sure we'll find out. I'm sure the panel knows.
Let's run our panel.
Thank you very much, MLP and Cinderin. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean, Jesus, the 5-4 stuff just get completely annihilated. What was that? Like,
It was exactly that. Annihilation.
I mean, they kept this one slightly close for much longer
Who are
than
we
the first
kidding?
one.
Who are we
It
kidding?
was. No, it truly was a little bit closer. But, like,
Okay.
most of the net worth was on the Terrorblade, though. It's just the problem is, like, the Kunkka really fell off super hard. And so did the Death Prophet. They just keep their net worth up. So it was basically D&M against the world here, and this wasn't enough.
it was not enough indeed, but the hooks, they were tasty. I was enjoying it. I was enjoying some Arteezy Pudge.
Yeah.
It was
Which
it was
ones
beautiful.
did you like?
I
Because there's
like
like
the one
it's
at
like
the
a
end.
30% hook accuracy. So.
I like the missed ones.
Oh, I see. So you enjoyed
So
those
I was
ones.
that guy in Twitch chat every time he did it, being like, lol, I can play Punch better than you, Arteezy.
I mean, he had all the ones that matter.
My hook didn't connect Baby Rage. I mean, what I really did like about that was the glimpse toss hook combo, which we saw once or twice in the laning stage. Like, how the hell are you going to run away for you to get glimpsed to a spot? You get tossed from that to another spot where you get hooked under your tower. That's a massive amount of range. How far do you have to be for these guys to find you? They're like paid bounty hunter assassins, you know? That you'll keep running, but they'll find you eventually.
I mean, Bounty Hunter couldn't do any of that, I'd say that much. That was a really, really weird draft from Shopify. They're just throwing them around all over the place like ragdolls. Like, they even had X marks on the enemy team as well, so everyone was kind of like jumping around all over the head. We had Pudge stuck in the air at one point. That was a new one for me. He was just kind of hanging up there, tied up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to remain as a mystery for now until we get to watch the actual replay of the game to see, did he get a flesh heap stack or no?
That is
Indeed.
all that matters.
That's
at the
all
end of the
anyone
day.
cares about. Well, that's all we're asking about in
The
the
mystery
interview
needs
as
to
well,
be
of course.
solved.
Well, I mean, I think for this particular game that they block picked the TB because they realized if RTZ was to get it, it would be such a big issue for them. But then they went into the problem of dealing with, Zeus is a TB, which is your hardest matchup. So yet again, I think Shopify Rebellion just kind of had him on the ropes in the drafting stage, as they do against most teams.
Yeah, they do. And this TB, it looked good. I did like it, but, it wasn't enough in the end. I honestly thought DNM played pretty well this series, so shout out to him. He held his own, but yeah, unfortunately, nothing else really went 5 Rats' way, and so they were able to say this one. So MVP for this series, I mean, Arteezy 14-1, landing some sick hooks. Arbed 11-1.
40
Saberlight.
KDA.
Yeah, all looking pretty good, but you know what?
40 KDA.
There's only one guy you can really give it to. The guy that made all these fancy KDAs happen. It's got to be Crit on the Tiny. I mean,
Hey.
basically what happened was during the laning fit, he won like 2, maybe 2.5 lanes for his team. He was all over the place. He was being an absolute madman. I said, this guy's going to have to do something really crazy to not get MVP in this game. Then he buys back in the mid fight, and I was like, all right, Crit, let's pump the brakes here, buddy. But
Wasn't crazy enough for you?
it wasn't crazy enough to
Right,
take away
yeah.
his accolade, no. And I also felt like he deserved it from game 1 as well. So,
Sure.
a little bit of carryover prestige to push him in.
Yep.
But yeah, these cores, they can... Nah. It's a supports day to day. Yeah, I mean, what else did you like, T-Panda?
I don't really have much to add to that, honestly. I mean, Crit and I think RTC just basically made this game what it was, but maybe Abed. I mean, I've highlighted him a lot during the course of this tour, the last tour, and I feel like I'm repeating a broken record at this point. But I just love watching this guy play. I feel like he comes out strong out of every single laning matchup that he has. He figures out a way to help out his team, but also snowball at the same time. Like, I don't know how he does it, but his game sense is just top-notch.
Alrighty, well, we're talking about our MVP. We actually get to speak to him. The interview today is going to be with Crit from Shopify Rebellion, the position 4 and our MVP for that series. Crit, how's it going? And who would you give MVP to for this season so far?
Hi, I'm good. For our team, the MVP of our team for the whole season.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tough one. I'll probably go Abbott, just because he earned it from the major, I guess. So he can have a little bit of a carryover from that.
A little bit of carrot. That's very nice. That's very nice of you. In these kind of convincing series, how much do you communicate compared to like a major playoff game, for example?
I think you want to keep it as consistent as possible. Like obviously it's not the same, but you want to at least try to emulate as much as possible. So we try our best. You know, it's a little bit late. We're playing at like 9 p.m., so that definitely hurts the focus also a little bit. So I think there's multiple factors, but I think this series was pretty good for us. I think everyone was aware and focused for the games.
Certainly looked like it.
I mean, kind of on that topic a little bit. Who is the player that is most likely to like feed or lose concentration out of like boredom in like your scrims or matches?
Tour.
Or Tor.
Off the shelf.
Zero hesitation.
Didn't have to think about it.
That was an easy one.
All right, so next one is what is biggest Bulba's strength as a coach for your team, in your opinion?
I think the biggest thing is probably stability. Like he's very confident in his ideas about openers, and the heroes that he knows them really well. He knows both sides of it, like what they need to function and what's also good against them. So I think he's definitely really good at working around the offlane player. Like he has always mostly an offlane player, so I think those heroes are like what he knows how to build around, and I think we use that well as a team.
All right, great.
All right. Hey, Crit, nice to meet you. We haven't actually seen since Tour 1, so I wanted to ask you a bit back into Lima. What was the best experience you had in there? Did you have the chance to do any sightseeing or anything, or was it just Dota the whole time?
Oh, I mean, we didn't do any sightseeing, so I'd say the best part was probably the food. That's the only kind of sightseeing that we did. We had some good food experiences there, so I'd say the cuisine is definitely top tier.
Well, hopefully you get to experience more in the next runs. But also, talking about the team and Saberlight, which was one of our highlight topics back in Tour 1, has he managed to influence the team with his sense of humor? Like, are you guys already picking up some memes from him? The vibes are probably pretty good, but shed us some light.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he's definitely a very funny person. I think we have humor already. It might not show as much as it does with him. He's also very funny on his stream, so I think he's brought in a different type of humor, and I think it's definitely helped with the spirit on the team. So yeah, it's nice to have somebody that's always in a good mood and kind of like clowny, but in all the good ways, you know.
Actually, following up on that, is it hard to actually have two tricksters kind of in the team with Artur and Saberlight? Can you keep the package together?
Oh, Artur's not a trickster, and like not at all. Like when it comes to like the team and how we like everything we do professionally, Artur is nowhere near that as like a role at all. So yeah.
All right, thanks.
Okay, well, I often see you in Twitch chat, Crit. You know, often hanging out. Who would you say your favorite streamers are outside of the main Dota pros?
Who's some of my favorite streamers? I really don't watch a lot of Dota streams, to be honest. It's really rare. I think I only really watch Quinn now. Sometimes I watch, the big names, the Korkas, the Gorgs, but I'd say Quinn or like the rare, like if there's a side stream, I'll tune into that, so.
Okay.
And Saberlight, I watch Saberlight now too.
Of course. So what about the non-Dota streams? What's your favorite non-Dota stream?
Probably Soda Poppin', because he plays a lot of games that I want to play, but I don't have time to play because I'm playing Dota. So he's like, I play through him. Like he'll
play vicariously.
Yeah, basically. So I watch him a lot.
Okay. Yeah. And now's your chance to out one of your teammates. Is there anyone who has like really questionable taste in like streams or YouTube content or anything like that they watch?
No, I don't think so, actually. I think everyone's pretty PG. I think there's nothing too crazy.
That would have been really off the rails. But
actually, on the
Sorry,
topic, have you gotten Artur to start his stream yet? Because he told in Tour 1 he had a lot of plans. Have you talked with him about that? Any changes? Any updates?
Fear's laughing because he knows like those plans are always there. Like he's always like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna stream. I have plans.
It'll happen later this year. Just stay tuned.
For all the viewers out there, it's coming.
Alrighty, we won't keep you any longer. Congratulations on your win, and thank you so much for coming to talk to us.
Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Good night.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah.
RTZ stream. any
Had
day
to bring
soon.
that up because it's gonna happen sometime, right?
It
Yeah.
will.
Right?
One day.
Of course, it always happens for a week.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe the retirement homes have good internet, so, you know, when we get to that point, maybe then he'll start streaming when he's got nothing else to do. Yeah, yeah. But you're really being a real kind of champion of the people there. A champion of Twitch chat, you know? Asking RTZ for the streams.
Yeah, I mean, they were dying for it last time. They heard a glimpse of that. And thought, oh, really? RTZ tour? What's going on? I need to watch this team now. And they've always been tuning in for the interviews, waiting for a bit of a sneak peek on that. So, you know, getting updated, letting the
I
people
see.
know what's going on.
Did you get hate mail after our RTZ interview because you didn't ask it?
No, luckily. Dodged that one. Now I'm going to get it. Thank you for mentioning it.
You're welcome, you're welcome. Yeah, hit him up, guys, hit him up. All right, well, that's going to just about do it for today. We had two very convincing series in the end. Neither team able to put much of a threat towards Nouns or Shopify Rebellion, who were the big winners of the day. They were looking very damn crisp. And how will that affect the leaderboard, I hear you ask? Let's take a look.
How would that affect the leaderboard?
Why, thank you for asking, Fear. Exactly like this. Nouns now sitting at the top 3-0 alongside TSM. Those two teams yet to play each other. Shopify Rebellion now sitting at 3-1, breathing down the necks of Nouns, looking to take them out and take their spot in the top 2. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, 5-4 Staff and Wildcard, the two teams we saw today, just not looking too hot. T-Panda, if we were to see these two teams face each other right now, who do you think would come out on top, Wildcard or 5-Rat?
Wildcard or 5-Rat? That is a very good question. I feel like 5-Rat has been showing some spite and some energy level that I believe I could root for 5-Rat, honestly. Wildcard still, I'm not getting that. I'm really just not feeding off of the vibes out of this team. They're a bit lost right now. Nothing seems to work. They're drafting a lot of different new heroes, but there's just no cohesion. I feel like that might just be the downfall of Wildcard if they don't figure it out as fast as possible.
I mean, I still feel the fight in 5-4 Staff. Like they
Yeah.
want to
Yeah.
win. They're trying their best. Sometimes with the wildcard games, it feels like almost like they're a little defeated at times, right? So even though 5-4 Staff is a team that isn't doing the best right now, they're continuously, I don't know if saying they're improving over last tour because they haven't won a game yet, but like they are still hungry and it shows in their gameplay. They're just getting a little outplayed by a lot of the other teams.
Yeah.
They certainly are. And here we have the schedule coming up for the next day of play. And we have some pretty decent games coming up, I would say. Nouns versus Dog.
Yep.
I'm unsure about this one, you know. I think Dogchamp could really surprise us here. I'm not going to say they can take the series, but there's a possibility they could threaten Nouns with a game or two.
We haven't seen Dog in a while, which is very exciting because this team like is sitting at 2-1, I believe, right now. And a lot of us were thinking this could be a team maybe in danger for relegation, but if they pop out a win here somehow, like this team will be the real deal.
Exactly. The bait of last tour, holding on to a spot and staying in Division 1, which could be a potential. Nouns, though, they did come out with a 2-0 win. And then, actually, both of those series from the I know you're going to ask about Felt and Bait, but Dogchamp and Bait are both playing back-to-back series in 2 days and then playing against each other's.
Ooh,
So we get kind of a, an appetizer out of the first games. And then when we jump onto the 3 series Saturday, we get to watch them play against each other and really show what they're made of. I think that's going to be super hype, but that's then. But I'm excited for the next day as well, of course.
Absolutely. And of course, Shopify Rebellion, who we saw playing today, the next game they are playing will be versus Wildcard Gaming on the 27th. Sadly, I'm not sure it's going to be a very close one. Wildcard have been looking a little bit shaky, I think it's fair to say, especially today as well. Just not really turning up, unfortunately.
I mean, I feel like that team can be so much better if they have the right draft. I feel like a lot of their drafts are just like not where they need to be. So there is at least hope when you have a team that have like that many like players that have experience. Or if things click together, it can work. They can get to a point where they don't just get outplayed all the time, but they got to have a better draft from what they've been showing us.
Yeah, I feel like Lil Nick's the best player on the team right now, honestly, and he's the one who's substituting in the role that the team was needing when it was formed out, in a sense. So that puts a lot of pressure on him as well, but I just hope he continues to perform and get the team on his back.
Absolutely. They just need to find a strategy which works for them and stick to it, because right now nothing seems to be sticking. And, well, that's going to just about do it for today. Guys, make sure you join us in 2 days' time for the next broadcast day. But from today, we are all done with the NA DPC. Thank you so much for watching. Tune in next time. For now, we'll see you later.